back, everybody, to Galaxy Battle Phase 1. A little bit of a later start today. We've been used to the 10 a.m. mornings, but I think both teams will appreciate the lay-in as we get into our second round of the Swiss stage. SkyFury versus CYBERSHOKE will be kicking us off. I'm M&J. I'm joined by Twist2OP. How are you feeling about this first matchup, my friend?
I am intrigued. I think both of us watched one of these teams play. You watched CYBERSHOKE play. I watched SkyFury, and this is the 1-0 stage, right? These are two teams already converted to first, and from SkyFury's side, I really liked what I saw. I think they look really promising. This is a new roster, obviously. You can see them here. 4 Ukrainians and then a Latvian in the form of Shield. I think this roster is really promising, and I am excited to see more of them.
Yeah, me too, to be honest. Now, they both caused upsets in their opening round games. To be honest, CYBERSHOKE beating Paravision didn't massively surprise me. On paper, it was this huge underdog story. But Paravision, I think, have shown a lot of sort of issues recently in certain matches. They definitely showed a lot of issues in that game against CYBERSHOKE the other day. And CYBERSHOKE have always been this like crazy dark horse team for me that are capable of kind of beating anyone. SkyFury taking out Nexus to me was just bonkers. I was not expecting that result at all. So it kind of solidifies them both as teams not to be messed with. I think we're going to have an interesting game as a result. But Vito's ahead of you. Anubis, Train, and Dust 2. I love that we're seeing a Train. It always excites me when it comes up in the Vito. I think things have been a little bit samey recently. I've been seeing a whole lot of Ancient, a whole lot of Mirage, a whole lot of Anubis. So a slight change of scenery here today. Very difficult to gauge the maps for SkyFury. They don't have enough of a sample size available on HLTV to really know what they're comfortable with. You'd have to kind of dive into maybe some of their ESEA demos and also even just like some of their practice scrims and whatnot to know sort of where they're comfortable. But I guess, you know, this tournament gives them a chance to build out that map pool a little bit, explore things, experiment as we kick things off on Anubis. So starting off on their T side, leaning over towards this B side.
And this is their third matchup ever with this new roster, and Blixie delivers the first. They go for the quick push towards B, though. Blixie with the third one there as well, and yeah, that's all too easy for him. Toxic with the great double refrag, though, but Phenomenon has arrived. It's a 1v3, and Shield falls as well. Just a quick push towards B does not work out. And that's not exactly great, given that was the T-side pistol round.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. Never want to start off your T side with, you know, no success like that. Round win's always great. Get the ball rolling early. A bomb plant at the very least is a bit of a minimum, especially when you're throwing 5 players at the site like that. But we are back underway into things. CYBERSHOKE will be very happy that they were able to take that pistol round in the fashion that they did, because it means that, you know, the money's thriving. They'll be against an eco here, so an opportunity to get some kills with those SMGs, build up that bank a little bit further. And more importantly, just put a little bit of a baseline of rounds in place for this CT side, which I think, you know, is very, very important. So number 2, SkyFury starting to work their way up. Just behind this pillar.
It's an attack that should be immediately shut down, but depends on the first engagement. Seems like the setup is good, though. 2 kills, and that is pretty much all you need. Phenomenon will add some more for good measure. And a very quick 2-0 start for CYBERSHOKE here. I think this matchup is just going to be such a curveball for both sides, because, yeah, this is 3rd time that SkyFury even play opponents that, you know, are listed on HLTV. And I think since they beat Nexus, they might be feeling like, you know, it's a fresh team, you're feeling really good, you really haven't, like, gone on a loss streak yet, you believe everything is possible. On paper, obviously, you know, CYBERSHOKE should be winning, they have the better experience and whatnot, but I think SkyFury still make it a competitive game. It actually started down 0-7, I believe, against Nexus, and then, you know, they won the whole series.
And a bit of grit, bit of determination. That's what you like to see out of a young new squad. Don't get in your own head when you're 7-0 down as the underdogs, especially here in MR12. you're never really down and out of a game until they hit 20. Well, until they hit 13. I was going to say till you max out to 24, but no, until they hit 13 rounds. Let's not jump the gun. So SkyFury with the buy. Of course, there's slight reinvestment in place here for CYBERSHOKE. Venom's got that AWP out, but still rocking with 2 MP9s, so do need to be a little bit careful.
It's a slow first rifle round. They've taken some mid control, but for now kind of lingering around B. Maybe they want to go for a mid and then kind of connector and B push. For now, the read is pretty bad for the side of CYBERSHOKE. I mean, 3 towards A rotations are quite far away. So I think they just want to walk through the smoke, man. This is pretty crazy. The smoke, yeah, on both sides. It's a nice way to attack it. Actually, Phenomenon falls Temple with another. And I do like that play, right? Like, one player walking through smoke, that's not exactly good. But you have 2, you're kind of banking. There's only 1 on the other side. At least you can go frag for frag. The element of surprise is there as well. That is a nicely executed rifle round for SkyFury, and they didn't even have to use that much util.
That's a much better round. It's one that, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say you expect them to win, but yeah, somewhat given the circumstances of CYBERSHOKE being on a little bit of a bonus, having those 2 MP9s in play. If there is going to be an in, then it would be right here for SkyFury. Now, for CYBERSHOKE, looking to save that M4, of course, but if we're glowing, it's about trying to catch a bit of a timing and maybe do some extra damage. He's not going to be able to get another rifle out of it. He will end up being traded. That extra $600 goes, maybe not a long way, but it goes somewhere. It's going to hurt the economy of SkyFury as well, who will have to rebuy another rifle. So, kind of tossing things about. Not a whole lot of cash left behind them. If they lose this round, they will still be in trouble. And CYBERSHOKE have got more than enough to bite back with a strong investment of their own. The only contingency is Phenomenon, who maybe jumped the gun a little bit, getting that AWP out as early as he did last round. Not only does he not have much of an impact with it and lose it, but it actually falls into enemy hands. Now Shield can be a real thorn in their side. That big green, his one isn't. It's stripy and pink.
He was really good. He was like the MVP of the whole series in the previous matchup. Like, I kept glazing him because he's a Latvian as well. And after watching what Brokey did, you know, in the semis, I was like, all right, I need some positivity. But no, in all honesty, like I'm expecting big things from him today as well. He's always kind of been that good rated AVP player. Just team-wise, has not really climbed up that much. But you know, in this tier, I think he can do very well. It's his home turf. In the meanwhile, SkyFury will look to head towards A, leaving just Toxic to maybe put some more pressure on Connector, but it's actually CYBERSHOKE who want to get some information. It's a minute down. They don't exactly feel comfortable staying with the stacks, so mid gets a little bit cleared, but the A attack is about to come in. Actually,
yeah,
I have the
Shield
read.
Is unbelievably talented. I do quite a lot of stuff in the Baltic scene. He's someone that I've covered for years and years, going back to 2019, 2020. Some of those previous projects he was on, and I was a little bit worried when he sort of got benched on that Monte Gen roster, that maybe that would be not it for him, of course. Wow. But, you know how players just sort of get stuck in limbo, right? They find themselves sort of benched on a roster, contract locked, bouncing around between mixes in qualifiers and things like that, and don't really progress the way that they're supposed to in their career. But yeah, even though he's been around for sort of 5-6 years playing as a professional player, and you think, oh yeah, he's got, he's experienced, he's got a lot of tenure. He's only 22. You know, the sky is really the limit for Shield. He's got a long way to develop potentially. With the right people surrounding him. And right here, it feels like that roster certainly could be that. Tied up at 2 apiece, though. And a much better round again. 2 rifles saved, though, for CYBERSHOKE means probably not a buy around it. But they could entertain it if they wanted to.
This is a pretty good recovery. A needed one as well, right? T side, you lose the pistol. Very quickly, it can turn into a 4-0. At that point, you pretty much need all the remaining rounds, or at least 7 out of 8 of them. Instead, we get this close scoreline, and a bit of a freebie here to put the third one on board. Still got to get past the 2 hero rifles, but For now, they're locating one towards B and one towards mid. Shield holding the angle. Oh, it's actually Toxic to hit it. Maybe he needs a bit of a warm-up. That's cool, but at least the rest of the team is delivering. Phenomen with the refrag, though. Puts us in a 4v4 where, again, like, it seems like this one should be just done and over, but I don't know, you have 2 rifles. There's possibility that Glowing here could get a frag and get away, or take a lot of damage and be forced to tuck in the corner where Authority will finish the job. That is a nice team play from SkyFury as well. You can see the communication is there.
Well, they haven't decided yet. That's what's a little bit worrying about this. The CYBERSHOKE have stacked up on this A site. SkyFury might just walk right into them. I like this boost up as well, but yeah, the one angle that they're going to be swung from, that it just doesn't help them at all, right? It's a really good position if somebody comes up from main, but the second that they barrel out a camera, you're just wildly exposed, and it gets real tricky. Nothing more to come from that one. 3-2. SkyFury will actually pull ahead, take this lead here.
Yeah, it's CYBERSHOKE's map pick as well, and I think that's one of the reasons why this is so difficult to predict, is because there is no stats to go off of, right? A lot of times the stats are wrong, but at least you have some kind of an idea. Here, SkyFury have, like, played, again, this is their 3rd matchup, you know, on HLTV, so we don't know what to expect. Maybe Anubis is their best map, maybe it's their worst. We've seen Train, though. Train looked pretty good. Rifle round now, and these CYBERSHOKE players are kind of on the extremities of the map. They've left mid completely open, and that's exactly where SkyFury are trying to slowly lurk into, or just go towards connector. That will be shut down, though. Information about 2 players, and now they might want to go quickly towards A, because they know at least 2 are B, but those are the only B players. In fact, there's 3 on A as the swing comes through. Good frag. Temple comes up with a double. Keto hits one, and SkyFury, damn, they just converted this off raw aim. The setup was good.
It certainly was. Lixie and Lovica scratching their heads. How have we given this one up? So awkward. Not the way to be losing rounds. Bizarrely, you know, the cash isn't going crazy yet for SkyFury, considering this is now going to be their 4th in a row, but starting to get there, that's for sure. Remember, this is the CYBERSHOKE map pick of all places, yeah? So for SkyFury to be coming into this game hot, to be looking this good already, it definitely cause for concern if you are CYBERSHOKE. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of pause in the near future. Right now, to me, the goal is just try and, you know, stabilize this economy a little bit. And there you go. They jumped into bed with some rifles right there and then said, no, hang on a minute. We need to buy down to some pistols. We need to keep a little bit of money here so that we can, make something happen in that next with the full weapons out. Otherwise, we are just going to continue to lose rounds, and this will lose control. It's back bombing it into A.
Oh, hold on. They want to just rush this because they know they're up against the lower buy, so just play together and get the refrags, but that is the problem. When you push through the smoke, you get punished for it. And SkyFury, after 4 rounds of what seemed like very clean Counter-Strike, this one gets really messy. Still a 2v4, but all rifles have actually been picked up. Literally rifle express delivery, which leaves Shield and Toxic in a 2v4, where Shield still needs maybe some time to get really activated, but at the same time, the rest of his team was hitting the shots, so let's see what happens when he's the one who has to make it happen. Peeks out. Whoa, that's a call-out. What? That is insane, but still 2 more needed, and the bomb is being guarded by Lovicus, who, especially for being an opera, is in a very difficult position to clear. Good smoke. Checks this. Nice play by Lovicus. It will be the 3rd on the board for CYBERSHOKE.
Finally back to winning ways, and a bizarre round to get it done as well. SkyFury perhaps getting a little complacent there. Saying, all right, we've had loads of success on A, so let's just run it back again. Didn't end up working very well for him at all. So, having to dip into that backup cash. They did have a fair bit of it. So, AK's out again. AWP in play as well. But for CYBERSHOKE, who are saving their money for this next round anyway, they're going to be feeling real happy. They got the rifles out. They got one of those AKs as well, stolen away from their opponents. Phenomen with that AWP without too much of an expense. Comes the tease again. Lovica's ready to just deploy that smoke as soon as that molly finishes. There it is. They try and play through it. In fact, they will now under a bit of pressure. Naturally, that pressure a little too much to handle. Blixie has to recover the sinking ship, but he won't. A lot of damage dealt, but a two-man disadvantage. I don't think they're going to play in for this.
I don't think so. Again, a lot of just individual gun duels won there, right? SkyFury are not exactly there to do some big strategies, some, you know, double fakes or something like that. They just pick a site, they push it, and, you know, for the best of the worst, they normally win their gun duels. Previous round was not a great example of this, but I think this is the third one where they just kind of slowly, you know, clear some angles to get on the site and plant the bomb. So, beating out CYBERSHOKE in the aim duels right now. That can happen as well, given they're on the CT side. But yeah, certainly looking good. I think surprising a lot of people. It will be just Phenomenon left alive, looking to save the AVP. He's kind of stuck towards middle, because he might feel that, you know, they're on the extremities of this. Alright, I think we have a 3-match series on our hands.
You think so? You think we're there already?
Kind of, yeah, because this is CYBERSHOKE's map pick, right? Yeah. And Train is like one of those maps where if you pick it, you're probably pretty good on it. You're probably better than your opponent. You have at least practiced it more than your opponent. Like, this is close. I still think CYBERSHOKE win the first map, but I am kind of with the same conviction expecting SkyFury to win the second. But Caster's curse is ever present, my friend.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd be careful. You know, we have a lot more power than we give ourselves credit for when it comes to this stuff. You say who's going to win, and the other team always wins. You know, I get flamed for it, like, all the time in chat as well. It's like, oh, this caster doesn't know anything. He said that this team were the favorites, and then they lost. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, that's sometimes the way the cookie crumbles, my friend. But yeah, I mean, CYBERSHOKE, it's not looking great, but they are on their CT side, right? And you have got to remember that. So, you know, if they get blasted for the rest of the half and this ends up being like a 9-3 or an 8-4, then I completely agree. They're in trouble. And the fact that, yeah, this is their map pick is definitely worrying. But, you know, if this ends up going like 7-5, something like that, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Just a little friendly reminder, no swimming. Not sure why. Looks really good for swimming. Maybe there's jellyfish, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, that was exactly my point. I said the same exact thing to Max. I was like, dude, I'd love to jump in. You know, maybe not today. I have a crazy fog outside my window. I don't know what it is. It feels like it's the apocalypse has started. But maybe on a sunnier day would be nice.
We were in... This is a story for maybe after the round. Things look like they might already heat up. They're all stacked up here in May.
I was like, wait, there's a peak coming through. Might be delayed by the smoke.
Let's go crazy. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
See what? Oh man. Sandwiched between two carpets of fire. I'm not sure what Kaio's plan there was, but, you know, gives them the easy trade, so I don't think CYBERSHOKE will be complaining.
Two A, 2B. Again, CYBERSHOKE just leave mid open so many times, and SkyFury seem to have gained awareness of this. This is, I believe, the fourth round, perchance, where they just head towards mid more than one and get good openers, or at least map control. Which leaves Lovicus trying to clear out lower towards water. And Toxic, somewhat aware of the idea. That should be a free kill, and it is. We can see him call some things out as well, and that starts a movement rather towards the B site, where, again, it's a great call. There's only glowing on the other side. I mean, at least Molly denies the play a little bit, and Nadaneki actually catches one in the back. Now they have to worry about him. And the con player, oh my god, Nadaneki is delivering so much damage. Still shut down, shield, they want to do it, and leaving Phenomenon again for some Phenomenon time.
It's been a bit of a recurring theme, hasn't it? CYBERSHOKE on the entries have actually done so much damage, just not able to finish off their meals in so many of these situations. And to sort of give things up, Firmament flashed off the angle, fires the shot, blows his cover, has to just escape. There's still a fair bit of time on that bomb, and there's a fair bit of money in the T's pocket, so perhaps they go hunting, but doesn't look like they're going to press too hard. So I can tell my jellyfish story. Oh, they are going to press, actually. Hang on a minute. Shield's very ready for this.
When you see somebody doing like little shakes like up and down, you know they're locked in. You know. You don't do that thing if you're tired. You do that if you just really want to hit the shot. And
it's like an old Stewie 2K thing. Like years ago, he was talking about like, you know, how not to fall asleep on an angle. If you're an AWP and you're holding an angle for ages, you know, how to stay focused so that then when somebody peeks, you know, your reactions are still sharp. And he'd say like wiggle his mouse a little bit, and it just kind of like keeps you on edge, keeps you locked in.
Yeah, or AD. I think that is I guess the best thing to do with rifle.
With a rifle for sure. With an AWP, it's sort of, you know, you run the risk of CS2 doing its thing.
Yeah, that's true. Push towards long. Ooh, should be shut down. Instead, it's Slavic is actually with the refrag. But every time that SkyFury look like they're in a bad position, like they have found ways time and time again to get out of it. And this one isn't too bad. Just an AK and an MP9. You still have the player advantage. They're walking into it though. Shield hits a shot. Oh my god! With the P250, my man is sharp. I said he was going to be a big factor in the game, and he started off, I believe, 6 rounds in. He was on 3 kills, but since then, multiple multi-kill rounds. And this one should be the 7th one converted off the back of that.
Yeah, it's another 3K. He's up to double digits. He's the first man on the server to get that. As you say, just a real force to be reckoned with. But no, Taneki, there's not a whole lot to save. That's why he's sort of poking the bear a little bit with this one. I don't think he's just going to throw himself at the site and try and go for some crazy 1v3, but no point in backing off and saving. I think he does want to sort of stay relevant in this round, maybe try and get an exit frag, see if he can upgrade into a rifle. They're scattered about, but sort of nowhere near him. All those fights took place just outside of B main. I think this is just about trying to sort of wriggle your way in. Once that bomb's a little too far gone, they're trying to escape. Grab one on the cross. Yeah, the steps, but yeah, Shield is just way too ready for this. He will eventually come off of it. That's going to be Notaneki's cue to just go for a little dip, but no chance. No chance at all. They don't even give him the opportunity. I mean, he didn't have a kit anyway, so it's not a possibility, but you know, sometimes you see teams exit a little early. They give that slight window for a ninja defuse or something like that, and yeah, nothing of the sort.
Well, I still think if you can get 4, if you're CYBERSHOKE here, like you should be with the pistol round conversion somewhat in safe waters, right? It's not that difficult to make this comeback. I think a lot of times, like when people watch Anubis, the first half usually is actually one-sided, right? And everyone's like, oh, GG, it's over. And actually, in my opinion, half the time, like there's certainly a comeback, and actually a lot of times one completed as well. But if it's 9-3, maybe that is some reason for concern, or at least it will be a tougher comeback to make. So SkyFury looking to find 2 more. He just wiggles his way into the smoke. We'll go back though. That was a weird movement. I don't know what the purpose of that was, but looked interesting. Oh my god, Atori's gonna pre-fire that almost. He was just hard clearing it. Temple is there as well. And again, man, SkyFury just pick a site. They throw a couple of util pieces, but mainly they just rely on the aim, and well, there's a reason why they do so. Beautiful shots from the crew.
This is just disgusting. Doing that against a full buy round as well. You know, we've seen plays like that, and the pistols are out and whatnot. You shrug it off, but CYBERSHOKE the CT economy so fragile, so difficult to manage. They finally save up enough cash to go for a full investment, and they just get rolled. Now being rinsed for more. SkyFury with loads of money going into the final round of the half in the next. More than happy to throw away rifles in pursuit of getting these weapons out of the hands of their opponents. Fenneman's doing well to fight back. Oh, that is big. The economic damage for the other side is not going to be all too impactful, but holding on to that AWP certainly will be. In their pursuit of 4 rounds, feels like they absolutely need it. I was saying before, you know, when it was 5-3, there was still tons of potential for this to be like a 7-5 or a 6-6 half. Now, this becomes a bit of a must-win round. Otherwise, they're staring down the barrel of 9-3 and more than likely having to get things done on map 2.
They're moving towards B. Oh, again, dude, it's the same thing. They pushed through the molly, and it should be punished at one point. That is good to see. I mean, that is close. That is really close, and it could still get messy if Shield and Atori can do it. But a 2v5 would be required. 2 players on low HP, though. This would be an absolutely insane round to lose. They have the bomb. They have minute 20 to work with. They have an open A site for now, but that obviously will change with time. As CYBERSHOKE are pulling some players away from that B site. SkyFury is looking to send Atori to explore towards mid, and perhaps they want to go for the reapproach towards B, which actually, well, there's still a lot of time left, but I think they could find a timing here where there's only 2 B. You have one from Connector quite quickly, right? I think there's a world. He goes A.
Huh.
Well, what is the idea here, MNJ? I don't know if I should be excited or worried.
I think you're just trying anything at this point. There's no way that, yeah, this tiny bit of presence, a spam through the smoke and a molly, is going to pull the B players off, but that was kind of the hope, right? Now it gives Shield a 1v2 at least here on the site. Oh no, Fenneman has whiffed his lines. The Orcs managed to connect onto the shoulder.
No.
This boils back down to a 2v2, and this A rotation is way too slow. Glowing and Notaneki. Not knowing what's hit him. Glowing's going to take damage from the molly. And a big peek shuts him down. CYBERSHOKE, this was a round teed up for success, but Shield has done everything in his power to snatch it back his way. And 13 kills at the end of the half. He has been a menace. But more importantly, it's the 3 deaths that just shows how dominant he's been, right? No one anywhere near that kind of KD. Because he's just farming right now. He's not dying. They can't kill him. They can't deal with him.
Dude, he was on 3 and 2, I believe. Like, my man, I think he took it personally. At one point, I said, oh, maybe he needs some time to warm up. And yeah, it's insane. A 2v5 lost. Chance to win something for the viewers, at least. So far, the skin luck has been absolutely garbage. I don't know about your streams with Twisties, but at least me and Max were just getting blues and blues and blues again. So Emphasosaurus, that will go the way of some lucky winner. Obviously, type in !Galaxy if you want to participate as well.
I don't know. I said this Twisties though. I think that like last season at least, they upped the odds the further we got into the tournament.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right? So we got a little bit used to like seeing like the big stuff towards the end, right? So we're back to like the odds reset now.
I guess so. You asked me if I think this is gonna be. I said it's gonna be 3-map series. We were kind of surprised. You know, maybe not. Maybe it's just gonna be SkyFury 2-0. I guess at that point in time, you know, both of us are kind of like, well, can SkyFury win one? Because surely CYBERSHOKE will win one at least. But I don't know. This is their map pick. Toxic with a very clean headshot. He's aggressive, but I mean, he can make up with great aim. These guys have just been doing aim labs on top of aim labs. Don't tell me Fenneman does not hit that shot. This is Toxic simply alone. If he gets the third, like, that's the round. That's it.
Oh. Taneki needs to win these fights, and he just doesn't. Wide swing with the Glock, met with resistance. They cannot crack any of these CTs right now. And there's been a few swing moments in this map so far. There's been a few sort of quote-unquote must-win rounds, but This certainly is one of them. If they can't recover this 5v2 and give SkyFury a taste of their own medicine, what we saw in the last round of the half, then they are in deep, deep water right now. It's looking okay. Oh, super low. He'll be the bait, but he'll be the one to find the headshot. This is ridiculous. And they still can't connect onto him. Venom doubles things up, but he's running out of bullets. It's the Dink. Needs one more anywhere. But the same applies for Shield. They're both on single digits, but Fenneman gets it over the line. 3 kills to his tally. And not even a reaction out of him. He knows how much more there is left to do. That there's no time for celebration just yet.
Dude, we just got back-to-back 2v5s. That is crazy. That's, you know, this tier of Counter-Strike. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. That's a complete momentum shifter as well, right? Because if you're SkyFury, you technically only need 4 more rounds. It's a CD side, so it's going to be a bit more difficult. But winning that pistol, which should have been yours by all standards, really. I don't know. We'll see if they get a little bit tilted off that. They go for the force, which might mean a 9-5.
It might do. I'm not actually sure what that was. I think he had like a little pixel angle. He was just holding to see if anyone tries to get aggressive. SkyFury have gone for the force spy here, as you say. So a real opportunity for CYBERSHOKE to close this gap if they can convert here. Right now, the 5-7's trying to pile on the press show. Glowing returns the favour.
There's a push coming in.
Fenneman has confirmed that he knows though.
Yeah, it's a good crossfire as well. Alright, this round goes the way it should. At least we not the 3 2v5s. I do not believe that, especially given the weaponry. And, alright, 5-9. USP's coming in for SkyFury in the next round as well. So, 9-6. Could be the scoreline they lose the rifle. I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird matchup. It's just a weird match, man. Our expectations are getting defied at every turn.
I wasn't necessarily expecting all too much here out of SkyFury. It didn't really feel like they had much of a game plan for this round other than just sort of this late push into B main. At that point, you're maybe hoping that CYBERSHOKE are there, caught with their pants down, setting up some util or something like that, but
Alright, Kyo with the save. 3 kills on Glowing. I feel like he needs to lock in a little bit, you know. Normally, I don't really go for, oh, he has such a bad individual performance. Actually, it gets up to 4 here because he eliminates the last buy. But yeah, I think if Glowing locks in, you know, that first half also heavily going towards the favor of SkyFury because Shield was so locked in. He again went from like 3-2 and 3 scoreline, 3-2 scoreline, like 30-3. So, you know, he had like 3 rounds where you just got 3 kills, 2 kills, and that was it. If the individual performance changes, so will the score. At least it should be closer. Yep.
Easy pickings. Damage control super important here in a round like this. Just do not lose any of these rifles. Try and tee up Glowing for as many kills of that MAC-10 as possible as well. This will go 9-6 though, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Sort of all this hard work starts to unravel a little bit. SkyFury, it feels like it takes so much out of you to have that 9-3 half, and then the second you lose that pistol round hit on the CT side, you go for the commitment of the force in the second, it goes wrong. And you start to allow CYBERSHOKE to not only build up an economy, but build up a bit of confidence and momentum as well. If SkyFury end up losing this first buy round, they are actually in trouble. We'll see things go 9-8. This might 10 hunting, but just playing a game of cat and mouse. Temple has actually managed to just find a really convenient gap. Lucky that Fenneman stays on the site, and lucky that he wins that duel, because the P250 had been granted way too much space. But either way, 9-6. Here comes the buyback. If it doesn't work for SkyFury, as I say, they will very, very quickly see this great lead that they had just whittle away.
Yeah, it's a tough conversion to be made here. Up against... There's a Galil, but that's pretty much it. 4 AKs there as well. Oh, aggression from both sides, actually. SkyFury confirms some information, so will CYBERSHOKE. They change up a little bit. I think everyone just teleported a little bit on the mini-map. But ultimately, CYBERSHOKE still looking to hold down that mid area. Q wants to pop out, doesn't spot anyone. Bomb still dropped somewhat towards spawn, so I think CYBERSHOKE just waiting for that early aggression, right? We're 40 minutes down from the round start. It's Anubis, you're expecting the CTs to get a little bit proactive, because just waiting on the site will come back to bite you real quick if you just can't spray them all down. And so with a minute left, CYBERSHOKE still feel like they have some wiggle room. You know, they can slowly head back towards A, where there's actually a pretty aggressive setup, and the Molly, I guess, will delay things a little bit, or just allow CYBERSHOKE to group up a little bit better, because they've taken mid as well, man. This is gonna be a tough defense from SkyFury. There's only 2 on the other side. Temple going towards mid. Timing needs to be perfect. Oh, and it is. He catches one, glowing with the refrag. One more on site. Tori is the hero. Gets one. Temple with the refrag, and a 1v3 for Phenomen. That is a great recovery by SkyFury, and this time Phenomen will be shut down. It looked almost impossible, you know. It was pretty much a 2v5 at that point. There were only 2 players on the site, approached by mid, approached by long, but I think the biggest play there was just Temple peeking at the right time through the smoke on mid. Him getting that refrag just went such a long way.
Would have been a key round for CYBERSHOKE to win. Keep that momentum going, but was a little bit of a bonus. I mean, we didn't see any SMGs in play, but they did have that one Galil. They hadn't pulled the AWP out on Phenomen yet. Now they'll come back in with full gas. No Taneki. I'll actually try and play in front of this smoke. He's pretty desperate to take that fight before their own smoke lands. It's a little bit of a shame. It's like they're plagued by their own utility. Just jiggling, yeah, checking that there's no one close. Can be easy to lose track. Times like that. Clouds all around you. Ooh. Thori had a poor read on that situation. Phenomen will take that first.
What? How do they get 2 there? Phenomen is still going to get 1 Temple with the refrag, though. And now they just quickly want to approach A, but the smoke is there. It's a little bit nasty. Full flash, though, on Keo. That's a great piece of util. They spot the AWP as well, and uncharacteristically, shield misses, meaning that a 2v2 will be underway. With 2 arriving, Phenomen could be the hero again.
Wow.
Dude, that is his 3rd of the round, single-handedly doing it, and shield is expected as well, but this time he hits the shot, and now 1v1, AK picked up, wants to peek out, not Taneki in a pretty good angle. Will it be expected? It won't, and headshot comes through. CYBERSHOKE recover this 2v3 and make this game a little bit closer.
That is all Phenomen right there. It was so disjointed from CYBERSHOKE. That entire round was these scrappy gunfights taking place all over the map, and it was just Phenomen saving the day, trading them out, and keeping them relevant there. Puts a 7th on the board, breaks the money of SkyFury again, who are entertaining the idea of a force. Toxic's jumped in with a MP9, and while the rest are keeping around about 2k in the bank. Shield wants to hold on to enough cash for that AWP, of course. He has definitely slowed down a little bit since he was sat 13-3. His last 4 rounds have come with... Sorry, last 5 rounds have come with only 2 kills and 4 deaths. Not been able to get that AWP out as often, and the one round that we did see him with it there, he missed that key shot as they came out. He was holding from camera. If he hits it, it's round over. Not a time to start getting in your own head. I like the fact that Toxic actually sells that MP9 as well. So everyone's going to be on the same page. Into the next round. Enough cash for the buy.
I kind of feel like this can still get nasty. First frag comes from Keo. They should be expecting the second one there. But oh my god, Shield, he has found the perfect timing. They're trying to run him down. He picks up the Mac 10, spots the player as well. Still a player advantage, looking to make it 2. Blixie alone, and Blixie gets Shield. It's a good refrag. Lovicus in the meanwhile catches a Tori as well. But I should not be getting this excited in a round where SkyFury has 4.57s and a P250.
But still, you say it can get nasty, and it is, right? It has done exactly that. And it still can. It's a 2v2. They found an AWP. This is where, honestly, you feel like you should... Oh, no, not like that. Okay, I was going to say, and you find the AWP, you feel like you should just kind of pull the plug and say, you know what, we found 3 kills, we get an AWP out of this, but playing in for it surely should mean suicide right now.
No kid.
We've actually got a good chance. The problem is that lack of defuse kit, and... Surely, Lovicus will know it. All he has to do is get him off the bomb, and that will be enough. Temple, you can see it on his face. He's frustrated that he's not hit that shot. It'll go 10-8. It's a round that really, they had no business in winning, so they shouldn't be too disappointed with it. But given the circumstance, Temple's not going to be happy that he's not connected there.
Yeah, that's a 1v2 that should have gone SkyFury's way. I don't think they're going to be that mad about it. Surely they wanted to close out quicker, but you know, when you can make a round that close with just 5.7s, I think it also gives you confidence for this now upcoming rifle round. And CYBERSHOKE might know it. I don't think they're really too happy about what happened last round either. So probably need to talk about it. You still need 4 more rounds and potentially 5 if you want to do it the easy way. And for SkyFury, you know, all it requires is 1 or 2 gimmick plays. All it requires is 1 flashbang and good peek, where you get the opening frag and then you just can full camp the sites, right? So maybe some people are saying in the chat overtime coming. I don't know. I do think double digits for both. I do think CYBERSHOKE get at least to 10 here.
Yeah, I think we get there as well. I'd be surprised if SkyFury just sort of run away with this. Obviously, this is now going to be their buy round. There is concern for the fact that, you know, CYBERSHOKE have not looked comfortable at any point in this game, right? We've not seen them hit any kind of flow state where they're sort of making things work with these rifles. Shield has continuously been a thorn in their side, and Phenomen here, he wasn't even trying to take the fight, right? He's just trying to cross. He's just trying to take a duel with main. Caught out. Shield is just way too quick, and look how versatile he is with his sniper as well. They're still there thinking he's towards Con. He's actually repositioned. He's out in mid. Beats this smoke, so he'll be good for another. It will be traded by Blixie, but Shield's done more than enough in this round.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing they recover from that previous round is the op, you know. It goes such a long way, and when Keo, damn, and Tori can work in tandem just like that, the dynamic A-defense duo just shuts it all down. Maybe Blixie attempting the 1v4 has a rough idea of the player's whereabouts. If there's simply 1 too many or 3 too many, really, it seems. He has found Toxic, looking to isolate his next gun duels, but SkyFury don't want to give them that opportunity. Oh, wait. Not like this. Now he knows. And he connects another headshot. It's a 1v4 and 1v3 on for the ace out in the open. Temple misses. And Blixie with the ace 1v4 clutch delivers on all cylinders, keeps CYBERSHOKE in the game, and that is just a round that goes so rough for SkyFury. Their cash is going to be really low as well. That was your opportunity to just shut down the whole game. Incredible clutch by Blixie, 17 kills as well.
Oh man, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. At the start of that clutch, Blixie does an insane job at isolating those duels, right? His footwork is absolutely perfect. But you just can't help but feel for SkyFury. You sort of fumble those first couple of fights, but you think, it's alright. They've got this man on the slow flank. It's perfect. But he doesn't have his gun out. Whiffs it with a USP, and Blixie obviously feeling fired up. That adrenaline boost that you get when you're just 1 away from completing an ace in a 1v4 clutch at a time like that as well. Of course, he's going to win that fight. Gets his gun back
Temple
out.
needs to get at least 2 here. He was the one left in the 1v1 last round. He was the one missing the upshot as well. Has been having a bit of a rough game. Gets one, which is good. It still keeps the player advantage on for SkyFury. We've seen what happens when they have 3-player advantage, but I'm not trying to put them down too much. I think this round still has a great setup, especially with that long player now arriving in the form of Keo. He should have somewhat of an element of surprise. There's 3 towards connector though, but yeah, there's a lot of noise made. This gets really weird because now Keo does not have the element of surprise anymore because they hear this. All 3 condo. This is a crazy play. 20 seconds left. There's no kits, I believe. No kits is the bigger problem. You need to get on the bomb now and then worry about eliminating these 3 players later. You need to start sticking it. Shield goes for it. MP Nice tries to slow them down with human body shield.
Oh,
they can't run him through
here.
it.
There it
The
is.
spray down, but yeah. That is shut down, and that's another rough round for SkyFury, right? Toxic has $600. I know he wants to buy the M4 next, but at least have 1 kit, guys. Just 1. So back-to-back rough losses for SkyFury here.
Yeah, this starts to get in your head a little bit. I was saying, you know, and it still applies. There has been no comfort. I have not seen a single buy round so far where I've said, yeah, you know what? CYBERSHOKE actually did a really good job in that round, and it looked comfortable, right? Their entire comeback here on the T side has been a result of poor finances for SkyFury, or like ridiculous situations like the Blixie clutch, like what we saw in that last round there where they had the disadvantage and they kind of win it purely down to the fact that SkyFury didn't have a defuse kit. It's a real mess. I like the idea of tripling up Con, but the whole point behind it is you're expecting them to be, ooh, that was kind of crisp, to be rotating through connector, so then you can all overwhelm on that fight. And the fact that nobody was then there was then a, oh shit, like, you know, they've now got the info, we've given them free raid, we've given them loads of space on the site, they can just smoke us off and defuse, and it all gets very scrappy, and, you know, nothing confident about that. You're just spraying and praying, and luckily they did find the angle and the sight line with that Galil, but right here, and of course, a half buy out of SkyFury. They will have the max loss bonus, so enough to invest into the next. Temple's found one with that MP9 as well, so an extra $600 in the bank to make that $1,200. Maybe a chance for more. Making things expensive here for the T's. There's not a huge amount of money in the bank. Oh no, Fenneman's missed the shot. There you go. It's okay, but he will die to the bomb. So 11 to 10, big stuff. Does that AWP get recovered? No, it's been blown somewhere awkward. It's okay, they'll have one anyway.
Damn, that, as you said, you know, so many of those rounds are just rounds you should be winning 95% of the time, and they just find themselves in the worst position possible twice. Don't go and gamble today, you know, you will lose on any odds possible.
When teams are playing like this, right, you know, you see people in the chat, people that place these bets, and, you know, they're going off all the stats and everything, and you know, when you've got matches like this, you can't write this, you can't predict this. Especially that Blixie clutch, and I feel like that really turned the tides as well. That would have actually been the difference between SkyFury hitting 11 rounds and CYBERSHOKE having no money, and instead it's been this catalyst to finally, I don't want to say it just yet because it is a 5v2 and we've seen 2 of these go the other way so far, but finally a confident round from CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, it's good to see, and I think this might be it. You know, I said both on double digits. I did not expect SkyFury to not move away from that 10, but I think their morale has just been completely broken, right? Like, Shield was on, I believe, 30 and 3 as well. He has not gone completely quiet, but, you know, just not converting rounds off his own. And if you look at the rest of the team, I mean, Temple has been doing well, but at the same time, he has been twice in the position to just get the 11th, close things out, and twice he, well, for different reasons, but, you know, he just was not up for the task. Don't want to blame him too much, but simply, when that's something on your mind as well, and you're the other top fragger, like, you stop performing, the rest of the crew is kind of demoralized as well after, you know, spectating you in those 1v1s. It's unfortunate, but it seems like CYBERSHOKE's, I guess, experience, and moreover, SkyFury's inexperience in these very easy positions to shut it down. They lost a 2v5 pistol as well, right? There have been so many of these. A 1v4 and a 2v5 in the same half is pretty crazy.
Well, a little margin for error now. I don't know where this has come from. You know, we say again that Anubis is a T-sided map, but so many of these rounds have gone the way of CYBERSHOKE, and it's been nothing to do with it being T-sided at all, right? It's just been sort of coin tosses after coin tosses. Mistakes from SkyFury that are going to keep them up at night if they can't pull this back, to be honest. They end up losing this map and losing this series as a result. They will think back to that Blixie clutch. They will think back to that 2 versus 5 in the pistol that they lost. Nightmare fuel.
Oh, not like
As
this.
is that glowing. What a time for it as well. Just a rough salt in the wound of everything that's happened so far in this second half.
This is right when I read somebody in the chat for the 4th time saying glowing is throwing, which you know, it's interesting. It's like you can't script this, right? It's insane what has happened in this match. Phenomenon, though, misses the first, connects on the second. Toxic not given the chance to get away. It seems like they still want to somewhat engage this connector play, but don't do it. You're up against an op, and this is like dying chance for SkyFury to get some information, attack at long. Gives them something. Unfortunately, that A bomb site has been left completely open. That's where CYBERSHOKE want to finish off this round, and seems like finish off this map as well. An 8-4 scoreline turning into 10-13, but it wasn't CYBERSHOKE playing out of their mind. They played all right. SkyFury simply made one too many mistakes, and now they need a bit of a mistake coming from CYBERSHOKE's end, because if they just play how you should play CS in this situation, this one is over. 3v5 is just so difficult to retake the site in.
Yeah, certainly is. Bomb down, beeping away. One kicked on Temple. They need to keep an eye on it, but it's gone down. Thorthric will be able to take one back, but it's all onto Shield. The man of the hour, the man of the first half, who finished it 13-3, finishes the game 18-13. Can't have that same kind of damage output there in the second half. And of course, can't be the saviour to deliver them one of those famous Blixie 1v4s to keep them in the game. So it's CYBERSHOKE with one hell of a recovery. And, well, you see the entire round share. It is a sea of yellow. There were only 4 CT rounds won in that entire game. Just wild scenes.
For sure. Phenomenon will get the MVP. I think he deserves it. I think the whole squad showed up. Perhaps you would give it to Blixie because of that 1v4. I think without the 1v4, they still win the game. SkyFury still win the game. So we'll give it to Phenomenon. I think Blixie would have been a better choice. But again, you know, there were multiple heroes of that map. Also on the side of SkyFury, we saw Shield, we saw Temple. Look, just to play a devil's advocate here a little bit, like, it's bad when you watch how it all unfolded, how it all ended. It's bad, and you're like, oh boy, you know, SkyFury are just not that good of a team. This is them being heavy underdogs, playing on the first map, which was CYBERSHOKE's map pick, and still looking like they would close out, looking like they were the better team. And sure, they made some mistakes, which is fine for an inexperienced roster. I'm just saying, I don't think this is all over. We're going to be going on to Train next, which is a map where, well, CYBERSHOKE have a 50% win rate, but if you pick Train, you're expected to do good on it. I hope we get another double digits on both sides. Hopefully that third map, because I think this is a really fun and exciting matchup. But ultimately, we have to go on a break, and we're returning with Train.
Right.
SkyFury surprised a lot of people, but unfortunately they were not able to close out on that CyberShoke map pick of Anubis. 13-10 the scoreline, and now we are heading to another map. This one picked by SkyFury, that being Train. Unfortunately, I think MJ is having some connection problems, so he'll be back as quickly as possible, and once he is, we'll be ready to get going. It is going to be Train. It is going to be a map that, we should be expecting good things from for the side of SkyFury. Hello, MJ, my friend.
Hello. My headset died. I didn't realize. I didn't hear the go, go, go.
Happens. We're all good. I mean, we're getting ready to head on to Train. This is obviously the map pick of SkyFury. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Oh, we're back. There we go.
Beautiful.
Train,
my
friend.
Yeah, exactly. I am not sure what's in store for us, to be perfectly honest. Now, obviously, this is the SkyFury map pick, so you can only assume that they've been doing their preparations there, but it's not one that they've played so far. In their opening game against Nexus, they actually picked into Mirage, so yeah, I really don't know sort of what's going to come for Train. As I say, I imagine that they've been doing their preparations there, but giving CyberShoke the pick of the sides, it is a map that CyberShoke also play. Sort of very recent results haven't looked great. They lost to they 5, but they are two very formidable teams. More historically, going into the past sort of 3, 4, 5 weeks, they have actually looked really good here in the So I think we are teed up, especially after that very disappointing end to that first map. I think we are teed up a little bit for a CyberShoke 2-0, but we'll see. I think, SkyFury showed us a lot of fight there in that first map. It could absolutely bring more to the table here.
Yeah, I think that first map was very momentum-based as well, right? We saw a lot of streaks. We didn't exactly see a lot of back and forth. So this pistol round potentially could put either team in a very good position, at least mentally, to keep going. It's going to be the push towards B, but that is beautifully shut down by Glowing and Nataneki. And this seems just like a very dry round coming in from SkyFury. They lose that opening pick towards A. The B setup doesn't work out. You have a 2v5. And, well, to be honest, we did see back-to-back 2v5s today. So anything really is possible. This and another round like that, we already saw it. But we'll see how they want to approach this. Leaving a Tori towards Pop Dog, and the bomb will reapproach from main. They're hoping to maybe, group up and eliminate somebody like Blixie here, who's holding the front line of this A defense. Phenomenon is the one being spotted. Gets dinked up as well. There's another player. Blixie peeks in the perfect time, and that is a clean-cut pistol round coming in for CyberShoke. They are gonna take some time and Blixie to actually find the last headshot. They'll still convert the first.
Yeah, tidy stuff. Very, very tidy stuff. Starting off on this CT side as well, which Train's really difficult to sort of gauge at the moment. I know it's not like super new anymore, but it is obviously our newest map in the pool, and it hasn't been around for too long. Teams are finally starting to sort of pick it up a little bit more, though. And yeah, it's, historically been a very, very CT-sided map. However, since the changes and the way that, the CTs don't have a direct sideline into main anymore from connector, that red train's been angled a little bit. Pop Dog works very differently as well. Teams are having a lot more success on their T side. I wouldn't go as far as to call it T-sided as per se, but yeah, it's definitely a whole lot more balanced than it used to be. So can't afford to just have these sort of one-sided first halves and brush it off into the second like you used to be able to. CyberShoke, tidy stuff there for the second just against the eco. Only losing that one in P9. I'll be happy to reinvest. Phenomenon, again, straight in with the AWP. This was a little bit of a mistake last time around. He got punished for doing this. But on a map like Train, it does feel like that sniper really is priority.
Yeah, I think Train is the most inconsistent when it comes to which side has the advantage. I've seen great T sides that are later, there's a comeback. Same can be said for the CT. I don't know. I think it really depends on the teams playing. And our first real rifle round is a go. Glowing's on the MP9, the rest of the crew heading down towards B. This is how they got shut down in the pistol. This time the setup is a little bit different. They want to go quick, and again, the individual aim duels is just what kept converting on Anubis as well. T side, they finished 9 and 3, and that was off of just, taking aggressive picks, taking calculated risks, and ultimately just winning your gunfights. This round is not all over though yet. The bomb is still in spawn pretty much, which has given Atori the chance to wiggle around. This is such a weird round, man. You have Phenomenon tucked in the corner. Does he? Oh my god.
Oh.
What?
Oh, wow, okay.
Right.
That is kind of wild timing, and this round is back in business. It was a big mistake made from Noteneki at the start. I'll explain that in a minute. The poor call puts it into a 3-on-3 at least, though. 40 seconds left, and the pressure's on for SkyFury to try and go for this plant. Timing, awkward, glowing. Able to walk up Ivy. Are they going to expect this spike? The answer is yes. Lovicus, quick to the trigger, snappy to the head. Glowing follows up with another, and it's all onto Shield. He was an absolute demon at the start of Anubis, but can't deliver much here, especially not with that rifle. So it'll be 3 on the board for CYBERSHOKE. They keep those rifles alive as well. They throw away that 1 MP9, 2 AKs and an AWP coming out. Absolute major success. But, yeah, I was worried for a second next. Noteneki was jiggling the B ramp, waiting for that contact, holding an incendiary to deploy it as soon as he took that contact. He took it, but he decided to make the call that actually they weren't going to try and press him off of the contact made, and that instead they were just going to walk back. So he doesn't insta-deploy. It's only when they then press out, kill Blixie, that he panics and throws the incendiary grenade and can go 1-for-1. But, yeah, it's that little split-second decision of, are they going to press me off of this contact or not? He guesses incorrectly, and it actually costs them the early advantage. But covered beautifully. I'm ready to go into round number 4. Start from Blixie.
He was the one, man. He was the one that's completely switched the momentum on Anubis. And Glowing was very quiet on Anubis, so it's good to see him starting to lock in a little bit. He's 6-1, trying to recover after what happened on that first map. But 2v4 now underway. Blixie going for the smoke spam. Seems like SkyFury wanna just hold down these angles. They don't exactly have anything to work with, so I think it's gonna come to a little bit of a standstill. SkyFury looking to take away a rifle or two before going down, but ultimately not exactly looking to go for the clutch. Peeks out. Oh, hold on. Maybe they might change their mind now. Yeah, there's not really much to lose. You've picked up an M4 as well, which we dropped for not Blixie, because what is happening? Oh my god, Shield is gonna get another. How did that unravel? That was such weird timing there. And there's only one on the B side. It's Glowing. I said he has been playing good. He needs to play better. 2 kills in this round. Needs a third. Starts to shoot way too early. And that'll give Shield the chance to take down Glowing. Though this was a 2v4 and they had a P250 and a Deagle it was. Oh my god, again. So inconsistent, this whole best of 3.
Yeah, it's another majorly choked round, as you say. We've seen our fair share of those. Venom had a rifle. I think he'd sort of fancy himself at this, especially with Shield having no Kevlar. But yeah, for that AWP, doesn't want to touch it any further. So we'll just back off, allow the first to go the way of SkyFury. Not a round that they're going to be happy about at all. And yeah, a really bizarre fight there actually from Glowing, because that angle is really favorable, because obviously you can see their feet before they see you. So you have that advantage in the gunfight in that you have a little early warning sign. But it's so easy, especially when you're super trigger happy, and the time to kill for these players is so small because they're all so fast and reactions are so crisp. As soon as you see a foot, you do kind of panic a little bit and instinctively start shooting. Right. But yeah, on an angle like that, as you say, it's pulling the trigger that little bit too early. He gets off about 30 damage when realistically he should be winning that duel. First on the board though. Maybe the start of more to come for SkyFury. We'll see. Last round wasn't super convincing, but a great recovery at the end.
I mean, they had
with a bit of
pistols, right?
confidence.
So I think this might get them fired up, because now they're on the rifles as well. They feel kind of iffy with how that last rifle round ended, where they actually had the player advantage. They had to lurk all the way towards CT. Glowing burns a lot in that molly, and they want to just exterminate him. They know exactly where he is. Smoke blown open, but he keeps us cool and the cover. Which leads SkyFury to rotate over to B a little bit. It has been something they'd like to explore quite a lot. And there's a timing. If you just walk through the smoke, they're not going to be... Oh my, they're walking through the smoke, dude. Alright, well, this is spotted. Atori still with a headshot. No way! Atori gets 2 there, and he knows another one was on the B side, so he just runs away. That triggers rotation from Glowing, who is caught out in the open, and that is just a crazy round to lose. Atori should have been dead to his rights there. The fact that he gets 1, fine, just the better aim, but 2 is criminal. He gets away with murder, and SkyFury will get away with the second, which can be said for Nadineki's M4.
Some confusing camera work from the observer there as well. Made me think that it was traded, because we sort of switched between the 2 players. I was like, oh yeah, well, that went how it was supposed to. And then you look at the kill feed and go, hang on a minute. That was Atori, found both, but yeah, super clean. Another round. I mean, it's not as crazy as the last, but it's another round that, with how it started and the situation that Atori was in there, you do really expect CYBERSHOKE to at least have an advantage to take that, which doesn't end up being the case at all. 3-2, good opportunity to tie up this scoreline in the next. CYBERSHOKE are not on any money. Notaneki staying alive. It gives him a rifle, but he doesn't have enough to drop anybody. 2,400 to come in the next, so if everybody saves, then there will be enough. Glowing could drop an AWP over. Venom could also just about buy one, but I think he'd rather receive the drop, buy himself a bit of util.
Bit of a tech pause here. SkyFury again starting to look really promising. I think they have at least surprised us, right? Because Anubis, it really should have been SkyFury's map. I mean, they didn't convert it, but you know, it was a 4v1. You had to just win a 4v1. You'd have, like, I believe 11-7 would have been the scoreline. Like, at that point, pretty reasonable to assume you're converting. They just kept losing. They actually clutched out a 2v5 in the first half, only to lose a 2v5 on the pistols immediately after that round. And it does seem like they're a team very much based on momentum, which is something you see a lot with new teams, right? They don't exactly play defaults, they try different things, and when the things they try start working, they're feeling it. There's the momentum, and when things they try are not working, well, they don't exactly have a backup plan. So, at least for me, I mean, this is a fun matchup, right? You have a pretty consistent lineup of CYBERSHOKE that kind of just play default CS and, you know, have some good, have some bad days. And then you have SkyFury, just a team that is literally playing their 3rd official match. Still trying to figure out how to work out as a team, but you already see some great prospects on the team. Shield was destroying everyone in the first half of Anubis. Temple as well has looked really good, although has a little bit of that choking ability. Keo, though, sitting on 0. A slow start. We're 5 rounds in. Hopefully that doesn't tilt him too much and he can recover, because we know he can be dangerous as well. We saw glimpses of that on Anubis.
Oh, Venom has been pretty terrifying with that sniper so far this series, but normally the bigger, more expensive one right here. We've got the Scout Impolite up against the sniper from Shield. Could be a little bit of an issue, but an A stack. Nobody here towards B. Bomb's been left behind, so SkyFury aren't committed just yet, but they are in the brown halls and teasing the presence here towards that beta bomb site. I like this boost up. Notaneki with a sight line. Again, it'll be that early warning call. Going to be feeling a little hard done by the way that the last couple of rounds have found themselves. Sort of hard rotation. This is all mind games now. This is all down to timing, and it seems like SkyFury have got the upper hand.
Well, he comes in. Yeah, this buy is kind of keeping you in the game. If you can't win it, it's It'll be really difficult. SkyFury do like to play a little bit slow. We saw that on Anubis. It is a map that kind of requires it on the T side, but nothing has really changed too much for Train either. You have 35 seconds to piece this one together. Both sides have not even seen each other yet. This is our first engagement. With 30 seconds down, it's going to come down to A main. While the rest of SkyFury look to head towards B again. It's really a side they love pushing. Temple, Refrag comes in, but, well, there's a 5-7 on B towards Heaven. Good timing to surprise them, and good think as well. Now that allows not Neki to arrive. Get the shot down. You have 13 seconds here. This is going to go down to the time. You need some eliminations fast. One deliver. Bomb plant will come down. Temple with another. It's a 2v2, man. As chaotic as it gets, there's an M4 and a 5-7 into play. Out in the open, Temple with the frag, leaving Phenomen in a 1v2.
All of that on the first. Gonna be hard to win this fight against Temple, though. With the lower HP, needs to be quicker to the trigger, and he absolutely is. Phenomen's got the kit as well, so plenty of time to deal with that. And a round that, yeah, shouldn't have really been taking. I said at the very start, Lovicus is surely dead here, close to A main. Somehow ends up winning that fight. It's Blix's 5-7 up from Heaven that causes all the issues, right? For SkyFury, it was always a bit of an issue on Old Train as well. If you are going to try and execute towards that B-bomb site, you do have to clear Heaven. There's always a chance that someone's lingering up there. And once you go down that ramp, you're so preoccupied with all of the different elevations, all of the different gunfights that you can be taking, and, you know, prioritizing crossing to that site and getting that plant down. Are they reward posters for chickens?
Yeah, so I was casting with Max. The chickens have been missing, and they've been missing for a while, because I think the observers have been showing us, well, for the better half of the month now.
Okay, so they're missing chickens, but not wanted. They're not wanted for. Like,
I'm not sure. I think one was missing. Maybe there's a missing one and a wanted one.
Maybe they're the same chicken. Maybe
I didn't know chickens were up to things like this. Seems like a recent development.
I don't think it's. You know, I think it's too much of a convenience that they appear in all of these different maps where there's all these terrorist activities going on. Oh, that's nostalgia. That's nostalgia right there. Oh my God, even older. We go all the way back.
I think one of the first ever clips of CS I saw was like Forrest doing something crazy on that version of the train.
Old school. I like all the Easter eggs on this map, and, you know, Valve's attention to detail. I think you can sort of say what you want about the Valve development team, and I think there's a lot of, you know, bad feeling about certain aspects of the game. But yeah, I love these little attentions to detail. They very clearly care about, you know, the history of Counter-Strike. There's another one right there. One that knows them all.
Do you know about the like creepy lady on Inferno?
I don't think so.
There's like there's like 2 or 3 instances of a very creepy like frame of an old lady, just like a photo. I think one is towards second mid, right below where you jump up to apps.
Oh.
And I was casting a map there. Actually twice now, back of the old installments of Galaxy Battle, back where there were just solo casts. I was casting, and I don't remember who the observer was, but they kept going back to the creepy lady, and at one point I was just like, please make it stop. She's very scary if you keep looking at for a long while. I think it was like my 3rd best of 3 of the day as well. I was just like, I don't know, man. I'm starting to see things.
Sitting her in your sleep. Creepy Inferno lady. Alright, well, SkyFury are in a little bit of trouble. You can see on the cams, no one's sort of laughing or smiling. Everyone's locked in. I like that sleeve there. I think that was glowing sleeve. He had like the Ticket to Hell skin on his sleeve. I've never tried one of those.
I have a gaming sleeve. I showed it to my girlfriend. She was just like, yeah, that is gay. But it kind of helps me play better, you know?
I feel it. When you've got like a sweaty arm, it sticks to the desk or whatever.
It depends on your sensitivity as well, because I play a pretty low sense, so like I elbow aim a lot as well. I think if you're just a wrist aimer, it doesn't matter, right? But it really matters when you're kind of, moving your whole hand, and the consistency is like different because like maybe your forearm is a little bit wet or something. So I don't know. It's like a 5% improvement probably. I'm not exactly in the skill bracket to go for small improvements like that. Should probably just fix my utility, but yeah, it's good. I like it. If you have $10 to spare, I think you can get it for like 2 from AliExpress or something probably.
Beautiful. Well, this round is absolute chaos. There's just been so much. Oh no, they've seen the barrel. How does Blixie get away with that? He almost takes a second there as well. Fenneman's position might actually go... No, okay, it's not going to go overlooked. They molly it. They smoke it. Now it's being held. The timing's awkward. Fenneman wins that fight. The second flick is disgusting. And CYBERSHOKE are right back to winning ways. You can see a little smile there. Yeah, he's happy with that. You should be, my friend. That was a crisp shot. But yeah, that round was just bizarre, right? SkyFury actually found themselves onto B for free. They'd anticipated that there was one push close ramp. They find that kill. I thought that was just going to be sort of round over, but they overcomplicate things a little bit. They spread all around the map and spread a little too thin. And it kind of boils down to the fact that SkyFury, so consistently on their defaults, have been leaving this bomb on the T stairs and therefore having to go back for it. So when they're able to sort of capitalize on like an initial entry, they can't just, snowball off of it and run it down and plant the bomb and sort of take that advantage, We see it again right there. It's a little wake
Yeah, that's a round that just kind of unfolds really quickly, right? Like there's not it's trade for trade, and then Phenomenon, that's his second really impactful late round play. He clutched that 1v2, that kept CYBERSHOKE's advantage there, because otherwise their money would have been wiped. And this round as well, in fact, like look at the cash. This is twice now Phenomenon doing so much work to keep CYBERSHOKE in the game, to convert really impactful rounds. He's on 6-1, but 4 of those kills have come from, well, 2 of those hero plays. So he activates when they need him. He's a specialist. The clutch master. Molly will be laid down. They can hear SkyFury going for the quick play, and rotation's already made. 2 towards connector. Ooh, a bit of a dink-up team dink, I think maybe it was. Maybe it came from the Galil. Either way, it will still shut down this attack. As I say that a 2v3, make that 2 unfolds. And Keo and Temple, yeah, they keep attacking these rounds where they have no business of winning them. But hold on, that should not be allowed, and it won't. At least the bomb goes down with the buy that they had. I think there should be someone happy of it. And Temple, man, he has... Oh,
what?
No. Oh my god, that is insane. Temple has been so unlucky in these... I think that's his 5th 1v1 that he has lost on, well, both maps combined. And that's weird, right? Because he's been playing well. He played really well on Anubis, maybe train a little bit slower, but he's on like 1-12, where you're like, okay, he's not able to do anything. He's simply not. He's the opposite of what Phenomenon is doing.
Wow. Yeah, Temple has been getting unlucky. Someone mentioned earlier, he's been in so many clutch situations, keeps losing them, but you can't expect him to win that one there. There is not a whole lot he can do. I think he was even playing that right, trying to tuck to the blue train and play behind that smoke, but just punished. Q's plan, I think he overcooks it a little bit, I'll be honest. The 2 versus 2, I understand the idea, just completely misreads the situation. It's a little unfortunate. CYBERSHOKE are now hitting the realm of this being, a good half, and they have the potential to make it a very good one. These early rounds sort of going their way, but coming a little bit close. It still felt like an open book, an open door until now. At this point, it's 6-2, and SkyFury really need to start biting back here. This is their map pick, and they're becoming increasingly irrelevant in it. Oh, nice shot from Shield. God. I'm very surprised that Phenomenon is not sort of anticipating that. That's like a really horrible angle to be holding as an AWP, and yeah, the fact that Shield peeks up from above the dumpsters, just kind of obvious, but yeah, plays a 50-50. There's no need for him to play a 50-50. Oh.
Glowing is going to get a headshot on Temple. Tori with the refrag will leave us in a 3v4. Hold on. He's arriving. Atori is the one to get the frag on glowing. And a 2v4 underway now. Monte and Blixie will try to clutch this one out. Or... hold on. I think they might just try to save it.
Yeah, I don't think they will. They'll just hold on to these weapons bizarrely, despite the fact that it's 6-2. The money is not very good here for the CTs. That's obviously just a result of how close so many of these rounds have come. In fact, almost all of them have come very, very close. So taking a lot of casualties. Things have been expensive. We'll have to sort of bite the bullet here, hold on to their money for that next. Does mean things will go 6-3, and SkyFury pull off exactly what is required of them, which is the start of a bit of a comeback here. It's a good round. Keep 4 players alive. It's almost perfect. Can't really ask for anything more. They don't hunt either. They don't get greedy. They stay super disciplined. They recognize the fact the economy is important. There's still a fair few rounds left to be played in the half. There's another 3 after that one there. So, yeah, keep the finances healthy. And they'll be the ones that have the advantage going into round number 10.
All right then, 6-3. Another chance to attack this with the rifles. Will be Shield on the op. Still looking to find some impact. He has had some slow starts to these games. Anubis, he went from 3-2 to 13-3, which is insane. Means he got 10 kills and 1 death in the following rounds. Now, SkyFury would really need him right now to activate, because it does feel a little bit dry. Nobody else is really stepping up to the mark. Temple as well was playing so well on Anubis and has slowed down since. I think maybe Athori is the one to look at here for more individual impact.
I just saw the Inferno Lady picture. That is nightmare fuel.
Yeah, and they kept going back to it, man. And then I was like, you know when they like pan in and it's like, oh, we're going to T-spawn, oh, we're going to CT spawn. It was just like I was stuck in a repetitive dream, in a nightmare where like every time we started to pan in and we just eventually go to the lady. I'm still, you know, I still have PTSD from that game.
Sleep paralysis demon. Novicus. Oh my god. How does he keep getting away with this? How does he keep finding himself close main and getting a freebie kill with an MP9? Almost finding himself a second again. That's a good HE. Should do a decent chunk of damage. It will. Mega damage. They need to follow up. Bullets still connecting. Everybody low, but they can't finish off their meals. And finally, it'll be Athori's AK to do so. Flashbang around, but tucked in the corner. It'd be too wide of a swing to take that fight. They know he's there. Eventually, Blixie will drop Toxic. Oh no. A disconnect. It's a bad time for it. Tease no Taneki up for an easier clutch. Do they know that Athori's still in that corner? They should. No Taneki surely clears this. Well, wide swing. Big headshot. Now anticipating the second peak. It's the AWP, but of course, Shield does not miss those. A much closer round. One with a curveball of a disconnection. So they're lucky to get it over the line. We will go into a tech pause to allow Toxic to reconnect to the server and whatnot. But, yeah, another close round. And, honestly, as much as, you know, I feel like in both situations where we've seen Lovicus playing up close in main, he could have and really should have had a second kill. The fact that MP9, it's like, you know, the contingency in the buy is consistently able to, you know, trade 1-for-1 is brilliant. You can't really ask anything more of an MP9 when you go into a round like that. And it's sort of the rest of the team that are struggling to take the reins in those situations. Venom definitely slowed down a bit in these last couple of rounds as well. Remember, he was 6-1. We were singing him all the praises. These last couple, not able to do damage. Oh, where are we going? We're going on a little train ride?
That was a smooth transition, man.
Yeah.
That looked really good. Good job, production. I think we don't have Wander for the time being. We have Evolution cast, and Wander is returning in a couple. Yeah. That is the truth.
I do know why. Yeah. Forgot about that.
Another tech pause. There have been these littered all throughout this best of 3. I don't know what the issue is, but it seems like just different players keep having different issues with things. Maybe he slammed his desk or his mouse too hard.
I don't think not in the 3 versus 1 clutch while playing. I think that was I'm not sure. Not sure about that. I'm upside down right now though. That's my head. I'm one of these people that, you know, likes. I wouldn't go as far as say I like roller coasters, but like I don't mind like roller coasters that loop and stuff in terms of, you know, like they're fun, whatever. But I cannot deal with being upside down. Like it absolutely wrecks me for like the entire day. If I go upside down, that's it. I'm just like, it's like, wow, yay, fun roller coaster, and then I get off and I just
What do
feel
you mean?
so sick. I'm like the most
Just from being upside down, you're like, damn.
Bro, even if I'm like trying to check for something under the bed or something, right? It's like, oh yeah, where's my socks? And I check under the bed, bam, head upside down. That's it. I'm cooked for like an hour.
I think there was some kind of torture device in the medieval times where they just hang you upside down, let all the blood flow to your head.
Yeah,
That
that
is, I
would
guess,
have
your worst nightmare.
something like that. I don't know. To be fair, some of the other medieval torture devices, I probably would have preferred to be hung upside down. Just feel a bit dizzy, than having your nuts chopped
No, but
off or
they'd
something.
leave you there for like 4 hours, you know, and all of your blood would just go to your head. I don't know. I was at a castle once as a European would do.
Yeah, we love those. All right, well, fully go here for CYBERSHOKE. So going from, you know, being in a very powerful position at 6-2 and looking great to close out this half with a major advantage, it's now almost definitely going to go 6-5, and they'll be playing for 7 at the best. I don't want to completely count out these pistols, but it seems like they have also made the wrong call on this. They've actually got a very fast flank, so if SkyFury take too long here, there's a world that, yeah, these pistols might be able to take a couple. Lovicus opts against pulling the trigger instantly. Instead, just to keep cooking, they are going to check the flank.
No.
Oh, it's all right. 1 for 1.
Yeah, but I think the check is the big thing here, right? And the weapon that they get is the op, which is you need an AK there. Toxic is moving in with the backstab as well. They're actually gonna. Well, they seemed aware now that awareness is gone, and so is glowing. The 1, the 2 toxic on for the 3. They really would love to save the op. Phenomenon is running away. Blixie can draw him in. Actually, they're. I don't know. I feel like if you're Phenomenon, just run away here, right? You don't need these fights. You do not need them. Seems like they'll still work out for the better. 3 HP. I think he is far away. The op is saved.
Oh my god.
5-6 scoreline. Crazy round, man.
The spams were wildly close. I can't believe a bullet didn't hit him there. That would have been wild if he fell to one of those stray shots. It would have killed him for sure. Yeah, 6-5. Honestly, if that flank comes in like a second earlier, then that could have been huge. But the problem that you face is the second that they then push down to B and no one's there in Brown Halls, this whole like great long flank that you've got going could have then just been through Long Dog, and you know, it's kind of awkward. Toxic's disconnected again though, and I think it might have been after damage was dealt, so I don't think we can have a restart here. I'm not sure CYBERSHOKE will be happy to restart. It felt like he disconnected simultaneously as damage was dealt, so we might still be live here. I think we are. Never risk riding a roller coaster in the UK, I feel you. Alton Towers made that, you know, terrifying prospect. Happens. First world country with bad roller coaster safety.
Ooh,
I thought we'd be known for that.
What? Dude, that's a tilter. He pops out of the smoke, Lovicus sees it, goes back in it again, pops out again, and gets the headshot. Damn. That is a little bit tilting, and also opens up the possibility to still convert this round. 3v3. All sides pretty much equal. Natori, I threw the smoke again. No way, dude, what? How did he know about the second? That was insta. Wow.
Jeez, man. Athori has just had, like, moments, right? He's had these moments where he's just been crazy. This isn't going to be checked either. Yeah, he'll top it off with a 3K. Looks like he's playing from his kitchen on the webcam. And, yeah, just wild stuff. You know, not necessarily, like, consistent, picking up these kills, like, one by one or anything, but just these crazy moments where he just gets away with a multi-kill that he has no business in. There's another one right there. 3v3 turned 3v nothing. CYBERSHOKE will choke a major lead that they had, and we'll go 6-6 at the halfway point. A little bit of a skin roll for you, though. Chance to win something, perhaps. As we were saying before, we've not had any crazy luck so far in these opening stages, and that will continue. A Sakaku. Well done, Kuya Cannon. Congratulations on your new shiny Mac 10 skin.
Yeah, I think we need to juice up the odds a little bit. I think the production told us that, like, the more viewers we have, the better giveaways I do, which I think is an amazing concept, right?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Both sides get something out of it. Yeah, we talked about the clock as well. It never, well, it's right twice a day, I guess.
That
you added dynamically adjusting.
Far off.
No.
I don't know what time it is for you, but that's like 7 minutes off or something for me. Pretty close. Check again. Check and get in 5 minutes production.
All right, shitso moment. Shield and Temple are gonna get the headshots in the 2v4. This is a crucial pistol round as well. We might have kind of downplayed it, but 6-6, right? You want to have the upper hand in this, and just not against SkyFury. They've had these issues of converting rounds that are very easy to do, and they've also converted some really difficult rounds, so you just need some more consistency. Just need to convert this 1v4. Keo will do exactly that, giving SkyFury the 1-round lead. And again, this is another very close map. Way closer than I think most expected.
So watching SkyFury versus CYBERSHOKE is medieval torture. I would take it over any of the other options, though, to be fair. Yeah, so far, as you sort of said, we've seen a real lack of, like, consistency from both sides. I think, you know, some of the rounds that SkyFury have been pulling off here in this map are quite reminiscent of what we were seeing on Anubis in that second half from CYBERSHOKE, where, you know, just these crazy scenarios that, you know, constantly they were taking their way. Fury have found themselves in that little streak, at least 5 in a row. Gonna make this 6 right here. Just making light work of the pistols. Lack of armor for the T side, that means they can't really take these gunfights. They'll have to eventually, though. You don't want to be surviving in a round like this.
Yeah, it was a great initial setup from SkyFury, and they don't really move. It's a bit of a standstill. Everyone waiting for the other side to make the first move. Keo, confident, long range with the M4. We'll get Phenomen. Also, the bomb is down, so yeah, it's just like kind of waiting for your doom. You know, you can't not go down here. That's a great shot from Toxic. Mobicus takes one with him, but ultimately a good round from SkyFury. And because of the full save almost, CYBERSHOKE will now be able to buy rifles, which is where things get dangerous, because this is where it got out of hand on Anubis as well. Once they got their hands on the rifles, they were just able to out-aim their opponents quite a bit.
Yeah. Perhaps even a bit of a blessing in disguise losing that MP9 in the last round as well. I'm sort of surprised from CYBERSHOKE. As soon as they established that M4, I'm surprised that they didn't just run into the M4. I thought the whole sort of staying alive thing was because they were worried that the MP9 was around the corner and they didn't want to feed the SMG. They did end up giving him another there, so a little bit awkward. No Taneki. Ready and waiting for the long dog push. What a shot, Shield. Got a little bit slow to the trigger there, but I think it was just No Taneki being super quick. And it did seem, the way that Shield was jiggling, like he was perhaps about to come off of the angle. So, just caught on an awkward timing. We'll give them an advantage here to CYBERSHOKE, but they're giving up so much map control. They're happy. The CTs to take a bit of space. Bad team kill from Venomant. Deny the opportunity at the two-man advantage.
Wait, whoa, they push out. Toxic with the perfect timing to go out. Temple, oh my god. That was a 3v4 shut down in 2 seconds, man. Insane stuff from SkyFury. Especially with how the round starts, right? Shield just taking the bullet right to the dome, and it looks like it's just gonna all unravel the way of CYBERSHOKE, but this time SkyFury stays strong. And it is that inconsistency that you're talking about, right? It is the fact that when they have the advantage, a lot of times they're not able to convert, but when their opponents are in a position of power, well, they overrule that any day of the week. It's going to be an erratic end to this train map, I do believe, and we'll talk about erratic, talk about chaos as an A-main push, which is quickly getting shut down, although Lovicus finds 2 with the Tech 9. Temple's position now known as well. They want to just run him down. He has to worry about his backside as well. It's Lovicus with the front with the 3-piece shield now. Need to convert it. Oh my god, he's just feeling it off the ladder, and now on for the ace.
Honestly, this game, this entire series has just been completely wild. The round prior was ridiculous, right? I don't even want to get back into it. It was just a complete mess. And they follow it up by just saying, you know what, we're better than these guys. Let's just run it down. Tech 9's out of A. Lovicus has found 4. Was actually on for the ace there at the end as well. Clobbing snatches it away with the AWP, but a masterclass from him and just full confidence, you know. It takes a special mindset to not just run out and get the triple entry like he does, but to go on the ladder, hear the AWP on you, and jump off of it for the wide swing like that. It's just disgusting. Forces SkyFury back down to a weakened bye. Gives CYBERSHOKE a real opportunity to tie things back up. But yeah, this has just been a very, very strange series so far. I wouldn't mind seeing a third map.
Yeah, it's the same thing, man, right? They win out that 3v4 instantly, and then they choke against Tech 9s. I've been banging on with some calls today, man. I told you it was going to get erratic, and, well, we're at a Tech 9 conversion. Now Phenom getting the opening frag as well. It's, again, this push from SkyFury towards Ivy, but that's just so many resources. That means that A is completely open. Sure, take Ivy control. Sure, the spawn is yours as well. Let's make a trade deal, because we are going to take side. We're going to plant the bomb, and ultimately, this is just a save call at this point. 2 MP9s and a FAMAS. You need to hold on to this weaponry. Temple, I think he crosses right in time. Actually picks up the AWP. Hold on. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Neither one wants to fight that one. Temple is not feeling confident with the AWP. He missed a big shot on Anubis as well. And so the AWP is now gone. Taken out. Seems like CYBERSHOKE are going to tie up this scoreboard.
He's actually hunting here as well, which I'm not the biggest fan of, because he's not hunting a lot. So, you know, getting rid of these MP9s doesn't really do a whole lot for them, and right there at the end, losing an AK is definitely more detrimental than getting rid of an MP9. But regardless, it's a good round out of them. They keep 4 players afloat. They break the money of SkyFury, who will just be down to an eco here. CYBERSHOKE more than likely should just be able to tie things up at 9 apiece, and maybe not quite have an advantage. I mean, maybe a bit of an advantage on the basis that if they can keep this round clean, then the money will certainly be leaning in their favour. Good HG. Athori's taking damage from the molly as well, so they'll hear him coming from a mile away. Lovicus follows up onto Toxic.
Those are the 2 weapons they had, right? They were going to go for some impact plays, because obviously if you just hold down angles, the USPs are going to be found first and destroyed. Unfortunately, this protection layer they were trying to put up just instantly falls. And 9-9 will be the scoreline out in the open. Now the Neki deals with it. I like Temple's idea. It's just too rough of a conversion. All 5 rifles being kept alive as well. So that economy is really getting a big injection here for the side of CYBERSHOKE. We're gonna have 8K, you know, probably can buy in the next 2. And for the side of SkyFury, it does feel like, you know, you're on the edge. You're on the precipice of either keeping this competitive or just completely falling off. You need 2 more good rounds here to feel like your economy is going to feel like, you know, you can't take this. This is a must-win one for SkyFury. All of their money thrown into this as well.
Back to the missing chickens. There is a reward for them if anyone wants to go looking. I've seen the one on the left. I've definitely seen him around. He might be on Inferno. The one on the right, I do not recognize. Trying to put 9 apiece, though, and yeah, there is that economic advantage for the T's. They've got a nice little cushion to fall back on, too. And this is feeling quite reminiscent of what we saw on Anubis again as we get late game. SkyFury, you know, they had control. They looked really good in the earlier stages of this match. Maybe not at the start. Remember, they went 6-2 down, but they found this great streak in the middle. They won 7 in a row. It was looking like they might just run away with things. And now when the going gets tough and they approach the finish line, seem to slow right down. Oh, awkward timing. Chloe pulls a nade out. Doesn't matter. No, Taneki will go 1 for 1. No chance for the trade back. Still a 4v4. No, he's here, so he's going to have to approach with caution if he is going to press this any further. Or he definitely with the advantage in that gunfight, so we'll just dial it back. It's coming to join him. Minute on the clock. Seems like it's going to be a B here. Right now, there's only 1 defending the site.
So this is a must-win round. Seems like their idea is to just go B. Oh my god, Temple with the double. That is huge. That's the M4 doing so much work. But Phenomenon, yeah, he's that late-stage player, that late-round player where he's able to hit the shots. Thor, he still gets Lavicus. And now that leaves Phenomenon in the 1v2. A very quick relocation. I'm not sure if they're going to be expecting him so close up towards Heaven. He could have gone somewhere else as well. I think they're trying to go for the spot. They do have a very good idea of his position. Peeks out in the open. He's not aware of the second player, though. Thori has made his presence unchecked.
Why is he shot?
Why? Oh, he has the deagle. Dude, what is happening? 8 seconds to go. You got to get the plant or the kill. He's going to commit to it. He's going to stick it. Thori knows it, so he chooses to relocate, go to the right side, find the legs, tag them up, and, oh, clutch this one out as well. It seemed real dicey there, and yeah, I'm not sure why you shot. But ultimately, you can see he's nervous, man, right? He's running back and forth, retrieving the op. Like, ooh, that is a huge sigh of relief.
That one comes a little close for comfort. You can see, yeah, smile on the face, but maybe more of a nervous smile of relief, because it was a bit of a must-win round, and it does come absolutely down to the wire. One of the things that makes, and historically made this map so CT-sided, though, was not just the way that the A-bomb site works with the trains, but actually the fluidity between being able to rotate. When you compare it to a map like Dust2 or Inferno, and the CTs having to, you know, run a marathon to bounce between the 2 sites, right here you can overcommit. You can overcommit to A. You can just play 1B anchor and still get those rotates in time. That's exactly what we saw last round. As soon as the util started flying in, SkyFury had the numbers ready and waiting. Entries will go the way of SkyFury. CYBERSHOKE were given so much space again. The trades are there. 3v3, shield. Scoped in. He knows there's one here. He's just been smoked off. He's going to try and play through it, but having to rescope. No Taneki. Should have had the advantage there. Ends up losing. The 2v2. Such a mess.
Hold on, it is a bit of a mess, but it's again another 1v1. And man, it's Shield against Blixie. Shield again has really woken up heading into the mid to late rounds of this game. And then you have Blixie, the guy who's 1v4, completely changed the momentum on Anubis and made them be able to make the comeback, you know, get another incredible round, ultimately win 13-10. This is really a 1v1 for the whole best of 3, it feels. Obviously, there's a world where either side converts and, you know, next round they'll lose, but it does feel like this is just the point where everything changes. Bomb is down, Shield knows it. They both relocate. Blixie is so far away where he originally was, but Shield is actually aware of this. He's holding down Ivy. 25 seconds left. Low HPs on both.
This is all timing. Blixie has no idea. I mean, nor does Shield, but Shield knowing that he's still got the bomb down, timing everything, and there you go. Barrel's been spotted. Shield should just be able to walk up, get him with this AWP. Oh my god. Oh my god. Planting in the smoke as well. Has to swap to the USP. Blixie, rifle out. All right. Shield does play that almost to perfection. I kind of like the fact that he doesn't pull the trigger. He's very aware that, you know, he's dealing with, like, thin margins, and if he misses the shot, then he's dead. But, jeez. Yeah, that round literally coming down to timings, being the difference between an 11-9 and, you know, a good opportunity to close this out or time things up 10-10 is scary. CYBERSHOKE are going to call a pause off of the back of it, talk things over, because I think they'd much prefer to just get this one done on train than to face that side of map of dust too. They have looked a little bit uncomfortable here on this map, but they've looked good enough to win it, right?
I mean, it's just so difficult to tell. 11-9, sure, but we have to remember Anubis was a big lead for SkyFury as well that they were just not able to hold on to. I will say that at least for their Mapic CT side, I think there's, you know, it has looked solid, and I think there's also a pretty big opportunity to just, since this is your Mapic, you know, just do one or two gimmicks, do like something you tried in practice, and, you know, pull out something out of the bag that hopefully is there. Especially given CYBERSHOKE's economical situation, like, this would be the round to do it. Great nade, though, and oh my god, Atori is so far pushed up. I think they might have heard this, though, so nade laid on top of Phenomenon. And yeah, you might have heard this, but hey, you still don't have any kind of control. Smoke is there, Atori playing a very, just bad angle to deal with if you're a key player. Gonna go for the wall bank. A lot of early information for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with CYBERSHOKE going for that spam, you know, they're not trying to keep any secrets. They'll know that SkyFury will hear it, they'll see it, they'll know that they're up in the brown halls. Bomb's still barely left the spawn. That MP9 that was getting aggressive, playing up close, dials it right back. SkyFury, despite winning the last 2 rounds on the bounce, don't actually have a lot of money. So if CYBERSHOKE can pull this off, they're in a powerful position. We saw this boost being played previously. Wasn't by glowing, but his teammate was posted on it, and therefore he'll be aware. Still loses the fight, even by firing off the first bullet. Is this going to be their cue to burst onto B? I think it will be.
Yeah, they're trying to push out. Toxic there to deny it. He's kind of left out in the open, jumps down, and they want to run him down before help arrives, and Nadeneki has the right idea. Phenomenon with another shot, and they've taken the site. In the meanwhile, Lobicus is the backstab, and he hears this as well. Damn, Shield is just the master of smokes. Gets away, and Authority actually gets Phenomenon. Not around like this, dude. You had all the advantages, you had all the info. Oh, but... Oh, wait, do they clear this? Oh my god, they don't clear it. So Temple gets a free frag. Lavicus with the refrag, though, and Authority is left in a 1v2 as he's going to pick up the op, just go for the save. That's a messy round. That is, again, you know, my heart starts pounding a little bit quicker. But ultimately, CYBERSHOKE will find 10 as well.
That's a huge round to win. That is an absolutely huge round to win. Noteneki's entries there were almost perfect. Wild timing to let Temple through with that FAMAS, but nonetheless, they're able to trade it. They deal with it without too many complications. The most important thing there is Authority escaping with that AWP. So it's dropped over to Shield, and what would have been a round that they have no equity in ends up being one with a sniper, but they're going to force up here. They don't have the loss bonus. They're on double eco. They throw all their eggs into one basket, and they're banking on their savior, the man of the hour in this series, to come through with something big. For now, he's had no relevance. Whoa. As everybody else falls. It all comes down to Shield's shoulders. He does connect for the one. The fire extinguished by the smoke. He slipped right through it again. You said he's been a master of these smoke grenades. His timing's just impeccable, always.
I love the face cam, though. I know this is a really, like, close moment, but The face cam's a bit funny. Bit of comedic relief for what could be a 1v3 clutch. He taps the bomb, though. And now you gotta run if you're in, if you're low, because I think this was her, though. And so Shield wants to clear this. He has the information. He's gonna go for the scope and Shield with a 1v3 clutch to put SkyFury on map point. That is an incredible clutch, all done by his PC. Cheats exposed, I guess. You know, he doesn't. It's like one of those fake pianos.
That's going to make it 12 for SkyFury, and Shield, again, his timings are just impeccable, and that's what wins him the clutch right there.
How many 1vx clutches are we going to see? So far in the series, we've had 2 maps. We've seen back-to-back 2v5s, a 1v4, a 1v3, I believe a 2v4 as well. Like, this is both teams being really inconsistent. You know, and it's not one-sided either. So... yeah, I don't know. It's 12-10, but it kind of feels like overtime is still very much a possibility.
It still feels that way. We've seen CYBERSHOKE have a fair bit of success on rounds and buys like this as well. It's not going to be one of those sort of full guns blazing Tech 9s into the A site, but all grouped up, ready to hit B. Util flies over. They've not been too fond on these fakes, so as soon as those nades do come over the top, I think SkyFury can be pretty confident that this is going to be a B hit, but they're not even given time or space to rotate. Shield's still alive, so you've got to give him a little bit of credit here.
Stop,
and he's still not at his desk.
Nah. The Mafia has been exposed. This is one of our better working models, the Shield 3000. You just install it and watch your underdog team perform well. Potentially close out this map as well. Yeah, I said overtime, I don't know. I feel like that is somewhat close. Depends. Oh my god. Depends, like, what Shield can do, really. It does feel like, you know, he's the clutch player. I casted a Mirage game once when Shield was playing back on the old Monte Gen roster. And it was 11-12. B bomb site planned. Shield was in a 1v3 as the CT. He hits some of them. I think it might be like top 5 1v3 clutch I've seen in my life. It was absolutely insane. He just pretty much insta-scoped all 3, pushed his team to overtime, and they won in overtime. It might have been one of the most hype moments that I've casted, and yeah, this guy really is the clutch minister.
Oh, Lovicus, mega entry. Need to follow up here, Toxic, for one trade. And it's not going to be enough. It's all onto Temple. We've seen our fair share of crazy clutches, but I don't think this can be one here. There's an Eagle. Let's find a timing through that smoke. Phenomen goes and double checks it. 12-12. And perfect rounds there at the end from CYBERSHOKE. But, you know, when you think back to that Shield 1v3, if CYBERSHOKE win that, then they almost definitely win the game, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of different stories that could have been here. You know, this is not one of those games where you played over 100 times and 90% of the time the outcome is the same. This is so shaky. I think really a 50-50 matchup, which sounds crazy to say, right? Because, like, SkyFury were such underdogs. I normally look at the betting odds. And they were telling me, you know, this is going to be easy for CYBERSHOKE, but I kind of believed in SkyFury making this a lot closer than maybe, you know, majority expected, just because I casted that previous game where they looked really, really good, where they took down Nexus, who were also huge favorites, in fact. But this has certainly been a lot more difficult. They won the first map against Nexus. Here, they were at the backhand. They also were almost able to close out Anubis. All that goes to rot. You know, this one as well, they were up 12-9, 12-10. Like, this is another great opportunity to convert. It seems like they might lack just a little bit of that, you know, team play to really close out big leads that they have had so far. Whoa, what is happening, dude? Shield gets another frag. This first overtime round, blink and you miss it. Toxical delivered last, and SkyFury saying they are going nowhere in this one. They want to keep playing. They want to keep winning. Those last 2 rounds of regulation time were just a simple mistake. It's going to be 13 to 12.
It's insane that Kaio gets away with 2 there. He's on a 1 and done angle, right? He has absolutely no business in not being traded. The fact that that trade doesn't come through, he lines up both, and then Shield's able to sort of be that buffer as well, make the spacing such that it's actually really difficult to then trade out Kaio. He's able to just fall back. Great nade damage. Oh my god, look at that! Toxic and Shield are down to single digits. Straight off the bat by the nade stack. That is so sick from CYBERSHOKE, but we still boil down to a 3v3, and that's the bomb.
Yeah, that's huge from both sides. Atori holding this. Oh my god, Blixie with just the movement. You know, so much in CS2 is about the movement. I don't know, it's just so much more. Like, if you can just dangle around, crouch, AD, up, down, like, you can literally be like in the Matrix, just evade all bullets. And that is exactly what Blixie is. That I have no idea how he's on 100 HP there, right? Like, that is absolute insanity what he has managed to do. SkyFury, in the meanwhile, have pushed all the way towards B. They want to go for this wraparound, which they might find a really good timing for. This comes down to timing, man. This is... Oh, it's going to be so chaotic phenomenon. It's a good swing, even though he goes down. They now know. Molly down as well, and that's actually where both are coming from. So as long as he can get the bomb plant down, I think you should still have the advantage. Smoke down, they want to walk through it. Weird timing. Lovigus falls. Blixie with the frag, but he's not expecting the second to be there as well. It's Temple with the AUG. Is this the new meta? Weird timing, and again, Blixie now gets in the smoke, and Temple did not see it. Oh my, what is this game, man? It is so on the edge all the time.
Blixie's now going to have the info as well, because Temple's just throwing that molly. So he knows he's going to be coming in from Con. Backside, head over the top. Sees him. Blinded partially. Can't land the head. And Blixie now at the disadvantage. Temple just holding. Blixie kept guessing. Little jiggle. Confirms the info. But he's got to kill 40 seconds. Surely not going to happen. Damn. Has to post up on an angle. And lines it up. Temple goes down. And SkyFury, another desperately close round. But one that CYBERSHOKE are just able to edge ahead in.
That was a really good decision-making by Blixie. He seems to be so masterful in these clutches, right? A 1v4, now this, a 1v2. Yeah, I mean, the AUG is kind of holding the line. He re-peeks it. He understands, okay, you know, he can just hold this. Let me try to just get away as quickly as possible without making noise. And, you know, he doesn't have a lot of time, but with the time that he does, he just gets so far away that, you know, he's not even expected so far out on the other side without making any noise. It's a great clutch, and it is a great way how to equalize. 13-13 will be the score line. As we have CYBERSHOKE playing slow. A lot of smokes have been laid there by SkyFury as well. They actually break them themselves and get a little bit off of information off that play. Damn, Shield gets a frag though.
Blowing. Crosshair, bang on the money, but of course through the smoke, there's 2 of them there, and they are ready for these fights. Blixie able to transfer for the second. Glowing did a fair bit of damage, so made it nice and easy, but the headshot doesn't discriminate. Lovikus and Blixie now the 2v3 to try and pull off. Shield's over the top though, and he is way too ready for that fight onto Lovikus. No trouble connecting that one. Blixie now needs to find an ace. It's not going to happen. Shield's there to follow it back, and well, 14-13, SkyFury take the lead at the halfway point. CYBERSHOKE, you know, kind of scrambling a little bit here.
Yeah, pardon me interrupting there. It was a 3v3. I wanted to say, like, you know what you said previously when Shield is alive, the round is alive, and he does exactly what was expected. A double kill delivered. We scoot past the good skins and land on hopefully a Nightwish will do. That's cool. That is all right. Timo Fico, congratulations, my man. You have just secured free money. If you choose to sell it, please don't. It's a gift from Galaxy Battle. A little bit of a thank you for everything you guys have been giving us. You know, the chat, the quite large view counts as well in the previous season. Seems like the views are going to keep rising until we decide how this one ends, because it's still SkyFury against CYBERSHOKE with seem to be underdogs. SkyFury is their third matchup officially on HLTV, a very, very new roster. But you can see they're learning as they go, and their potential is immense. When rounds go the way how they want them to go, they look so clean. The biggest problem, well, Blixie, but really just situations where you have an advantage. Oh, look at this. This is so aggressive. Damn, the double setup just can't do anything about it. And that is your B defense completely, God. Shield is gonna take down Blixie as well. Man, it starts to really look like we might be going all the way to that third map. It should be SkyFury locking in the map point again. They'll have 2 chances to close out yet again. Unless Glowing and Lovicus can do something from this position. There's even a smoke laid on top. They actually get out in the open and good timing. Ooh. Glowing finds one Toxic with the refrag. Glowing now on for the 1v2. Has the op. Are we saving? Come on. I get that he's on 4.8k, but I don't know. I wanted him to go for it, even though it is somewhat irrational.
Now, with his teammate not alive, though, and with that orb, it's too tough, I think, but... It's a bit of a shame. I wouldn't have minded it either. They'll stick around, not give him any opportunity for a ninja defuse or anything crazy. It's overtime. You're kicking yourself if you're, backing off to save your KD and you end up losing a round as a result of it. So they will stay posted, make sure there's no foul play. 15-13, SkyFury stay alive. And it looks like they will now be the ones with chances to close this out again. Remember, they had 2 in regulation. CYBERSHOKE were able to bite it back and take it to OT. They've got to do the same here for double overtime. Keep their series dream alive. Move on to Dust 2.
I don't know. It's their second chance to close things out. We have an AUG on Nataneki. This is the complexity effect, right? They started using it. I think it was Suxi asking if somebody wants to lend him the AUG Gakibara Accept on Twitter, and I was like, oh no, is he gonna try to main this weapon? And he did, and it kind of works out. It's an interesting one. I think long range on Train, it can work, and Phenomen, well, he can deliver a huge opening frag on Toxic, who has been really impactful in these last couple of rounds. He has really activated heading into overtime. Shield is on 27. He probably wants that 30 bomb one way or another. He might need to deliver it. Or Tori, oh my god, out in the open. What is happening? He should have gotten the double there. They still pushed in. Blixie with a crazy 3-piece, being the hero again. He has saved CYBERSHOKE so many times. Without Blixie, this would most likely already be 2-0 over for SkyFury. Instead, it's a position where if you just get Temple in another round, we might go double overtime here.
We might just see that. It seems like CYBERSHOKE have this 6th gear that they shift into whenever they have to. That lifeline adrenaline kicks in. They are not willing to give up Train just yet. They continue to fight hard for it. Weapons out again. Of course, SkyFury with plenty of money. They'll come back with the rifles. That AWP on Shield again. He's been doing insane work with it. Grenade stack this time. Somewhat fall on deaf ears. Up close as Lovicus. He's been a criminal in this position. Previously with the MP9, this time M4 in hand. AWP on the angle. Phenomen's missed the shot. Now under pressure. They'll lose the first fight. Oh no, this is all falling apart.
Yeah, how do you get apart? How do you get away from this? He has gotten managed to get one, but the Tori and Temple with the refrags leave just Nataneki in the 1v4, and this does not seem like a likely clutch he can pull off. Gets the first, but he's on site. They know exactly where he is, and they swing him all 3 together. A sigh of relief from Toxic, perhaps. This will be SkyFury converting their map pick in overtime and pushing us to that 3rd map, which, all things considered, we deserve this one. It has been such a fun series. It has been chaotic. It has been, sometimes you want to just, pull out your hair. Sometimes you want to just give a standing ovation to some of these plays, but overall a really fun series, and a good recovery from SkyFury. You know, they did not mess up their second chance to close out a 2-0 lead. We can start to see them perhaps get a little bit more level-headed. And yeah, Shield, dude, how is what? Can we just give it to Shield? Like, let's be honest here, MJ.
Yeah, it always feels just really backhanded, right? When you give the MVP to player on the losing team. Lovicus did have an amazing map. Let's not twist things, but it was, of course, Shield. It was, of course, Shield that actually won it for them there. Not just his 27 frags, but actually that 1 versus 3 clutch at the end to keep them in it, and then a few huge multi-kills as well. Just to sort of pull it their way. He was a major catalyst. He was great in that first map as well. I expect him to deliver on map number 3, because that's where we're headed. And a map like Dust 2, Shield, Venomon, the Battle of the Orps, I think it's going to be a really cool decide.
Same, man. This is the only matchup of the day, and I'm really getting treated right today, right? I think this is gonna be really fun. I'm excited for the last map, but you know, it is what it is. We're gonna go on the break and return with Dust 2, where CYBERSHOKE actually have a 36% win rate, and we know nothing about SkyFury, so Chaos on to continue on longer. CyberShoke versus SkyFury, a matchup that, well, I think many expected to be a quick 2-0 for CyberShoke. They are struggling, man. You know, it's a bit lucky that perhaps they even get to convert Anubis, or you wouldn't say, you know, maybe SkyFury choked a little bit, but Train looked solid. Train looked solid. It was a very competitive affair, and now we move on to Dust 2, a map that is going to be very, very heavily reliant on the aim. So I think we're in for a banger of a third map here, MJ.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Dust 2 is a bit of an Orpa's playground, right? And I think two of the most potent players that we've seen on the server throughout this series for sure has been Shield and Phenomen. So I think we are definitely in for a treat. In that last map, it was Lovicus that was popping off. We've got some great moments from Blixie as well. Generally speaking, across the board for CyberShoke, everyone's been popping off except Glowing. He's been coming in a little bit under on these, yeah, sort of key rounds, key moments. But right here on Dust 2, perhaps a chance to redeem himself. CyberShoke will win the knife rounds. They'll get the pick of the sides. I assume they'll start off on their defense, but I don't know, we've seen some real potency, some real power out of their T-halves in this series so far, and Dust 2 is a map that can pander a little bit towards that terrorist side, so it wouldn't have been like a complete curveball, but yeah, they will opt with the CT start, so we're ready to get underway here for our third and final.
This is the third time as well where CyberShoke start on the CT side with varying results. I think SkyFury's T side is a bit better than their CT, so I think both sides are kind of relieved. Both get what they want out of this equation, which is going to lead to an interesting start. A lot of players early on towards long, they get the cross in, and well, CyberShoke get the info in, and they get some nice shots in as well, and at that point, SkyFury just have to get back. Because Keo falls there, you now have to, like, if you want to reapproach it, like, just, you know, push through the double doors, and, yeah, they don't even know there's 3 on the other side. It's a good call, and now rotation will certainly be spotted. Glowing catches some damage, but his goal here, just delay, get some information. You sprinkle in a USP headshot as well. That's going to mean still a player advantage for the side of CyberShoke here. And SkyFury, they know they were spotted, so they try to slow this one down and make them second-guess themselves.
A man advantage, but of course Lovicus is just on a slither of health, so this does get a little bit tricky. Stacked up and ready. All 3 on short, going to try and waltz their way up. Cat, Phenomen's here on the bomb site. This head angle will be difficult to contend with. He'll bounce between the 2. They will get the timing to creep across. Does spot one head over the top. Little jiggle. Spots another on the right. Getting a little bit messy here. They'll call in for the reinforcements. So teammates coming to join him. 30 seconds left. Just darting for this bomb plant because at the very least, it'll give them extra cash. It will go undenied. The Shield gets a trade. Athori follows up with another. This Glock is popping off. And it's all down to Phenomen. 12 HP. And this round has done a complete U-turn. He connects onto Shield, but the 1v1, 1 bullet required out of this Glock. And he'll land it right into the cranium. Athori throwing up signs at the cam. He is happy with that one. What a ridiculous recovery. And it honestly comes off of the back of the fact that Glowing has just whiffed so many shots there on the bomb site.
He has not had a good series. Maybe Train he did a little bit better, but Anubis was looking really dicey. He did, I believe, deliver a very impactful round right at the end, but yeah, just needs better consistency, really, in terms of his plays. SkyFury, although, great conversion, right? That sets them up very nicely. The pistol converted. You feel like now maybe a very difficult job is behind you. I do like that CyberShoke don't go for the force. It's going to be 4 USPs on a poke and prod mission here towards long double doors. Athori in a great position to shut down 2. They still don't retrieve anything. Only 1 player lost on this round. Almost done and dusted. They'll make sure that the AK can't be picked up. It's a free upgrade from Temple as well. If you can, a bomb plant with 4 rifles saved, setting up the economy very nicely as well.
Yeah, just a full eco here, so you're not expecting all too much. Quite poetically, it's Authority to go down against the USPs this round. He refused to in the last.
Oh, no.
Okay. Well, Glowing will at least take one more. Good trade by the nade. So, yeah, like, fairly expensive. It's kind of a break-even point when you're on a full eco like that. Not bad. Not bad at all. But they're back with the rifles now.
Yeah, all right. It's a good start for SkyFury, but again, I think CYBERSHOKE's call to just go full USPs will mean they have a really quick chance to bounce back. It's a lot of players towards B. This one is going to be quick. They just want to pop out. They want to overwhelm this B defense, and that's exactly what they've done. Keo with the frag, Temple with the refrag, and that is just a clean execute. That is a staple of SkyFury's attack. You know, don't overcomplicate things. Just pick a site where you want to attack, throw a couple of assisting utility, and just bang that your aim will convert. So they get the bomb plant down, and CYBERSHOKE at this point, if you lose the round, you're wiped economically. Seems like they still want to consider this, but it's the hardest bomb site to retake in all of CS2.
It's been the case long
Molly.
before the update as well. It's difficult to wriggle your way back into Temple. Cooking in the flames, but still finds the head. This is just too far gone. Neither Glowing nor Phenomen have got a kit, so even if they flew in and found all the frags, there's no time for that defuse. Tucked in the corner. Here's him running across. Might be able to catch a timing to find a kill or two here. Now, opts against it. If you're going to go and save, then at least make sure you get out of there with the rifle. No point in falling 1-for-1 in a scenario like that. They'll have plenty of money to rebuy. SkyFury off to a 3-0 lead here.
First stack pause, damn, 3 rounds in. I like the call from SkyFury, right? I think they've actually been the better aimers in the series, and I'd say they've shown higher peaks, but they've also showed lower lows. They've also showed like just a lot of very easy positions being lost, right? That 1v4 from Blixie on train as well, it seemed like they were kind of throwing it away at some points. So I think the stack pause just helps to kind of talk things over, you know, you don't get ahead of yourselves, and ultimately lock in this round, which they are quite aware might be on a very low buy. You can chew through these 2 M4s and 357s. You set yourself up for a great start on Dust 2. Just don't get eco'd.
Easier said than done. Oh, shield. Wow. An insane opening shot. Glowing will be next on the chopping block. Everyone from CYBERSHOKE just whittling here. I think they're going to be feeling just disappointed and a bit sore that they weren't able to close it out on train. You know, you're playing a third map that you just don't even feel like you should have to play. Right there, a couple of kills, but yeah, nowhere near as much as you want out of that, given the weaponry they had in hand. And to go 4-0, decent start.
A decent start indeed. Just need to continue going, right? I still think this is going to be a very close game. It's a good start, but CYBERSHOKE, every single time I've shown that they can at least play ball, right? They're not just going to be overtaken by some underdogs. And oh my god, it's so many flashes towards long, but this is what I mean. They somehow always find a way to find the upper hand in these close situations. This is a 3v5. We're sure Blixie maybe is a little bit low, but I mean, it has to be another shield masterclass. Oh, and Molly is good. Now he's stuck in the smoke as well. You have the bomb making its way towards short. But A has been left almost completely open. Lavicus, not sure if he spotted shield. This is just such chaos. Every time we watch a round, it's like, what the hell is going to happen next? Because they go for a long push. Temple gets Phenom, and MJ help me here. I don't understand what we're even seeing. They somehow get the bomb down, dude. A side is clear. Atori with the jump. Temple, no, Glowing was not ready for that play because he was looking towards long. And somehow this 2v5 turns into a 2v2. This would be an incredible round to convert. Temple aware of the short positioning. Oh, Tori catched off guard. They know where the last one is. It's Temple with the frag. The jump up is there. Temple looking to do it all, but not to Neki. Will convert a round that should have never been that close. A 2v5 attempt is amazing by SkyFury. Somehow, some way, CYBERSHOKE retrieve it back.
It shouldn't have even come that close, should it? That round just complete chaos. And, yeah, one that really SkyFury had no business in even pulling down to that 1 versus 1, but a decent recovery out of CYBERSHOKE. Could be a much-needed round in a sea of yellow so far. Struggling to find any real impact in these opening stages. This will put him in a decent position. And he's not great here for CYBERSHOKE either.
Yeah, you can see some active calling going on. Toxic perhaps wants to change something in this initial setup. Will be a smoke towards lower. Shield holding up towards short. So far, a very slow start. Partially because of the smoke towards long, right? That doesn't even give a chance to Tori to even have a look around. But CYBERSHOKE kind of have traded mid away. Which is actually a setup that we see them do a lot on Anubis as well. They were just not present towards mid. I don't know if this is like a strategy that applies from map to map or a coincidence, but yeah, we've seen... Well, on train there is no mid, but we've seen SkyFury can be really good at attacking mid time and time again. Last round it came back to bite them. We're almost not able to recover that 2v5. Here it's a Tori to hit the first shot, and now CYBERSHOKE going more towards that site area.
Oh. Big kill from Glowing. Toxic. About to blow his cover here and loses a key fight. He had an absolute freebie onto Fenneman. Chose not to take it. Now they're at the disadvantage. It was by 2. Now just the single. AWP on shield. Ready for that duel. Behind the fading smoke. It's Glowing to go down. The 2 versus 2. Bomb beeping away. No Taneki. Up just as that fire fades. Brilliant flashbang from Fenneman. Shield doesn't stand a chance. The H-sheet will fall a little bit shallow. But Athori cannot do anything more. No Taneki with a headshot. Another round that comes very close. Very scrappy. But it goes the way of CYBERSHOKE. They'll make it a second.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like this whole best of 3 has been just so scrappy so far, right? We see both teams kind of getting something and not getting anything. It's a real back and forth. There always seems to be a comeback in play, no matter which team is with the lead or with the advantage. We've seen, 3 comebacks at this point. I guess you can call this 4th one a mini one, a 4-0 lead. Lost. And SkyFury put on a rather low investment round. Toxic Seike has to be the hero. It's going to be probably a quick B play. That's actually a way how they got that first rifle round. So maybe trying to replicate it, but this time with lower riflery.
Oh. Initiative on the little boost up. Doesn't pay dividend. Into lower tunnels will at least allow him to recover that AK.
This one's kind of going as you'd expect. First 2 down. Shot missed by Phenomenon, but Lovicus is there for refrag. I think Lovicus has been a really good support player. Like, almost everyone else has had like more impactful, like flashy moments, but Lovicus is always there. You know, he's actually top fragging the whole squad right now. It's one of those players that just silently, you know, delivers impact from here to there. Like this frag, you don't get it. It's a 3v4 maybe. Now it's just a matter of time until Phenomenon will hit the shot. And Glowing to deliver another 3v4. 3-2-4 rather. At least SkyFury will have the cash for this round.
Starting to lose control a little bit here, though, after a fantastic 4-0 start. Pumping the brakes. A quick tack pause because we're going to talk things over. Shield hasn't had this superstar start that I think people were really hoping for out of it. Still fairly early doors here on Dust 2, but that AWP out again that needs to have an impact. Nor is Phenomen, to be honest. You know, we're teeing up the AWPers as this being the big showdown between them here on map 3. It's actually been a Thori that's been popping off on the T side. A couple of pieces in play here for the defense, but what a shot out of Phenomen.
You had to say it.
Yeah.
Had to say we've not really seen much. Well, that's something for you. That's a great shot by Phenomen, but he has been a little bit flaky. Ooh, refrag is not there. What?
Yikes, okay. There's a real opportunity to just take a 2-man advantage, sort of run away with this round a little bit. Now a 4v4. Temple's low, so the AWP will be passed along the bus. Bogdan's low. As he needs it, but he'll be limping towards lower tunnels. With 2 players on short, if they do decide to jump up here, they could be in a bit of trouble. Glowing's going to beat the molly. He'll be able to play in front of it. A big pick onto Toxic. Knows that there's a second here as well. Notaneki will be able to follow it up. That's perfect.
Tori on side gets one.
What?
Oh, the double. Hold on. What is going on? Not Tori, but the molly's going to be so close that pushes him off the angle. They try to push in, and yeah, it's a good recovery.
He takes so much damage from so many different sources that round. Bullets flying at him, gets tagged down to like 12 HP. A nade, in fact, like 20 HP. Nade comes his way to get him down to 12. Then the molly comes. He takes a tag from that as well, gets him down to 2 points of health. And eventually, on the sight cross, the bullets will finish him off. But my goodness. Wild scenes there from a Thori, almost pulling off a bit of a miracle. Won't be able to deny the inevitable, though. Things will tie up at 4-4. CYBERSHOKE right back in the picture. Mac-10 going to barrel it out of long. Big kill from Toxic. Decent trade. Can't follow it up. But still a 4v4.
Oh, the spray down.
Wow.
He does get away. Blixie is kind of lucky to remain alive there. Phenomen will hit the shot, though. And that will leave 3 of these SkyFury players more towards the long area, but they can't exactly pursue anything yet because, you know, they're being held. They know the rotations have been made, so at this point they just kind of want to run down the clock a little bit, make CYBERSHOKE respect the fact that they might go towards B. They'll actually send 2 towards it. Well, Lovica just pops up at the perfect time. You have to remember this is Tech9's as well. And now he gets away to safety as well. So, seems like a 5-round streak almost for CYBERSHOKE. Well, I mean, I didn't see a way for the 1v4 either, but this one does seem kind of done and dusted, especially with the smoke now layered on top. Oh.
Shot Lovicus. Felt like the round was kind of done and dusted anyway, but just rubbing salt in the wound right there. Good stuff out of CYBERSHOKE, just breaking down that SkyFury Tech9 buy. We saw one just like that go CYBERSHOKE's way to sort of turn the tides in the first map of Anubis. Feels like ages ago that we saw that first map in this series. Just not allowing a return. A taste of their own medicine. Before we go, CYBERSHOKE looking to make this 6.
Oh, wow. Smoke. There's a nice boost up play. They blow open the smoke, but they don't spot anything. It's an interesting start to this round. A very slow one, in fact. I was hoping for that upper 1v1. You know, this is something that we did hype up. But maybe it's time to see the other players as well, because, you know, especially on Train, these two were really pushing the ante forward for both sides. So maybe Dust 2 is time for a new challenger.
5 seconds. Now they'll pull the trigger on this B site. Perfect. Out of Lovicus. No Taneki follows up with 2 as well. And the AWP should have traded all day long there, but gets a little bit sloppy. Lovicus able to get 3 out of that ordeal. And CYBERSHOKE just keeping them coming. After going 4-0 down, it's actually nuts. CYBERSHOKE have come in with the brute force that they have. This has been brilliant. Almost perfect. But technical pause before we go any further into this. But yeah, very, very good work being done.
Again, momentum, man, right? This has been the tale of all 3 maps. Although it has been really close, right? Double digits and then overtime. A lot of like the ways how we get there is like, well, now we get 5. Now you'll get 6. Now we'll get 5 back. It's a tale of comebacks, a tale of momentum, a tale of, runs that you sometimes can't close out. Because, yeah, it seems really one-sided for the last 6 rounds, but, we're somewhat close to being tied up. And we still have a second half loaded, which will change the dynamic as well. We'll see Shield opping on the CT side, which I think, if you know what you're doing on Dust 2, you have your op in the hands, CT side should be just a breeze. There's so many different angles, like, just old angles, good old angles that have been in the game for 10 plus, well, 20 plus years. Ones that if you can just hit your shots, surprise them a little bit. Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more from Shield in that second half. He has that slow start so far, but 3-7, not exactly what we expected from somebody you'd like to crown the MVP of the series if SkyFury win the game. Oh my, just threw the smoke. Damn, that's disrespectful. Maybe this is the momentum shift that SkyFury need, because they go out on towards short. Temple gets a frag, long range, Glowing will win that gunfight, but it allows them to at least get onto the bomb site.
Toxic. Trying to stay alive here. Just with the Tech 9. Barrels forward. That's Glowing gone. And the bomb dropped. Oh my. No Taneki. Almost caught for a second there. That would have been one ridiculous way to win it. HG not quite finishing Toxic, who's now teed up for a 4K clutch. No Taneki. Yeah, just very lucky that he doesn't get caught with his pants down there.
We come to a little bit of a standstill. Oh boy, the timing on both of these. Damn, are they going to look towards short? Well, you should have him dead to rights, and he does. Timing works out for Nadaneki. For Toxic as well, like, it's a pretty bold move to play like how he played, but, well, I guess it's going to be 7 in a row for CYBERSHOKE, and SkyFury now at least will have the full buy. You need this round. Even though there have been comebacks on top of comebacks, like, just give yourself a comfortable position to be in, especially if you can win the pistol.
Okay. Well, a real opportunity there for Toxic. Not one that they're going to be feeling like they should have won by any means. It came way closer than I think anyone really expected, but one that they could have really done with. Nice shot out of Phenomen.
Bang.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's
the op finally.
definitely been more potent than Shield. I mean, both have been dead quiet so far this half, but it has felt like Phenomen's been the one having far more impact on that sniper.
So we're heading towards short. And guess who's on the other side? It's your main man, Phenomen. The one who untrained it so well. Shield was able to win it there, but what matters now is just that final map. Some util being laid down to make Phenomen's job a little bit easier. And Blixie is there to assist him, although he's more worried about Long, as, yeah, one has popped out. Now Phenomen left on an island out of his own. And Keo hits the insta headshot. Was bad timing for Phenomen as well. There's a Long player, but that's Glowing with the shot. He just arrives on quick pace. Keo shuts it down. A 2v3 will make that 1. And I know exactly where Nataneki is. SkyFury get the 5th. They stop this 7-round streak that CYBERSHOKE were on. And now it does feel like we're going to get what we all wanted for that final map, a close game. Pistol round up next, very much needed for SkyFury's side. Oh, and well, actually the giveaway up next.
I kind of forgot about that. We were a little bit locked in there, but yeah, we do have the giveaway before going any further into this. If anyone wins a crazy skin. We did see the Night Wish in the last. Oh, no. Dragon Snot would have been nice. It's a Tooth Fairy instead. Not bad, to be honest. It's a blue, but I'd be happy with the Tooth Fairy. Congratulations, sad Chris. Hope you're not too sad now that you won yourself a new shiny M4A4. 7 of 5. It's a good half. It's a very good half for CYBERSHOKE. They'll be feeling maybe like they should have won that last round, but ultimately, after going 4-0 down, they'll be happy with the outcome for sure.
Well, I always prefer having a Glock in the pistol round. I think it's just so much more potent, or at least I am way better with it than the USP. I love Glock rounds. Let's see if CYBERSHOKE can say the same. It is somewhat long range here, though, if they want to go towards long, and that means if you can just connect a clean bullet here and get away, you already have a huge advantage. A kill and information would be big. Oh, they actually relocate.
Okay, nice double entry, Phenomen. Gives us a little bit of something.
Sorry, something got in my throat there. I was just choking up almost. Well, Nullbeat Feminine with the double back. And that leaves just Temple left alive. Man, everyone is choking today, even me. I'm the caster, I'm not even playing, and there's a problem. Alright, 1v2 for Temple. He arrives with the backstab. I think makes some noise. Wait, no, they don't know. Well, now they do, and the car player can just stay down. Just stay tucked in. Pick. Yeah, they do that. Do that. Alright. Salvaged.
Very good recovery. Yeah, salvaged indeed. Very, very good recovery there from CYBERSHOKE. So taking the early 2-man disadvantage on long. Winning the fights right back and looking powerful in the process. 8-5, the scoreline will go. There's kind of no money here for SkyFury. Thori's dropped to scout over to shield. It kind of makes sense, but it leaves him without the cash that he desires going into the next round. It'll be likely he'll be down to an MP9 or something of the sort. The rest just on the full eco. In fact, ooh, that's kind of interesting. So it's for the mid pick, and then they go back and sell it. That is kind of crazy. I mean, it's a full eco, so it's just going to be a blast, right? But I love that little micro. Buy a scout for the mid pick. Go and hold it for 5 seconds. Go back to CT spawn and sell it again. That's cool. One of the only maps that you can really do that.
Yeah, I feel like CYBERSHOKE know how close they are here to victory. They know they should be the team winning this. They know they are the better team, in fact. Or at least the more consistent one with the bigger experience. And I think at this point you just need 4 rounds, right? Just, yeah, go that extra mile. Go for some extra fakes, you know. Make your life a little bit harder, because that will make your opponent's life a lot more difficult. Rifle run coming up. There's a smoke towards... That's a beautiful smoke, actually, towards double doors. Hold on. Wait a minute. There's been so much smoke play in this whole best of 3 as well. I don't know what it is, but half the time I feel like I'm just seeing gray on my screen.
He tanked down to 15 points of health early. He tried to get aggressive towards long tunnels. Shield up close to this smoke on short here. Creeping his way forward. Glowing. Of course, has the drop. Head over the top. Snatches one away. Does get traded, but enough damage dealt that Phenomen just makes light work of that one back. Looking for double digits here. They've got the man advantage. They've got a Thori low. And they have just sold a beautiful ruse This A bomb site's completely open for business. They don't realize it just yet, but they will in the next couple of seconds. I think SkyFury just want to go and save it.
They already were setting up for the save before the bomb even got planted. They knew what was coming. Can't deal with it. And at this point, it will be 10-5. Now, the economy of CD side is it is really just bad at all times. If you're not really if you're not winning really well on the CD side, if it's a close game, maybe perhaps even you're winning a little bit, well, it's still going to be tight. And when you've lost every single round of the second half, everything you can hold on to matters a lot. 3 more rounds needed on a map where CYBERSHOKE actually have the lowest win rate out of all 3 maps we've played so far. 36%. And actually a 57% win rate on the CT side. So you'd expect their T side to be worse. It might be, which moreover just means winning that pistol, and the first rifle goes such a long way here.
Yeah, that's going to sort of propel them ahead, isn't it? Puts them in a strong position to just get this one over the line. SkyFury, after a crazy map in the last, a great recovery. They get off to a flying start here on Dust 2 with the 4-0 lead. You think, okay, well, they've carried this momentum across. They're looking really strong. And then right back the other way, oh so quickly. CYBERSHOKE just remind them who's boss. Shield, who's been a beast for the first 2 maps of this series, falls asleep at the wheel. He's 3-12. I feel like the deeper you go into a game without finding those kills, without having the impact, the harder it then is to recover. It's kind of what we're seeing right here. He's lost alive, M4 in hand, but a 1v5, one that he just will not consider at all as a possibility. He'll be wiped out by Phenomen without a single bullet fired off. So 11-5, CYBERSHOKE are still in the show now. Running away with this a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to, single out Shield here and blame only him, but it does feel like when he's not on the server in a big way, when he's not the top or the second fragger, SkyFury just can't bring it to a competitive game. I saw this against Nexus as well. Actually, the map that they lost was the one where Shield really underperformed. Unfortunately for him and the rest of the crew, there's not really much time to lock in. Shield will have the op. This is his chance to start making that comeback. This is the big round to convert. It's actually CYBERSHOKE calling the timeout. They really want to lock this one in. I think they got, surprised on Anubis. Then they gave them more respect on Train, but it was still, SkyFury's pick. It's still a map that's just difficult to convert if you don't pick it. And now on Dust 2, they feel like they've finally, given their opponents the respect. They've figured out kind of how they play. And they just want to lock this in as the better team. No more overtimes, no more close games. This ends here, is what CYBERSHOKE are saying with the timeout.
Yeah, it's easy. You just reach a point where you're just a little bit fed up. You just say, right, we were the favourites coming into this game. We've already given them a little bit too much. Let's just show them who's boss. Finish this off. Barrel into the B site. MP9 in play up close. It will be Temple to draw first blood. Insta trades. The crunch is there if needed, but now it isn't glowing. Just arrives at the party fashionably late, but all the drinks have been taken. And is this really a retake they want to go for? No kits. Shields on and all. It feels like they have to, but they're at such a disadvantage here.
Well, it has to be the save. They're already retreating back. Yeah, it's a difficult decision. Logically it makes sense, but it's just you want to get some kind... You want to at least feel like you still are holding on to this game. But every single round, they simply lose 1 or 2 players. Now the site is open, and it's well, I guess we save and do better next round. it has been really, really good opening frags here from CYBERSHOKE, because a lot of times teams get an opening frag and then they just kind of play passively and, you know, it fizzles out. They actually lose the round. I like that CYBERSHOKE, they are taking this very aggressively. It is Dust 2, it is an A map. Once you get that opening frag, you just take that player's position, just continue to push up until there is actual resistance, putting one of your or two of your players down. So a very simple approach to this T-side by CYBERSHOKE. Perhaps that's why it has a bad win rate, because it has not been, you know, able to convert against better teams. I think SkyFury is still trying to figure out their CT setups and defaults. This one is slipping through their fingers, as you said. It's a nice tag up on Temple. And that might be that first piece, that final nail in the coffin.
Just crazy, isn't it, when you think about how this was a 4-0 start. The way in which CYBERSHOKE have taken this back and just looked so dominant in the process. Maybe a little complacent there. Lovicus overdoing things. Jumping the gun to get this closed. End up giving the man advantage the other way. Could have handed an AK in the process. Actually ends up getting stuck on top of Xbox. And he doesn't want to press for it any further. So we'll just dial it right back. Blixie here on the long corner. This fight, everything. Good flash. Has to turn it. Freebie. Put it into a 4-on-2. Phenomen and Glowing might just have to live to fight another day. I think could catch a timing here if he peeks into lower, but timing's just off. Shield should catch him. Oh, will he? Yeah. The nice little clear. Due diligence.
That's his 4th kill.
Yeah.
It all starts here.
You reckon?
No.
I don't have particularly high hopes either.
I didn't reckon either for the last 5 times where there was a clutch, there was a comeback. It is hard to predict these ones. I will say that I'm quite good at predicting comebacks when I see the momentum being there. You know, a couple in a row, and do need a bit more than a couple. And problem is that CYBERSHOKE, this is literally your first round on the CD side after 7 played. So obviously, CYBERSHOKE are gonna have just very deep pockets here. You just converted against rifles, great. Do it again. Now do it again, and then do it again, and then maybe you get a chance to convert against the lower buy. So 3 more difficult rounds up for SkyFury until they can take a breath of fresh air. Oh, the shot.
Yeah, not quite connecting, millimeters off, but it's Glowing there in mid. She draw first blood instead. Temple trying to play through this smoke. This is a dangerous game. He should hear them. He definitely hear that sound cue. Are they going to expect him close left? Lovicus actually does. Wow. 2-man advantage. Surely it all ends here. Phenomen aware that there should be one close as well. That's why he's holding this tiny, tight angle. His whole scope will be filled with authority if he does decide to poke out. Phenomen low on health. 1 bullet would finish him off if authority decided to just spam one down the middle, but doesn't. Instead, takes a bullet to the head. It's overkill from the sniper. But it puts him into a 5 versus 2 as SkyFury. Their days here are numbered. In just a few seconds, they might be out of this series and 1-1 in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, 2 more left. I mean, if there is a man to do it, it's Shield. With how quiet he has been, it doesn't seem likely, but maybe this is the hero play. Ah, shot missed. Shield can't exactly make it happen now. They know where he is. The bomb is down. Keo, I think, hurt as well. And as Shield falls, it does seem like CYBERSHOKE have found a way how to convert against this underdog team of SkyFury, who have done incredibly well, I think, to even make this a 3-map series. Now, Dust 2 is certainly not a map they should, you know, look out for as a good one for them. Need to fix some things. This 3rd map completely going the way of CYBERSHOKE for a good reason. They were simply better. But I think this being the 1-0 matchup, like, sure, congratulations to CYBERSHOKE for being 2-0, but I think Yeah, SkyFury, they've taken down huge favorites Nexus, and now they've went really close and what could have actually been a 2-0 against a team that's currently 2-0 in the Swiss stage, and in general, just a very strong team, CYBERSHOKE. So I think SkyFury maybe a bit of a bittersweet end there. And we do have Lovicus again, this time for a good reason, the MVP.
Yeah, I think that's pretty deserved. I think he's been fantastic throughout the series. And honestly, as you say, yes, SkyFury really making a statement. Yeah, a team that obviously have players that have had some tenure and some success in the past, but a team that are very much under the radar at the moment. And yeah, coming into Galaxy Battle Phase 1, they've beat Nexus as the underdogs in the opening game. They've gone into this game as a heavy underdogs as well, and they've taken it the distance, right? They've traded maps. They've gone to the third. Okay, it was a little bit disappointing on Dust 2, but considering how Anubis was looking, it was actually very close to going 2-0 in their favor, right? So, yeah, I think that they've made a real statement. I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, maybe a dark horse going deeper into the tournament. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if they just won that 1v4, they would have won 2-0 with everything we saw. I feel like that Blixie 1v4 just completely puts us into a different timeline. And
yeah, a couple of them, right? They lost the 2v5 in the pistol round, and then the Blixie 1v4 a couple of rounds later.
Yeah,
if they convert on those two, 100%, I think they win Anubis.
Well, unlucky. Fortunately enough, there are still, 3 more matches. Perhaps 2, if you can just win your next 2. But there is time. There is time. We're still very early into this tournament. And unfortunately for us, this will be it. But we have, I believe, 2 more best of 3s coming. We won't be the ones casting them. We go on a well-deserved break. Oh, well, that's good for you. But yeah, for me, that's it for today. We'll see you guys later. Break coming.
Hello there, ladies and gents, and welcome to a Galaxy Battle. Of course, today has been a topsy-turvy, lots of Counter-Strike, lots of best of threes, but of course, we're still going to have some more Counter-Strike coming your way. My name is Sir Danny. I'm joined here by M&J, and the upcoming matchup, I feel like it might be the most interesting matchup of the day. It is going to be ECSTATIC versus Monte. Some really cool storylines coming into this one. I guess we could obviously begin with the first one. Obviously, that Monte has the two new additions in the form of Afro and Haji. I guess that's where we could begin, Josh. What do you think about these two new additions?
It's pretty interesting, isn't it? I think that actually these are two pretty big pickups. I think Afro and Haji could absolutely have some big impact here on this roster. I'm excited to see if they find themselves into a bit of a honeymoon period. There was a weird Monty's opening game here in the tournament against Novak. They didn't have Afro playing, even though he'd just been announced. They didn't have Afro playing because he was having some tech issues, and they brought in Modo as a stand-in. And it was very much like I was looking at that game thinking, you know, they've got a new player and they've got a stand-in. Like, surely they lose here. And Modo ended up just going absolutely crazy. He destroyed everyone. He had a 1.99 rating and was just nuts. So, yeah, we haven't really got to see that French dynamic duo in play yet, at least in the tournament, but I'm excited to see what they can do today. They're the underdogs going into this series on paper, but I actually feel like they have a little bit more equity than those odds are really showing. I think that they're quite a formidable team.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. Obviously, you can make the point, man, that maybe, Monte losing out on something like World 2K has been detrimental for them, which I definitely feel like that's the case. World 2K managed to bring loads of firepower to the team. At the
Mhm.
same time, though, I mean, you got to admit though, they still had some pretty good players in the mix, and I like the fact that they actually, this is one of those projects that not only do they have, academy players, or shall I say, an academy roster, they actually allow those players to actually just climb up the rankings, like we saw, Monty promote Gizmi and Ryu into the main lineup, and now with the additions of Afro and Haji, man, I mean, in terms of firepower, this roster is looking pretty solid. But we could actually take a look at the veto here, folks. And from the get go, you got to admit, though, Monty, this being a roster with two new players, you got to admit, in terms of, the depth in the map pool, it's going to be quite hard to say where they're at right about now. But I feel like where they can definitely shine it is in some of those more maps that require your individuals to have a good day, perhaps rely a bit more on your individual player's skill, and the Dust 2 pick. Fair enough. Makes a lot of sense. We got Train coming up next, which fair enough for ECSTATIC. I feel like that has been a pretty solid map. And the third one, the Decider. I mean, back in the olden days, this was a pretty solid map for Monte. I wonder how well can Afro and Haji, fill in the shoes, because I feel like one of the more dissatisfying things, perhaps in this roster right now, is that I don't know. In terms of opping, man, that could be a bit detrimental for them. I feel like.
It certainly could be. Now, in terms of, yeah, the point that you were alluding to there regarding Monty's map pool and how this
Yeah.
changes with the two new players, right? Now, they've actually had a couple of weeks off, other than that Novak game that we saw the other day. They've had a couple of weeks off, and I guess they've been sort of drilling some new maps, some new protocols, so a chance to maybe see some new stuff that ECSTATIC aren't even going to necessarily be able to prepare all too much for. Train
Mm.
is historically a very, very good map here for ECSTATIC, but interestingly, one of the only times they've lost it this year was actually against Monte just a few weeks ago. So maybe the Achilles heel there for them on that very map. Bizarre stuff though for the Dust 2 pick. Monty have had a really
Mm.
hard time on Dust 2 recently, as have ECSTATIC, to be fair. But
Yeah.
yeah, it almost feels like you're either picking into it on the basis that there's not a lot of weak points here on ECSTATIC. Any map they seem to be very, very comfortable with. They're playing all 7 at the moment. So picking into one of their weakest points may give you the advantage. Or perhaps, as I said, with Monty having these last couple of weeks off and not having any officials over the past sort of 15 days, other than that Novak match, perhaps they've been practicing Dust 2. Perhaps this is going to be a new staple of their pool. And with Nuke being that decider map, one that they often pick into, it's the map that they picked against Novak the other day. They beat him 13-1. They were unbelievable right there. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance here for Monty to cause a bit of an upset.
But it's definitely the case as well, because even though I feel like, ever since, Worrell left this roster, even though that was a while back, I still feel like, filling the shoes of such a player is practically impossible. Though at the same time, maybe Afro could be your man. I mean, he did play in Fnatic not that long ago, and he was able to do, some pretty good work there. I feel like it was kind of weird to see that he was just floating around in some more bunch of like mixed teams in some sense, or teams that didn't really have an organization. And I feel like that is a player that could still find a lot of impact, probably not at the same level of someone like Voro, but man, in terms of firepower, I feel like this team is definitely cooking. It should be a really fun roster to take a look at. Again, returning back to that Dust 2 pick, like you said, sure, in terms of the amount of wins Monty has had recently, yeah, Dust 2 has been pretty weak with them. But like you said, this is Aimless Paradise. Dust 2. Tactics, even the most simple matchmaking players, they know what to do. They know how to control the map of Dust 2. But if you this day, we're going to see some better aim on the side of Monty, that could be enough to get them the first. But then again, it's a best of 3. It's a long haul. From the get-go, we do get to see Unlily, but a very proactive position. Smoke pops in. He'll use it as his escape route. So far, a very slow starter for Monty. Again, it makes a lot of sense to early on fight for this lower tunnel control from both the CTs and Ts. This has been basically the new meta of Dust 2. And so far, Monte's got control. But where did he go from here?
No change of scenery for me or any of the viewers as well. We just ended that last series on Dust 2. So we get a, well, not quite all 48 rounds of it. We'll see how this one goes, but we get a decent chunk of Dust 2 to get things going here in the afternoon. Slow stuff in this pistol round as well. Monte playing very, very passive. Waiting for ECSTATIC to make that first move, to make the mistake or give up some kind of info. ECSTATIC just won't. Play a very rigid defense. 3 on A, 2 on that B site. Monte are going to try and carve their way through. Create a path here out of middle.
An easy path to claim. No one's defending it, but now you can see the players advancing. So far, so good for Gizmi and company, picking up the first and most importantly, the second Haji. Great start as well. The B bomb site being fallen means ECSTATIC up against one of the toughest retakes in the game. A 3v4 nonetheless. No kit to work with from what I can tell. And I mean, the positioning here inside looking so good as ever. Gizmi waiting for his chance to strike some really good positionings here. And there we go. Afro gets the first. Christo, long-range engagement, but doesn't win it out eventually. And Lonesome TMB remains. Maybe he can actually recover with a kill or so. But after all, this will be Monte's round to take. Pretty simple stuff. But one of the things that kind of surprised me is the amount of respect from ECSTATIC. You know, even though they realize they're up against a team that has 2 new additions, I was kind of expecting to see someone maybe push out Longhouse or even fight for some short control, but no, ECSTATIC, you know, ever since Unlila abandoned his post in the lower bomb site, they kept on playing basically on a default setup. And as we saw, ECSTATIC through middle overwhelmed the B-side defensive.
It just felt like every time you spoke in that last round, the narrative just got worse, right? It was like, hardest site to retake, 4v3, no kit. It's like, yeah, this is not a nice sight for ECSTATIC, of course. But yeah, you're right. Just giving them that kind of respect, it does definitely indicate to me that ECSTATIC are on a map that they're not too comfortable with. They're not too comfortable in initiating these engagements, in trying to play aggressive for map control and whatnot, because it's a map that they've struggled on in the past. So I think we will see some of these sort of rigid defenses like we saw on that pistol round, and whether or not it ends up working out in their favor is another question. But for now, Monte looking like the better team with the better start. It feels like they've cleared out the rest of the map. They should know that this is just a B stack. I think Gizmi on the Mac 10 hunting in for a bit of damage, but the rest really want to just prioritize holding these rifles.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. In the case of Haji, though, he might rack up a few kills with the AK. He's got to be pretty careful, though. Lots of players on the other end. Luckily, he's got the backup of his other Frenchman. 2-0 it is. I mean, pretty simple stuff for Monte in this round. They just take some long control. Makes a lot of sense. You have the rifles, long-range engagement, and all that. No force buy from ECSTATIC, which, I mean, you could say that's kind of to be expected. Though, if there is ever a map where you'd like to pull out the scouts, this is one of them. This is by far one of the only, I'd say, I guess this map and maybe something like a Mirage is pretty useful to force up with some scouts, especially in those long-range fights from A side to pit. But overall, they equaled this one out. ECSTATIC, they bring out the big guns early on, but early on we do have Ryu leaving the server, which is a bit dissatisfying. But man, so far, I mean, Monte 2-0, good start.
Yeah, good start indeed. They'll be up against the buy now, but they've not gone too heavy on the SMGs in that second round. So I think it's important to note that there are 4 rifles in play here. Having one player on a Mac 10 isn't too much of an issue. You can sort of send Gizmi in on a bit of an entry. He's calling the shots at the moment as well. So having that ability to sort of go in first, take that contact, get that information, and then sort of call the rest of the round from a bit of a coach role. Definitely do some favors. Right now, though, we are just waiting for Ryu to reconnect. Always awkward when we have these technical issues. Sort of Toxic disconnects a couple of times in that last game as well. He disconnected at awkward moments, though. We had him disconnect a couple of times, like mid-round. Like twice, actually, mid-round after damage had been done. He still ended up winning the map.
Yeah, that's... Oh, that's good at least, but because those disconnects are definitely awkward as hell. I do feel like, Rio right now, he's chilling. You cannot deny it. I mean, he's enjoying the bright sun of Dust 2. Probably looking at the sky is the best choice. Can't say the scenery here in Dust 2 is anything but amazing.
I'm sure you're treading on thin ice. I was like, what are you about to start talking smack about Morocco? But yeah, no, it is. It's an exciting map, right?
I mean, virtual Morocco. Real Morocco, love to visit, to be honest. I feel like it's one of those countries definitely on the list.
Yeah, for sure. I had an opportunity to live out there, and I didn't. And then I regretted it because it was like just before COVID hit. So the people that I was then going to go and live with were then like soaking it up in the sun whilst we were all in lockdown, and they were like, "Oh man, wish you were here." I was like, "Yeah, me too." Nonetheless. Ryu is at least back in the server. We should be ready to go. There we are. Me and you saw each other just before lockdown, right? Remember the event that we did? Like, soon as we got back home in 2020, within weeks.
Yes,
that was when it all kicked off, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely recall it. Lovely time to be alive. But game time.
Oh yeah,
Monte.
Business.
Ryu's back at it again. Christo now, again, fighting for lower tunnels. This time I like the change-up a bit from ECSTATIC. I mean, instead of just sending one player down mid, they do have the second player in short. Oh, that is a very aggressive Gizmi. Works out in the end as well. And Lele, but a great response at least to slow things down. I wouldn't be too surprised if Ryu will just keep on holding that angle of his, whereas Syra, one of the standout players in this team, doubling up already. 2 big frags being found. The Molly forces Lean to just play it safe for just 7 points of health. And Monte, even though it was a pretty solid start, we saw a pretty quick exchange, but yeah, Syra. If there's a player that definitely needs a shout out on ECSTATIC, that's definitely him.
It's a tough one to just have to give up, isn't it? You've lost the bomb control so much of the time. In that last series, actually, it was so chaotic. We saw multiple 5 versus 2s go the way of the 2s. We saw a 1 versus 4 out of Blixie that he just never should have won. It felt like every single time. We actually saw another one as well. Like at the very end of the game, we saw Shield win a 1v3, which basically won the game for them. It felt like every single time there's like a major disadvantage like this. As long as there was a bit of time on the clock, both teams were just going for it, even if it was like a completely outlandish clutch. And so much of the time it was actually paying off. But yeah, it's tough to just give up ones like that. Bomb down outside, long, smoked off, 4v2. You don't really want to touch it. You do want to prioritize trying to keep this economy afloat. So everybody else around about the 4K mark, we'll see the rifles come back out again. No opportunity for an AWP. Afro will have to go without. Gizmi didn't have enough money to drop one either. So it's 2-1. They're back with the rifles. There's no snipers out on the server, despite the long-range angles here on Dust 2, where they can really thrive. We're into round number 4.
Gizmi early on with a quick angle. Oh, barely evades the last bullet with a slither of HP. Either way, this time you could see Monte expecting someone to fight for either mid presence, for lower tunnels, or even short. They deployed the utility early on. Make sure ECSTATIC don't contest those areas of the map. Afro, though, waiting for his chance, waiting for a flashbang. It comes in, though. Not going for the wide swing just yet. I am surprised, though. I mean, we're going to see some re-aggression from ECSTATIC. Could be good timing for Cristo, but gets caught out. In the end, he is alive. That's what matters most, and you could be seeing a pretty big change up here for Monte now. Could even consider trying to take that mid presence, but the ecstatic players, they're gonna go for this. They're gonna try to push through the smoke. It's a dangerous game, and Cristo, barely alive, wants to try again. Great one from Gizmi. Unlele. Emperor up close, waiting for his chance to strike. He's got the backup of Nut. They both line up as well. Oh, that is a really frustrating way to end the round. Sure, Ryu is still alive. Oh, he's made the sound cue, though. That's a big mistake on Lele. Easy wrap up. And that's the end of that. Man, that is a frustrating way to lose the round.
That's nuts. Gizmi was on 1 HP, and he led the charge on the basis that, you know, he'd likely die, and he'd just want his teammates to trade him. He somehow ends up finding the entry. But then as soon as it's traded back, it seems like Monte tapped the brakes a little bit. They don't swing for that instant trade, and that's where things all start to go wrong. So it'll be 2-2. ECSTATIC back onto a buy for Monte. It's a hero rifle on Lean. Everybody else just down to the pistols. It's an interesting approach because Lean has struggled with the firepower recently. He's not been the man to put up on that hero rifle. Right here sort of shows that again. Down without a fight. Opportunity to perhaps recover that rifle. As that TMB wants to deny that. No, it has been grabbed. Ooh, nice shot, Ryu.
So has the AK to work with. Could be a dangerous adversary. Oh, very aggressive play from Cristo. Not really sure what he was thinking. I suppose he wanted to reaggress a bit more, and look at this. Monte now taking full control of short. The ECSTATIC players late on the rotate. Unlele though, fighting. He's low HP. Gizmi's there to strike. A low HP Nut can't be found. It goes down eventually. Now it's all up to Syra and Long.
What?
Oh, how does he get a second? Waiting on for Gizmi. But it will be Gizmi to clutch it out.
Jeez, I mean, that's what the hero rifle's capable of. Perhaps not in the hands of Lean, but as long as there's one afloat, it does God's work. And wow, wow, wow. I can't believe Syra found that second shot. I'd love to see that on some kind of replay. I thought he was just dead to rights. It was, okay, he's in a 1v3. He's won the gunfight with the player on site, but the long flank's coming in, so he doesn't stand a chance. I think they sort of jumped the gun a little bit and stepped. It gave away the sound cue, and Syra just full 180. Head on a pivot, smashes it, and almost clutches up an unbelievable round. Monte will be happy they're able to pull that one off. Through the flames, decent entry, trade back. A 3-man stack here on B. ECSTATIC have read this well.
Yeah, this time really, the read finally pays off for ECSTATIC. There's still an AWP in the hands of Cristo, which is yet to fire off a single shot. Afro.
Ooh.
Oh, wow, that is a huge dink for the Opper. And now, I feel like if you're Monte, you probably don't want to contest the B side of the map. But the problem is, Cristo's got the read. He's expecting someone to back away from B. There's just a tiny gap to work with. Flash. Oh, perfect.
I was going to say, there is no chance that they cross here without the expectation that the AWP's holding it, but for whatever reason, Afro gives them the angle. It leaves it just down to Hadji. 1v4, hasn't got the bomb. This is another round that is just impossible. The problem is he kind of needs to die, and he will, so that's okay. Blessing in disguise for Hadji. Maybe not so much, actually. I didn't realize they had minimum loss. I thought they were on 1900, in which case, him just being on the same economy as everybody else is perfect. But because they won the last round, they're actually on double eco, so they need to force. So holding on to that AK probably would have done him some favors. AWP out either way. Gives me on a Galil, but yeah, this is awkward.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Afro still got the big green.
Oh, what a shot.
Okay, and it hits the shot. Great one. I mean, Cristo tries to play aggressive in this one. Op returns back to the equation. A great start. I mean, this is exactly what you expect out of your Opper in a map like this, too. He's got the mobility to go out there, look for some of these engagements, and worst case scenario, he dies. He's got his teammates. Might recuperate the weapon. At the same time, though, haven't seen a lot of long takes from Monte. So you feel like, yeah, Dust 2 is definitely one of those maps that is heavily relying on the spawns. Not to mention, they don't really have the equipment to fight for any long presence. So for Reed to hold on this position, I feel like it's the right choice. Whereas Haji making a lot of noise in tunnels. Perhaps so that someone like Nut might say, guys, I'm feeling pressure towards B. Can someone make the rotate? And slowly but surely, it is working. I mean, TMB is left long and is now in CT spawn.
Still walking into a bit of a stacked A site, but I think this is the right approach. Hadji's just found himself that AK-47 as well. Kind of swapped out with Christu's AWP at the start of the round when Afro found the entry. 35 seconds left, and they've got a pop-up cat. TMB jumps up, flashbang good, but the smoke hasn't faded yet, so it doesn't do him any favors. It actually just gets him killed. Such a questionable decision, and it's one that costs them big time. Analele's still doubling up with his sniper, though. Won't be able to connect for a third. 15 seconds. They need to get him off this angle, prioritize this plant. But with Nut on the flank, Afro knows there is no way out of this. Ryu not in position to do anything about this. Will go down. Doesn't want to survive after time. And ECSTATIC will make it for Analele with a quad kill. And I think that's one of the things that's most scary about this ECSTATIC roster is just how many capable AWPers they have. And we haven't seen this come into fruition too much before now. It's only really been Christu on that solo AWP. But on Dust 2, very viable to have two AWPs on the CT side. You've got Christu, that primary AWP, who's super potent. You've got Analele, who's always been a really good secondary and actually AWPed in sort of various rosters that he's been a part of. And then you've even got players like Nut, who every now and again will pick up an AWP if he's got the spawn for it and hit some great shots. So it's a scary team when it comes to those AWPs. And as I say, on a map like Dust 2, they are very, very relevant.
I don't know, like this just trying to cause as much havoc as possible. Some rotates, maybe over-rotates from the CTs. But again, you can't expect much out of Monte. A full-on eco like this. Oh, there you go. And try to bait out the AWP shot. Oh, but not the best run boost. And for Christo, this is perfect. 2 frags for him. He's got TMB as backup. That'll be a clean one for ECSTATIC. Not dropping a single player. Op still remains in the equation. Yeah, like you said, I mean, Dust 2 is definitely a great map when it comes to picking up the AWPs. Though I feel like, nowadays to try and go for the double up setup is a bit more suicidal on the CT side. Though some teams, like the Mongols, I mean, they like to keep it classy, rocking that double up setup on the CT side. But now, we do have the rifles here for Monte, so the rifles definitely give you the pace. But admittedly, ECSTATIC is starting to look a lot better on this map, on Lele. He's got the confidence to push up aggressive, and you can see Gizmy had no idea what's about to hit him. Syra gets 2 as well, and Unlela doubles up. And just like that, just Lonesome Ryu remaining.
Yeah, there's finally that confidence. I said at the start, right, in the pistol round, the way that ECSTATIC went about it, that perhaps they wouldn't have that level of confidence here on Dust 2, a map that they haven't had very much success with, as we would see them sort of a little bit scared, but they are finding that groove, they are finding that confidence, getting aggro. Analele is going 13-3, I think is probably a major part of that. Right, he's just trying to play for anything here, right? Doesn't want to save, doesn't want to survive. Keeping this economy sort of stable and consistent across the T side is quite important, and just random saves here and there doesn't help that at all. It's a bad round, though. That is a bad round. Chaotic all over the place. He'll be back with just pistols here.
I just think about this as well. I mean, at the start, relatively close. ECSTATIC definitely respecting their opponents. Now I feel like momentum has completely shifted, and ECSTATIC, yeah, they're more than willing to send out just Lonesome on Lele in top mid. No backup, no nothing. And not only does he get a frag, but he thrives in that situation. And yeah, Monte. You could see they're the ones sweating right now, and this is, after all, their map pick. Probably their best chance to win a map in this best of 3, because coming up next, it's going to be a difficult map. It's going to be Train. And ECSTATIC, no slouches on the map. Good protocols on both the CT and T side. Monte. That's something we can't say about this squad, at least not in this first half.
Yeah, honestly, if Monte win here on Dust 2, I actually feel like they've got a chance at taking Train, because they are a pretty good Train team themselves. But yeah, I'm kind of with you just on that sentiment of losing Dust 2 here. Breaking the back. Oh, what a shot from Afro. I would certainly put them down in the dumps and make the prospects of winning there on Train a whole lot harder. Single-pronged approach here, though, for ECSTATIC. They're all going to come in from short. Hadji, very messy on the opening gunfight. They're desperate to try and recover this rifle. They will get it. And as time's ticking away, head over the top. Galil wiped out. Christu's low, and the AWP is the wrong weapon for this task. He has to be the sideline support, holding from further back, hoping that Analele can do it all by himself. But the second in the sight somewhere, Analele's found him, and he's on the defuse, maybe in the nick of time. I'm not sure. No, it's too late. It's going to be 4 there for Monte around. They really had no business in winning, and I'm not sure why Christu doesn't get out of there. They've got more than enough money, so it doesn't matter. But to go down with the bomb, he's just jumping around on catwalk. Kind of wild. Either way, that's a round that Monte will be happy to take with open arms.
Oh boy, that is not the round you're supposed to lose if you're ECSTATIC. Yeah, it's questionable. I mean, the 3-man short commitment as well. Not having a single player. I mean, they had the kids. They had plenty of time to work with as well. Could have had someone walking up through long. And you realize if they just had one player in log, suddenly that 3-man setup on the A bomb side, I mean, they would have been just dismantled by the ECSTATIC retake. And now, like, this is such a great round for Monte to win. It was messy, sure, but it's a round that can still give you some confidence. Ryu, let's see if it's going to mount to something. Well, it's a frag that goes the way of Unlele. Tunnels being controlled by the CTs, at least that's what Gizmy thinks. But they have backed away, and surely, why not? You got the initial frag, it's a 4v5 from the get-go. ECSTATIC are loving it.
Yeah, just being fed these fights, right? Right into the belly of the beast. Being deployed both ways. Made to actually blow this one open. Nutnut's playing close behind. They're not going to check for him. But his spray, super messy. Hadji comes out on top. There's only one now on this B site to defend. Sort of frantic rotation from TMB. Missed AWP shot. How do they give Analele another chance at that? That is bonkers. At least boils down to the 3v3. And it's another B site retake.
Crystal waiting for his chance. That's good smoke, though. Not giving him a single chance if they want to commit. Or at least look for a potential frag. They might have to do so through window when Hadji. He's got the angle. A couple of flashbangs to work as well. There's no chance for ECSTATIC to get back into the bomb side, but Christo just with a tiny gap to work with. Enough to get one, but there's also Afro and Gizmy still alive and kicking, and Afro will secure the final frag. And man, Monte, I mean, pretty rough entry on the B bombs, all things considering. I mean, the fact that Unlele is still gabbing in that situation, he should have been a goner, but the fact that he considers, right, I'm just gonna peek out once and twice and come in with a no scope with the op. Yeah, that was surprising. And Monte, I mean, another close round, but they take it eventually.
These rounds have been anything but convincing, and it is a little bit worrying considering it's Monte's map pick. But the fact that they're getting them over the line, the fact they're pulling them together is something. We're going to attack pause.
perhaps I mean a tech pause like this is it's kind of good for Ecstatic to relax a little bit. I mean, they're still in the driver's seat when it comes to performing here on the first map, but yeah, I mean, they could have very easily just walked away in this first half with, I don't know, let's say 8 rounds, preferably, maybe even the 9. But right now, this game has become a lot closer than it probably should have ever been. So 7-5, I mean, still on the table, but so is a 6-6 scoreline, which for Monte, I mean, I would assume with a relatively fresh roster, I mean, not necessarily fresh, but with having 2 new additions, um, you'd love to start things off at the CT side. Ooh, where's this going?
Right, well, I'm hoping that we can be back into the action soon. No one's disconnected this time. Last time it was Ryu with the disconnect, but that's not happened here. I do want to point out, though, that Analele is just above and beyond. He's just miles ahead of everybody else. Miles ahead. It's not even close. Everyone else is still on single digits. I think we saw Afro just hit 10 in that last round. Analele is 17-6. He's doing just about everything right now. He's proven my point further with that secondary AWP in that last round as well, and just hitting some monster shots with it, even after missing that opening fight. To then re-peek and connect the no-scope, just making that somewhat plausible for the retake.
Yeah, I mean, in his case, I mean, he's just oozing confidence. And that's definitely a key aspect of a map like this. But at the same time, I will admit, I wonder how Static is going to play on that upcoming half. Because what we saw in this initial first half, I mean, they, for the most part, just relied on some of their default setups. From the get-go, they had basically, 2B, a couple players long, and someone maybe keep it a close eye on mid. But in all fairness, I mean, this is going to sound like a pun, but their CT side was pretty static. And sometimes, yeah, we did see some aggression coming through, which I feel like that is a necessary changeup. And obviously, you don't want to do it every single round, but they at least tried it a few times. And some of the times they have tried, I mean, it was super successful. I mean, on Lille, walking up top mid, picking up 2 frags. We know it. We remember it. But yeah, I mean, Monte. I wonder what's the deal, though. From what I could tell, looks like Ryu is not in his personal computer, so I would assume there's something wrong with his setup. Though I hope it's nothing serious and we could get back into the action. And I'll also say this, though, Josh. I mean, I feel like with the additions of Afro as well as Haji, I definitely feel like these are 2 players that definitely raise the floor of what this team is capable. I wouldn't necessarily. Maybe Afro could be regarded as someone who can, raise the ceiling of this team. I feel like that's the possibility. But Haji, I mean, he is a tenured player in all fairness. And even though he started off his career, playing out in some of the well-known French teams, obviously Envy being undoubtedly one of them, even had a brief stint in Falcons. At the same time, though, 3D Max, of course. But I definitely feel like Haji, with his level of experience, even though, I mean, despite his age, 29 years old, he's still able to hang in this level of Counter-Strike, even have some, great moments of his own, even in that Drillers roster, for example, when they were playing in the RMR. But they still need some time, though.
I mean, yeah, he's definitely sort of on the older end of this Monte roster for sure. But yeah, honestly, Haji's whole career has been like very interesting, right? Because he came out of the gates very hot as a player.
Mm.
was this like big prospect that went from Envious Academy to that main roster. And then, since going into the tail end of CSGO and CS2, other than the few months that we saw him on that 3D Max roster, he sort of came to Monte as a bit of a stand-in. Then, yeah, played with that Drillers lineup. We've seen him play a lot of, I mean, in terms of like his like registered rosters, there's actually not too many, but we've seen Hadji play in loads of like various different mixes under qualifiers and things like
Mm.
that. Hasn't necessarily been able to find like a solid place so far here in CS2. So yeah, I was playing with like the Drillers, then he like stood in for a tournament with ITB, played with a mixed team called the Bad Guys for a bit, then played with that like, Adventurers lineup, which is basically the core of the Drillers team that tried to qualify for the major through the Asia RMR. So he's kind of been like a little bit all over the place over the last sort of 6 or 7 months, and I'm glad to see him in more of a stable position. In fact, it sort of goes beyond that, doesn't it? In the last almost sort of 12 months. So it's nice to see him
Mm.
back in like a stable roster where I think he can actually build and grow, because he is a very talented player that with a lot of experience, and I think he has a lot to offer for a team like this. So yeah, I'm happy to sort of see him here, and I'm excited to see his progression with it. But
Yeah.
it's been a bit of a roller coaster for the past sort of 10 months for Hadji. They were so close to the major as well. I think he's one of the
Oh
few
man.
players that has played as long as he has and played with like teams and players that he has and has never made it to a major.
Yeah, maybe that's actually plausible. I feel like that is definitely a possibility though, because even though
He's
Haji
made
has
it.
played in a bunch of lineups. Oh, has he? Has he though?
No, no, no. Sorry, he's made it to RMRs 4 times. He played four RMRs, and
Oh,
always fallen just short. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, definitely a 10-year player, and again, that's kind of the reasoning why I'm going for it, that he might just be one of those players that definitely raises the floor of Monte. Which, in general, Monte, even before the addition of Afro and Hadji, has been in a pretty okay position in World Counter Strike. I believe what are they right now? They're ranked 64th in the world by HLTV. Valve ranking is a little bit lower, and obviously, I feel like their heyday was, a little bit farther back in the year. I guess you could say something like 2014, but they also had a pretty nice bump in March when they still had, Demka and Hades as well in the mix. But yeah, I feel like this is a project that deserves some recognition in the nearby future. I'm pretty excited to see how well they can gel together. I feel like, yeah, you could say this is, in terms of culture, right? I mean, you could say this is a pretty mixed bag. I mean, we got a couple Frenchmen, a Ukrainian, a Lithuanian, as well as an Englishman. That is quite the melting pot, I'd say.
Yeah, yeah, it is. That's kind of been Monty in a nutshell for a little while, hasn't it? Like that's
Hmm.
they've kind of gone for these international rosters. I'm very fond of it. I like I mean, even like they've been all over the place, and they had like Stico, and then they had Fessa for a bit as well. They've had all sorts of nationalities play under this Monty flag for the past couple of years. But um, yeah, I'm a big fan of the Gizmi promotion from that Monty Gen roster. I think he's a player with a lot to offer. I think I said last time I covered a Monty game as well that like Gizmi's such an interesting player, because not that I was like ever like anywhere in the UK scene particularly, but I'd go to like LAN events and play like various sort of smaller UK tournaments and things like that. And Gizmi got very good very quickly. Gizmi went from playing at a low level and playing with low level players and low level teams and playing like level 8 tournaments and in the UK circuit and whatnot, to getting
Hmm.
very very good very quickly. And then there was that he was then playing at a high level within the UK scene, and then he got picked up by the Monty Gen roster, and everyone was like, "Whoa!" Like, especially sort of one of my school friends actually is like quite close friends with Gizmi, and yeah, it just felt like this crazy like wake up call of wow, yeah, this guy's actually got really good over like the past year. And now he's
Hmm.
playing at the level that he's playing at, right? And it just felt like this huge elevation. There were so many players within the UK scene that had been at the top of the UK scene for a long time, but had never been able to breach past that. And I think everyone thought that, like, I'm not going to name any names, but everyone thought that certain UK players would be, in line to find themselves on a spot on an international roster. I think go back sort of 4 or 5 years, no one would have expected that to be Gizme. But
Hmm.
that's sort of the way it works, right? You can yeah, it's these sort of young talents that emerge and reach new heights. Gizme, one of the few UK players that's been able to break that boundary, play outside of our small and underdeveloped scene.
Oh, and I'll give him some more prompts as well. I mean, if you take a look at Gizme's perspective, at his POV, it does feel like he's a pretty cerebral player in a lot of the instances. And I also believe he is the in-game leader, the captain of this team, which is also, I feel like it's a pretty peculiar situation when, he's as young as he is. I believe he's 21, and
Mm.
he's got to lead, guys like, sure, Ryu, Lean. I feel like they might respect him, but, got a 10-year player like Haji. You got someone like Afro who's also played in a pretty okay time in terms of Counter Strike numbers. And I really hope that he's able to, deliver his vision to this roster, and that they are more than willing to listen to him and combine that with some more, individual prowess. That's why I feel like this, team could definitely make it. I feel like there's also a kind of fun fact as well that I believe when the Bleed roster existed, I think it had players like Jacob. I think they had Knock
Cypher.
as well in the mix.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I believe even Casada was contemplating of actually picking up Gizme into that
Mm.
team. So I mean, he could have very easily kind of ascended the Counter Strike ladder. I feel like in that team, but obviously the story of Bleed, not a great one. The way the organization imploded, but it's still good to see, that he still has a chance. Monte giving him a chance. Remember as well, I mean, Monte Gen, they did actually at one point did promote Gizme and Ryu to the main lineup. Then
Yeah.
obviously they played some more international events. I believe they even went to one event in Brazil. Didn't really work out that well for Monte, so they got demoted again back to the academy roster. But again, they were showing good numbers and winning matches and tournaments in the academy lineup. So they're thinking, okay, let's give them another shot. So I feel like that's that's actually a pretty cool storyline, because I don't really know another organization that would be willing to, promote, demote, and then once again promote their players.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. It feels similar to what like NIP were doing a while ago, with their academy project, right? The Young Ninjas. Um, but it is an interesting approach, and it's something that I so much of the time feel that promotions from academy teams rarely come based on a player necessarily. It rarely comes on like the player's merit, and more just an opportunity whereby the main team needs a new player, right? I think that in all of these academy lineups, there's normally some superstar that's ready to be promoted, but it's about finding the right time, right? It's about finding that contract gap. It's about needing that piece in the main roster, because you don't want to just be chopping and changing players for no reason. Even if it is an upgrade, breaking the structure of a main team is always very sort of detrimental. And I think that like a good example of that is like Spirit Academy with Kaisuke, right? He is an
Hmm.
he is obviously playing at like a high enough level to be playing at tier one, right? There is absolutely no doubt
Hmm.
about that. But there's no obvious space for him in the main roster, right? And people are sort of saying, "Oh yeah, there is," but there is, with Spirit having the successes that they're having at the moment. There's no point in breaking that structure and breaking that team for a punt on an academy player, right? So either sell him off to another
Hmm.
organization or keep him in the academy. But when there is then that obvious break, for when one of the boys gets picked up by someone else, or you know, somebody has a drop off in performance, or somebody leaves, or whatever, and then you can kind of go down that route. But yeah, it very much does sort of feel at the moment like yeah, that's sort of what happened with Monty. It was they had the opportunities with having the Polish guys, and they had when they had Hades, when they had Diha and whatnot, and they had like a very strong Polish core on this lineup, it didn't make sense to bring the academy players back up. But then when things changed and Diha then took a step back and whatnot, yeah, then that opportunity was there. I'd love some word on what's sort of going on here, because we still don't have Ryu on the cams, which is kind of concerning, right?
Okay, so I got some info. So it looks like
Beautiful.
Ryu is still fixing some internet issues. He's got back home. So I guess meanwhile, he's trying to fix it. We're going to go to a very quick break, folks. So once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you this first map. But let's go take a bit of a breather and let's return back to some Counter-Strike once we have it. Okay, hello guys, welcome back, and this is still the first map, the end of the first half. It looks like Ryu is back. I would assume that his internet issues have been fixed. Oh, I hear some clicking in the chat, which is never a good sign. So I would assume we might have to go for a bit of a restart. And oh no, he's out again.
He's out again. That's so unfortunate. So unfortunate. A game like this, Monte, with their new roster wanting to make a bit of a statement here. Their map pick as well to start the series, having these technical issues, just so tough. And it breaks, like, any kind of momentum, any kind of focus that you have as well, having these issues. Really throws a curveball right at you. But final round of the half, they do have a little bit of an economic advantage. It's actually TMB that disconnects now. What is happening?
No way. Oh, man. I was kind of happy that, there we go, Ryu's back. Now, Team B is laying back. Yeah, that kind of sucks. RIP indeed. To a real one. But I really hope... Oh! He's been resurrected! Lovely. Oh, does that mean we can go? Can we return back to the first map of the first half? I believe, yes. There we go. Ladies and gents, everyone's in the server. Everyone's buying up guns, and we should be good to go to at least figure out how's the first half going to end. Yes, the scoreline is 6-5. Brief recap. ECSTATIC have been doing a pretty good job these past couple rounds, though. Monte ended up winning a pretty impressive round with just pistols and an AWP in hands of Afro, and from there on out, they managed to win a couple rounds of their own. And now, oh, what is this? Again, it's Unlele trying to go aggressive. We should be seeing some response, and Unlele is able to get another. No way he's going for more. He tried, and early on, I mean, this is a huge advantage, and Syra's gonna finally pop out along. This has got to be the end, though.
Well, certainly the end for this half and this round, but it actually sort of runs a little bit deeper than that, I feel, with just the way in which ECSTATIC are playing right now. How Monte are looking in so many of these gunfights, right? They approach this round. It's like the same default as we've seen, but ECSTATIC just running circles around them. Aggressive up long. Unlele pushing up mid again. We've seen him do that multiple times. This half he's gone unpunished every single time. He's 18-4. He's absolutely smurfing on everybody. Ryu's the one having the tech issues. He's having a slower performance than we're used to out of him. But Lean, despite the fact that he doesn't appear to be having the tech issues, having a really slow day at the office as well. As I said before, he's struggled to find impact in so many of the matches recently. And in this half, that will resonate. Nut with a double spray down on the swing from the MP9. 7 on the board for ECSTATIC at the halfway point. And not bad at all, especially considering they were 3-2 down. They lost the pistol. Monte are definitely in trouble here.
Oh, I forgot about these. It looks like we're going to have our lovely case opening. The giveaway is on. And yeah, I remember when I was doing the grand final of Phase 1, I mean, you had some insane drops, but I would assume that, you know, it's a regular day here at the office, so it is just going to be Mirenko or Mirenk with a win, but an AK-47 cross fade. So congrats to you, buddy. And if anyone wants to try and give it a shot at the giveaway, be sure to type in !Galaxy. Group stage drops, from what I've seen, probably have not been the best, but as we're about to reach, you know, something like the quarters, the semis, the grand final in particular, that's when the drops gonna be mega good.
Yeah, I think the odds, we kind of juice up the odds a little bit as we get deeper into the tournament. So that's where, you know, at least last season we saw some of those bigger skins coming out. Look at this approach from Monte. 2 pressing up mid, 3-man stack on the B site. And Afro is all the way up to suicide here. I don't think they expect this. So he should be good for at least 1. It comes down to timing. Sierra, yeah, won't expect that at all. Now Afro is in a bit of trouble. He has to try and escape here, calling for the support from his teammate, but his teammate's miles away. It's the P250 from TMB that tries to get it back. It's going to be Christu instead. And now the Glocks are going to start pressing. Ismate, nice shot. Able to dial it back as well. Numbers back in their favour. And remember, they've still got this stack on B, and they've sort of forced ECSTATIC into this wrap to the B site. Timing's brilliant here from Lean, but he's whiffed. And it's Ryu that has to make up for it.
There we go. Christo and company entering the B. Bomb set up close is Nut. The big problem, though, the bomb, they still have to recover it. Fair enough. I mean, for ECSTATIC, they still have some time to work with, but this should be such a good crossbar and tunnel. I'm surprised there's only Lonesome Ryu, but he has what it takes to get that shot in, and now it is just up to Christo. 1v3 nonetheless. I like the fact that all three players are close by to one another, so trade frag potential is always there. And yeah, this is such an awkward angle to what? How, Christo? How does he get the frag on Hadji? I mean,
he's picked up the bomb as well, Danny.
Yeah. What?
They don't even realize that he's picked up the bomb. He's just gonna go and plant.
Oh no way! I mean, Christo's a bit turned it into a pretty doable 1v2. Both players popping out.
What?
Oh no! What? How does he get that one? Lean, come on! You have what it takes, please! Yes, you do, but oh man, that round was way too close for comfort. That should have been an easy one for Monte to just close it out. Admittedly, Christo hitting some insane shots. But man, oh man, that would have been such a sour round to lose.
Yeah, that would have. I think that would have just been like it right there. Just leave the server. You lose a round like that. The big concern, though, I mean, Rose hit a couple of great shots there, which I think is a nice little indicator that hopefully he's not having ping issues anymore. But Lean was the concern for me, right? Whiffs massively on the freebie in the first gunfight, then ends up, you know, he's tucked behind the door. His job is to just trade his teammate when Christo peeks out. He misses those shots and nearly doesn't get it done in the 1v1. Does well to stay composed and find that kill, get that clutch. Hopefully that's a little bit of a morale booster for him, because this game so far has been anything but. It's just been an absolute stinker. Rounds away. Oh, decent damage being done by Afro here, actually. You won't necessarily realise it, but Christo's down to half off of those spams. It's a must-win for Monte, though. It's a force buy out of a static. They got the bomb plant. They've prioritised the util over the firepower, actually. One rifle, rest on the pistols. They'll have enough for an execution, but if Monte win this, they can try and take the lead. So this is super important for them.
Oh, just look at the amount of space Christo is making. So much intel, so much control, and you can see the CTs have completely no idea what's happening, but there we go. Ryu goes in for the peek, but overexposed. And Christo is able to get one. Now Lonesome Ryu on the side. Flashbang is good. Christo gets another. And you can see, yeah, I mean, they had no idea how close the T's were, despite, you know, Ryu going for the peek, spotting out. He thought, yeah, okay, there's only one guy at double doors. No need to worry about anything closer. And as we saw, Christo was pretty damn close, deep in mid, getting one, getting two, and that's basically the round.
I said before that was a must-win. That's such a huge choke from Monte. And through our rose-tinted goggles, it looks super foolish. From their perspective, you do understand how Afro's been caught out there. Ooh, that's a little bit rough, forgive me. But yeah, from their perspective, you do understand how Afro's been caught out. But still, that's just not, you know, not a position that you should be exposing yourself to without any control. Nobody's been holding mid for ages. You've got your Heaven player just like periodically jiggling, but he's been off the angle long enough that someone absolutely could have crossed and could be holding that left side. Just a walk across to Car, completely exposed with your back turned. That is just disastrous. They're going to be on double eco here as well, so they're going to have to force back. If this doesn't work, the Static will be propelled onto 10, a one-way ticket to this finish line and closing out their opponent's map pick. Monte have kept it fairly competitive until now, but this could be that turning point where a Static just run away with things.
Nice nade, though. Good amount of damage on Anlela. But again, Monte, they have gone for the force buy, but they simply don't have enough equipment to be holding on too long. And fair enough, backing away is probably the best bet. I like the fact as well that they're being pretty liquid in this round, you know, not really committing towards the A bomb site, still having players mobile, in short, in mid. Wonder if we're going to see someone like Gizmi even attempt to go for the ramp route. I mean, he's going to clear out lower tunnels. That will be loads of intel for the CTs. Definitely not expecting this to be a long take, despite, you know, the util that Nut has deployed. I mean, the CTs are very well aware of what's about to happen. A minute left on the clock. There's no one in tunnels, no one in mid. Can they hit their shots, though? That's the big question. And it is TMB, though, on the receiving end, dishing out a lot of damage. Afro has taken up a position at the car that has been Molotoved out recently, but they might check in another Molotov for good measure, and Haji pops out. Afro does as well, but so far the frags go the way of ECSTATIC. Oh. Gonna walk up closely. And slowly but surely, Ryu, he's got the angle, but that just won't be enough.
Wow.
Gives me, yeah, that's the end.
Yeah, there was absolutely zero chance that with the double smokes up the way that they were, that ECSTATIC weren't going to clear car like they did. You know, bold from Afro. Could have maybe worked out, but yeah, it doesn't at all. Keep using the fire bombs, keep flushing them out. 9-6, double digits right on the horizon here for ECSTATIC. Monte just struggling, and it's those key pieces. I mean, I keep pointing out that, you know, Lean's having a hard time, but the fact that Haji's still stuck on 6 kills, a bit of a problem point. He's been on 6 frags for ages now. These USPs might be able to get something out of it. A little bit of team damage. Ooh. Okay, now it's Ryu's turn with the rifle.
Fair enough. Damage inflicted, but that simply will not be enough. And so the scoreline is 10-6. ECSTATIC, they've done the most important part. Putting out the pistol, the subsequent force spy. And now, Monte needs to get back into this one, but it won't be easy as they try to rearm themselves. They encounter a somewhat of a lack of utility. Not all the smokes, not to mention the fuse kits. Though I haven't really seen the second half go to the post plant that often. Cristo. WP in hand, T side. Could be useful. Ryu's positioning ability is key. He should be good to get at least 1 frag. If anyone decides to pop up, and Cristo, I mean, he's playing a very dangerous game. You can see that Monte not going to overstep their boundaries, still maintaining a pretty similar position, but Sire's got a pretty cool angle. Lean does not seem to be aware of it. This could come back to bite them. Oh, he might even get caught out. You can see he's not aware of it at all. Now sees the player, just the glimpse. A headshot is there, but it's just not effective enough.
It's such a shame that's a FAMAS against an AK. Lean had the drop on it. The better duel spams through. Cristo tagged out so low. It's a man advantage here for ECSTATIC, but it does feel fragile. Gives me... Start to cross back. 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this might just come down to TMB, whether he can get a frag in long. If he does, I feel like this defense will crumble instantly. But Haji comes out on top. 30 seconds. No one's in long. No one's in short. The CTs will be very much aware of what's about to happen. Gizmi and company, they hear the footsteps. Low HP players coming first. They should be going down swiftly. Gizmi in the car position. 1, 2.
Huge.
Can he get the third if needed? No. Goes down. It's Unlele, but Haji's here as well with swift rotate and Afro with the finisher.
That was such a key round, converting it right there. Absolutely perfect. Not a perfect position to be in, don't get me wrong. I don't think many would envy it, but they stay afloat. Yeah, that hold on the B site was really strong. Ryu only taking that 1, but just staying alive long enough there, drawing the attention away that Gizmi's then teed up for the double. Some great mechanics out of him there too. Haji under pressure. Why does he go back for that? Running away to CT, thinking he was just going to play for the cover and his teammates to rotate. Instead, dips back in for the fight and ends up costing the early advantage and the A site control. He was the only one there to defend it.
Yeah, something tells me he might have actually asked for a teammate to throw in a flash for him. Probably unaware of how many players will come his way, but that was actually a really solid round from ECSTATIC. I mean, we saw how quickly they managed to use the spawns to their advantage, and not only that, I mean, we just saw the players not only just, slowing down once they hit the bomb site, once they reach A site itself, No, I mean, we saw players like TMB going for the wraparound, knowing there's someone right behind that smoke, close by CT spawn. He comes in, gets that frag. I mean, as far as clean rounds are concerned, that was definitely one of them. A great showing from ECSTATIC. And once again, Monte. It feels like this has been by far the most suffocating thing for them. Oh, how... Whoa. Surprised Ryu wasn't able to react quickly enough.
Yeah, I mean, Ryu's a little bit slow to react there for sure, but it's Lean that the spotlight's on. Again, he desperately needs to wake up if they want any chance of winning this map or the second map in this series. Like every single gunfight he's taken, it's just so sloppy. ECSTATIC just getting the better of him time and time again. Ryu up on top of these boxes. Might be good for one. I'm going to check for him. No. Decent amount of damage, but even when they're going for these gamble stats, the guess is wrong. ECSTATIC reading them like a book right now. Ooh. Gizmi needs to just prioritize holding on to this M4, to be honest.
I feel like that's kind of dissatisfying that the players of Monte just, Outro has been somewhat on point, hitting some great shots. Gizmi has also found his moments of brilliance, but yeah, I feel like some of the other players seem to be just lagging behind a little bit. And I feel like that might actually just cost them this first map of the best of three. Luckily, it's a best of three still. The second map remaining in the form of trade, which by all intents and purposes will require the CTs to frag out, because I'm sure, with ECSTATIC picking the map, they will probably begin things on the T side and Monte and CT. But man, you definitely want to see some of those individuals, step up as well. Lean not having the easiest game. We've heard of Ryu's internet problems as well. And TMB now rocks up with the AWP. Early frag. I mean, again, it's a solid start. They get the opener. And this has been happening ad infinitum here on the first map.
Yeah, it has been. It's that sort of halfway mark. ECSTATIC have just looked like the dominant force. The lengthy pause clearly didn't do Monte any favors. Christou's going to follow up for another. Just when I thought Afro might actually get the timing hit. Sort of caught in the crossfire, but hang on a minute. TMB's pulled out an awkward grenade. The man advantage does go to Monte.
Oh, it might just be doable now. I mean, Unlilla and Nutnut, not the best positions. First and foremost, they need to recover the bomb. Luckily, none of the Monte players are guarding short. But they don't know that. They're being extra careful about it, which means wasting precious seconds. Oh man, Ryu's also in a pretty awkward position. Luckily, he will not be contested in middle. Otherwise, if a player dies in B, you're so sure that ECSTATIC will just hit the B side. But now Afro, first point of contact, sees the players, doesn't want to give them the advantage. Will play it safe. Allow for his teammates to get a little bit closer if needed. In fact, even better, use the smoke to his advantage. But now that there's a player in Goose, this could get awkward. Afro going down. And you feel like maybe you should have just engaged the players. And now it's all up to Lean and Ryu. Let's see if they can step up. Double peek it is. Nut, though. Closes it out. That's how ECSTATIC will secure the victory on the first map. But man, I don't know. I feel like ECSTATIC definitely delivered here on the first map. I have been just a little bit disappointed by Monte.
Yeah, a little bit, right? I mean, at the end, it comes right down to the wire. We saw Nutnut get tagged down to 5 HP, but even had Monte won that round, I'm not sure if that would have really done all too much for them. Just a prime example of overcooking things a little bit there at the end, I feel. Not denying that bomb plant, thinking that he's teed up for both. I understand the idea behind it, trying to stay alive and get those rotations in time, but Yeah, it just didn't work out at all. Look at that MVP. Of course, nobody else deserves it more than he does. 24 kills, 100 ADR, and a Lele. That was a special performance out of him. He's a player that we're very used to playing very well, but not like that. That was all on his shoulders.
Yeah, he definitely delivered on that. At the end of the day, though, I will say this. Luckily, there's still a second map upon us, but I will admit, I mean, we saw that in terms of ADR, Rio was actually the one that had, I think, the highest ADR, in fact, in that first map. So it goes to show that despite, him having some difficulties with the tech issues he's had, he was still able to dish out the damage. But I really hope that once we jump into the second map, that maybe Monte will be able to come to their senses and give us a better map, a better performance individually speaking. But then again, we are talking about a roster that has 2 new additions in their team.
Yes, we are. I don't have massively high hopes for Train for Monte, but as I said before, they are a team that are decent on it. And for SkyFury, they are one of the only teams that they've lost to. So we'll have to wait and see what's in store for us. We're going to jump over to a short 15-minute break, folks. When we return, we will be back with that action waiting for you. So don't go too far. You definitely don't want to miss it.
All right, folks, so this is now the second map of the best of three. No, not the third. We definitely took our sweet time to finish off that first one, which still ended up being an ecstatic victory. I felt that, to me, Monte was a little bit underwhelming, but now they will have a chance to prove themselves on the second map of the best of three, which is going to be Train.
It is going to be Train, and as we were saying before, it's kind of an interesting map for both teams because the Static are very, very good on Train. Very, very good. They seem to beat everybody on it. It's their most played and their highest win rate map. For Monte, it is one that they float as a third or sometimes just float in general where teams will play it against them. It isn't one of their strongest suits, but in terms of their recent results, they've actually looked very good on it. Convincing wins against everyone they've played over the past couple of weeks here on Train. Some very good teams within that realm as well. Paravision being one of them. They managed to beat ECSTATIC on it a few weeks ago, and even their most recent endeavor on Train, it was, just 2 weeks ago, and that was against BetBoom, and they lost that 13-11. But generally speaking, they are actually a pretty good Train team. So what should really, against any other team, be a complete stomp, might not actually be the case here for this second map. We'll see.
Yeah, I feel so as well. I mean, if you take a look at just the win rates alone, I mean, they're relatively close. I mean, it's not like there's a huge disparity. But at the same time, I mean, there is that one difference that, Monte, they had those wins with a bit of a different lineup. They did not have Afro and Haji in the mix. They still had, players like Hate and Demka. And the one saving grace, I would assume, is that they at least have, the same player in the form of Gizmy calling the shots. So I would assume that he has the game plan of how to approach this map, and he is more than capable of putting the players in the right positions of their choosing. Oh, yeah. And I wanted to say as well that one of the great things about Train for Monte has been Ryu's fragment potential. This seems to be one of his better maps in which he's able to rack up a pretty good number of kills and impact, even though he's not the opper. At the same time, man, if he's going to keep on having these sort of tech issues with his internet, that could be a pretty big downside for Monte.
Oh, yeah, this is such a shame. When he insta reconnected, I thought, maybe just a, no problem, just a little restart. But this is a real shame. This is honestly a real shame because, yeah, this was teed up. Before we went into this series, you were saying this was supposed to be one of the best of threes of the day, and it might not deliver that purely on the basis of these tech problems.
Yeah.
Office procedures manual. Make sure you familiarize yourself. Regular office hours, 9 to 5. Lunch break, 12 till 1. They get an hour lunch break. In the UK, they just kind of stopped doing that in most businesses. When I used to work for a supermarket, I'd get 30 minutes. And legally, they only have to give you 20 minutes. Can you believe that? You can do a whole day, 20 minutes to eat lunch. I know. And in that time, I'd have to go and buy lunch because I wouldn't pack my own lunch. I know. It's not enough time to eat lunch.
Big question as well. Does that 1 hour break counts as your working hour? In the sense that you still get paid for eating lunch? If that's the case, then not bad.
I think it depends. I don't think you have to. No, I don't think they have to give you paid lunch. No. In fact, I'm almost certain I wasn't paid for my lunch break. Yeah. Crazy, huh? Financial figures.
Financial.
Oh yeah. They're in the up.
Basically,
baby.
I don't know. This is this is 2 player counts, skins prices, competitive teams,
Sure I believe
all that
that's
jazz.
the profit and loss for an old Soviet train yard, though. That feels a little too inflated, right? I can't believe the attention to detail.
It's too good.
This, by the way. In the last series, me and Twist were talking about this, about these little Easter eggs that Valve put in, right? It is insane that this portion of the map that you can't see, by the way, you can't actually get to this area of the map, has high detailed documents on the wall that you can actually go and read. And they're actually, they make sense. They're not just gibberish.
Yeah,
I'm gonna sat and typed this out, Danny.
That is true. That is true. Instead of working on a real anti-cheat. I know. I know the jokes write themselves, but I will say this. I mean, it is kind of cool to see Train coming back.
Yeah.
Really cool detailed map, and I feel like yeah, it's a. Oh, there's even a TV here. I did not notice that.
Yeah, and it plays pictures of like old
Oh
train as well.
no,
Old
that
train.
is Old Train.
You see all those financial docs on the wall though? That would be me. My parents coming in and after years of saying like, get a real job. When are you gonna get a real job? This would be them coming in and being like, oh my god, he's finally got a real job. He's doing like financial reports and stuff. Little do they know. Little did they know they're pretend financial reports to go on the wall on Train, my favorite Counter-Strike map.
Is it? How do you feel about Train?
No, not
How do you
necessarily.
feel about the map?
I just I do like it though. I do like Train. It's probably not my favorite map, but yeah, I do like it. I think it maybe needs like some small tweaks after the major. Can't do anything now, but yeah, could do with some small tweaks after the major for sure. Just to kind of balance things out a little bit. I think T's being able to get out on the A site is like a little bit of a problem. The way that that's approached now, it's to be honest, not so much more chaotic than it's always been, but I think they will just find little ways to just reposition the trains ever so slightly and balance things a little bit. I can't imagine this map will just go without any changes. Yeah, look, there's another little TV. It's kind of a weird place for there to be a TV, but our observer knows all the little Easter eggs here on Train. There's tons of them, which I kind of, that is one of the things I really like about it. Like I was saying in the Game of Twist earlier, you can say what you like about, Valve like not caring about CS and whatnot, and there's elements to that, right? But it's very clear when they make maps like Train and they put in all of these Easter eggs and these little, like homages to old days CS and old Train and things. They care about like the
Yeah.
history of the game and preserving that to some degree, which I think is really cool.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
excited to see
definitely
it back
with you
in.
on that front. After all, I mean, if they wouldn't really care about the maps, they would make them as detailed as they are, and it is really cool addition to. I mean, having more detail obviously means that
The run,
your CS2
yeah.
maps definitely don't look the way they did in CS:GO, and at the same time, they do require you to have better hardware. But man, I mean, it's worth it at the end. It's definitely worth it. Get yourself a better PC. I mean, the funny thing is as well, I've rocked up a pretty old computer. I think I got from my friend a GTX 970 because I currently did not have a gaming PC and I was just playing Counter Strike 2 on via GeForce Now, which is tremendous. I mean, that was awful. I would not recommend anyone to play Counter Strike with GeForce Now, but I did for some time, and I even got myself. Yeah, it's like I said, I got a computer GTX 970. I think it's got. Let me think. I think it has. Yeah, it had a third generation i5. So that goes back all the way to 2013. So I popped in a server CPU, a Xeon CPU, and it actually, it can do CS2, low settings, 1080p, something like, I don't know, something like 90-ish, 100 FPS. And we are talking about a graphics card that is more than 11 years old. So, by all intents and purposes, I mean, you should have a good enough rig to run CS2.
I guess so. This guy's showing his age though with all of this, right?
Oh yeah.
Old school hardware. But yeah, I do kind of feel like you kind of forget. I'm victim to this because anytime new hardware comes out, I never buy like the best stuff. I'm always the guy that will buy like a, I don't know, like a 3060, 4060. I'd be like, oh yeah, well, I only really play Counter Strike. I'm not trying to like run, I don't know, Cyberpunk on 4K or something. And then anytime there's updates and the game doesn't run very well, I'm like, oh, why doesn't, like, I used to get 300 FPS. Why am I not even getting 200 now? But you've only got to like go back and watch. I was literally only watching like an old casting clip the other day and just seeing how it was on Ancient and just looking at like, how CSGO looked, how the old smokes looked and things like that. And then even like earlier iterations of maps and whatnot to actually realize like how much more graphically intense the game is now. You sort of get complacent. You look at Train and you think, oh yeah, this is exactly like Old Train, right? Like, it's just a different layout. It's not at all. Compare the two maps, this is so much more detailed. There's so much more going on. Yeah, I'm not surprised that, yeah, my old hardware doesn't hold up. I couldn't imagine trying to run CS now on my first PC that I had back in, like, 2013, 2014. It just wouldn't stand a chance. But back then, it was chilling. 150, 200 FPS. It was hanging in there. Danny, we're going to go on a little train ride. You like trains?
Oh, that's sick. I don't know. Actually, this can sound weird, but if you ever get a chance to go to a depot, right? That's actually kind of an interesting experience, you know, seeing all those trains, hearing some, you know, ladies speaking over the speaker, saying something, rah, rah, trains going there, rah, 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 and you got this industrial echo to it. It's kind of cool. It's a kind of cool experience. But what's also kind of cool is to get back into the game and actually watch some real Counter-Strike that's going on. It is Train. It is Monte on the CT side, ECSTATIC on the T side. Ryu is back. The game is back. And it's also a fast play on side. Ryu, oh, wow. That is not the best start for him, but 3v3 nonetheless. Still okay for the CTs. And Afro, oh, wow. That is a beautiful shot from Afro. And he's not slowing down. A second one to boot. And Lonesome Lele remains. And let Afro get the quadruple. Wow. Beautiful start for him.
Beautiful start indeed. That was perfect. A man that was actually doing some decent lifting on that first map. It felt like, you know, the rest of the team were absent. And Afro was actually quite potent. But, yeah, getting off to the right foot here on Train could be the start of better things to come out of Monte. He'll buy himself a scout hit. M4A1S on Ryu. He's had all these technical issues. I'm really hoping that he stays in the server and he doesn't have any more ping problems. And we can have a fair and competitive match moving forward. Because I think these two teams still can deliver us one hell of a game. I think Monte have got a whole lot in the tank. They've just not been able to show it yet. But a flawless round here for the second. Puts them 2-0 ahead. Reminiscent of what we saw on Dust 2, but this one feels like there's a little more power behind it. It feels like there's a little more revenge in their eyes after the way that last map went. They should be able to take a third here against the Eco.
I mean, that's the least thing you'd hope for, right? Monte, definitely no slouches on this map. Have played it, have experience on it. Not necessarily with this lineup, but the core of Lean, Gizmi, and Ryu know how to do it. Right now, what I'm seeing is confidence, definitely. So, we could be seeing nice pop, actually. Nice wraparound from Gizmi as well. Able to catch Lonesome Syra off guard. Though, yeah, we were talking about recently about some of the changes on Train. To some extent, I feel like maybe the map has been dumbed down just a little bit. I feel like, you know, with some of the timings that the T's have, they could pop out way too easily out of A main, and you consider as well that Pop Dog no longer has that sort of dynamic nature to it, I suppose, you know, of being able to drop down and make it a quick rotate. You could say, yeah, maybe the map has been dumbed down slightly, but it is fresh, it is new. There's a lot of things to be picked about, found, and discovered, which also makes the map very interesting. And obviously the meta is not stable just yet, and even if you do have a team like ECSTATIC that's sitting on, what, an 80% win rate? Maybe they've just done it because the other teams don't know how to play the map just yet. But they're definitely an experienced roster. Good protocols as well. But this eco round should end one way. Ryu, M4 with us in hand. Ooh, struggling with the last frag. Luckily, he's got Afro to back him up. Not dishing out some good damage. I mean, a second frag in an eco round. That's pretty all right.
Where's the M4? There it is. Okay, I was going to say, they need to just forget about picking up the Deagle. Prioritize getting that rifle carried through. They will go and recover it. AWP comes out on Afro. He's off to a lightning start. 7-0. Yeah, 3-0 here for Monte. And you are sort of onto something. There's, you know, I don't think you can accredit all of ecstatic successes here on train to just the fact that nobody else knows how to do it. But, yeah, with the early months of train being in play, it has felt like there's been a lot of teams that, yeah, have sort of shied away from it, or some that have wanted to entertain starting playing it. But if you're an early pioneer that sort of picked it up from the get-go and they started putting in that practice and preparation like ECSTATIC, and it does give you that real advantage. 1-for-1 early on. Ryu still alive and kicking. Knows they're coming out of Ivy. Hits the dink. Can't follow up the second bullet. It still feels doable with Hadji in the corner. Now he's gone and things get tricky.
Oh, yeah. Run DMC style. It's tricky. Lead might just be able to catch maybe Crystal guard. Oh, he's aware of it, but the crosshair were just a little bit off. And you take a look at some of the remaining players. I mean, Nut, TMB, incredibly low in HP. And Afro, they don't seem to be aware of a player in Pop Dog. Like, this is huge. He might be able to catch someone off guard. Oh, he has been spotted. But no diffuse could work. Oh, there is actually one in the hands of Afro. Nade could be huge. It is. Lean gets one. The two remaining players are incredibly low in HP. He might be able to try and stick it, but time is of the essence. Can't actually pull it off, though. Nut going for the spray. Oh, he hits it eventually. And that would be the victory for ECSTATIC. But man, oh man. 4v2. Still making it incredibly close. Now this is a Monte I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this is a new side of Monte that we just didn't see on Dust 2 at all, right? And I was alluding before to the fact that Dust 2 wasn't a very good map for them either in terms of their history with it. And it felt like perhaps they'd picked it on the basis that it's one of ECSTATIC's weaker points. But here on Train, even just in these first few rounds, they've seemed more comfortable. Everybody going down with the ship actually hurts ECSTATIC more than it does Monte. They were on a bonus round. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it over the line there, but they'll come in with full confidence, knowing, yeah, we just nearly pulled off a 4v2. Now we've got even better weaponry in hand. Early advantage. Feels like they're overdoing it by pressing further. Oh, man. Why? Why have they done this? They have an early man advantage, and they just over-aggress. They go for the triple swing on B, and they get no success out of it.
Yeah, something tells me that they wanted to bank on that early success of theirs. And by all intents and purposes, I mean, you could say that was an okay plan, but they just didn't seem to be aware of how many players there are in B holds. I felt like the spacing of Gizmi and Ryu peeking out of Pop Dog was also perhaps a little bit awkward. I felt like they should have been just a bit quicker. The second player should have come in perhaps a little bit sooner. But you could also think of it in that way that, yeah, they have a player who's making his way out of ramp, and maybe Nlele, turns away, doesn't expect the Pop Dog player. But yeah, either way, it will be ECSTATIC to get themselves a second. And yeah, that does put Monte in a economical disadvantage right now. Luckily, the 1M4 has been saved from the previous round, but that's the only saving grace. For the remaining players, it's eco for days.
And no one can really justify investing anything into this. So, Hadji staying alive. We'll have that Hero M4. When we saw that Hero rifle in play on Dust 2, it was on the T side. So, it does have a lot more potential to carve out a round. Was able to do quite a lot, but right here, it doesn't seem like that'll be the case. Hadji will actually be the first to drop here too. Will be passed along the bus. Afro can pick it up. He won't have Kevlar behind him though. Gonna try and get aggressive is Lean. All the way up Ivy. Nobody on the other side of this. It's going to be TMB just walking up onto the A site instead. Look at this. So much space being found. So much information being relayed. That's Afro gone. That's the rifle out of commission again.
Good shot from Nlele. Gonna try to make this round as sweet as possible for ECSTATIC. Now dropping a single player would be great for the T-side economy moving forward. You can see that has been pretty huge for them to win these past couple of rounds with really dropping a lot of players. And in terms of economy, they're looking hot as ever, which is something we cannot say about Monte. And the one thing I definitely want to see more out of Afro is that AWP. But They need to string a few rounds together to get an economical advantage. Perhaps then we'd see the sniper rifle come out. Right now, though, early smoke's being deployed on the A bomb site. Gap. Oh, look at the bombardment. Early nades come through. Syra still pops out. Wins the fight against Gizmi. Almost does it against Ryu as well. He's in a precarious position, and he knows it. He backs away. 4v4 ensues. But man, the fact that Syra, losing so much HP, still wins out the fight is insane.
Done really well to just trade that. I like the fact that they reel it in after that. Timing, really important. Nutnuts holding for this Ivy aggression that is going to come. They are somewhat ready for him, and there you go. Hadji finds the kill. That's the bomb dropped as well. Now, I think they were really eager to pull back after that one. But having dropped the bomb, maybe you could entertain sticking around. They don't want to do that. Instead, they will just dial it back. A minute left on this clock. ECSTATIC will recover that C4, start to walk up onto A. With a double aggression there from Ivy, they've actually given up a whole load of space, so need to be careful. Hadji follows up with another. And a 4v2. All the cards in their hand right now.
Gotta get that bomb planted as well. Ryu's positioning is pretty key, and luckily, Team B is not pressing in connector. Let's just take his position up in hell. Gonna have to rely on their individuals to hit their shots. Luckily, the CTs can always make a swift rotate. The incendiary is simply not deep enough. Will that force them to check that position? They sure do. Christo, out of the open, becomes an easy target for the three remaining players, and plenty of time with the defuse as well. So Monte will secure this one. Nice push on Ivy as well. Great change of pace. You can see ECSTATIC caught off guard. And I like the change up as well, that they realized, okay, we had two players pushing up Ivy. Chances are the A bomb site is ill defended. They send out TMB, gathers loads of information, lots of map control as well. In the end, though, the fact that Hadji is able to get a second player nearby the bomb, yeah, that was unexpected. I did not expect Hadji to hit that second shot, and you saw how important it was, completely breaking the ECSTATIC offense. And now 4v3, 4-3. Not a bad start for Monte. Let's see if they can get any more.
Yeah, I actually really wasn't expecting Hadji to re-aggress there. I think it was the right call. Evidently, I guess it was, but... Oh, Afro, careful, my friend. Under a lot of pressure here. TMB taking tags, but it's Analele this time trying to take that space. Gizmi will take him out on the spam. Decent refrag onto Ryu. Things all getting a little bit messy here on the A site. Clouds of smokes all over the place. It spams to try and get things done. Nutnut eventually takes one. Gizmi over the top. They're going to wipe out Sierra. We'll do exactly that, but a man disadvantage as the smokes fade. We find ourselves in a bit of a stalemate. Lean towards the back of the site. Bombs headed towards B. So this is going to be a retake, but will it be a 2v2 retake? All boils down to how quickly they can find Christo. As he spots the head. Afro's here on the angle. Christo's just buying time, right? Longer he can delay, the more time they have here on B. Just let that bomb whittle down. Christo even finds Afro's head with the AWP, so... Lean 1v3. He's been a little bit quiet this series. He's not going to fancy his chances at this one. He does manage to get Christo eventually. So, opportunity to go and save that AWP, one that he will try and take. They are already pressing for him. Needs to be careful here. TMB's making noise. He'll know what's up. He'll know that Lean's gone for that sniper. Doesn't want to pressure it any further. So, 4-4 will go. Decent round from ECSTATIC, but a very chaotic one. A very messy one. Felt like that could have gone either way.
Definitely was the case, I feel like. Fast play from ECSTATIC. Early on, had to fight tooth and nail to take any control on the A bomb set, and those smokes obviously not making matters any easier. They do manage to do a pretty good job on picking up some of those players apart, and then to make the call, the hit B side was a genius one. Now 4-4, you can see. Oh, the MP9 getting close, doing a lot of good damage. Ryu, thought he's going to be way more impactful in that position. TMB racking up kills. Lean has put himself in a okay position in showers. It's sad that he won't find any impact as of yet, and I'm sure that ECSTATIC will not waste any time to get that bomb planted, and so they do. And this is where they can start tying up loose ends.
Feels like that's what we'll see here, right? Afro doesn't want to touch this at all with the AWP for Lean. He'll happily have a little stab with the MP9. That kind of range. It's a little bit of an awkward gunfight, but he will get the drop on Christu. Missed flashbang. Doesn't really have the opportunity to save a weapon here, but, you know, the MP9 doesn't do all too much for him, so he will just stick around. Act as a bit of a buffer, a distraction. They'll come towards him. If he can do extra damage, if he can get an AK, he'd be more than happy. Can't do so. But Afro will go untouched with that orb. Nut. Is in pursuit, but won't get there in time. Ooh, maybe he does. Wow. Jeez, that end round, like, you know, what was that? What's that period called? Where it's like a little freeze time at the end of the round. That was way longer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I feel like if there's a map in which it is so incredibly hard to save right now, I feel like Train is definitely one of them. If it feels like to try and save a weapon, it is quite hard, quite tough. Afro does maintain his sniper rifle. I'd love to see him find some more impact here. No wonder he changes things up and goes toward the A-bomb side. Haji feeling the pressure mounting in Ivy. Not committing to anything as of yet. Not even gonna try to spawn anything. He knows. He's chucked in a smoke grenade. Slowed down if needed. In fact, a few good smokes from Monte to try and slow down ECSTATIC's attempt to fight for any map presence. And so far that's good, but as we know, the smokes are about to fade, and this is when we can see ECSTATIC making the master plan.
Something up here. It's got to be something tasty. Otherwise, the Static will find themselves onto 6 and beyond. The money for the CT side. Down to a knife's edge. So fragile if they lose this one. They've got the right pieces in the right places. I like this angle on Lean. Through our X-ray vision, our rose-tinted goggles, you can see he's teed up for it. For him, he sees nothing so far. Well-timed HE here could go a long way. He's going to get mollied off instead. Now the pressure's on.
Oh, Ryu and Gizmi already big frags being found, but in quick succession, it is just Lonesome Unlele alive, and I feel like the CTs will be 20 seconds. Bomb is dropped in the most awkward position in ramp. Out in the open is Haji. And you feel like Gizmi, with 2 big frags already, he has to win this round. I mean, there's really no time remaining, but he's out in the open. Knows the bomb has to be picked up. And Lele, can he still pull it up? I mean, there's enough time to get that defuse in. Oh, no, it's planted. Gives me now 1v1 against Anlele. I feel like the T should be able to pull this one off.
Gizmi's got no idea.
See the player. Oh, he knows. And now Gizmi just a few bullets away. And
What?
Anlele will swing out wide to win the round. But oh boy. That's such a tough round to lose.
That is brutal. I can't believe, you know, it's again these kind of disjointed moments from Monte where they've just completely misplayed the 2v1, right? That should be theirs all day long. They allow Analele to split those 2 fights into individual 1v1 duels, and then Gizmi at the end, it's really difficult because from his POV, he doesn't see anything, he doesn't hear anything. The timing on Analele crossing into the B slope is really awkward. He misses it by a millimeter, but that should have been his all day long. Given him the space to plant. It's lost them the round. Here he's trying to get aggressive into main. He's lost his duel against Sierra. Deagle won't be able to trade it back. This is going to be 7 here for ECSTATIC. And this is how we just sort of flip-flop, right? There was actually not a lot of money for the T side. If Monte had won that last round, we'd go 5-5 and likely an opportunity for them to take things in their favor. Anything but that now.
Oh, up close, personal. Haji gets that. But yeah, what a frustrating round to lose, I feel like. And that was also basically a 1v3, and Lille managed to pull off as well. Just on 50 points of health. Cutting down Haji, and then Gizmi left in such an awkward position, yet still on Lele. Not finding the most success, you could say. I mean, in fact, if you take a look in terms of kills, everyone from ECSTATIC seems to be pitching in. No one's going up and above, like we saw, for example, and Lele doing the first map. For me, what's also been a little bit dissatisfying is that Monte, they have been playing on the CT side, but it feels like they've never really had a proper buy where they'd had all the kits, all the util. It always felt like they were somewhat lacking, and it's no wonder that when they're feeling the pressure, they themselves consider to try and play a bit more aggressive, and oh, that is not good. Nut. You could see he was so aware of a potential push. It's hard to go down in TMB. And even spot out Lean in this position. Yes, fighting. Oh, that is a big dink. Lean, go in for the peak, my man. Or not needed. Guess me finish us off, and somehow it's a 4v3.
Is mate.
Oh, getting close.
Oh, yeah, you can feel the tension in this round. This is so important for Monte. They do have that slight advantage. Oh, Rose made the sound cue. Nutnut's found one on B. That's the bomb out. Where has that bullet gone? Afro. Oh, okay. Gets it second time round. Almost disaster strike in there in Connector. But Nutnut with 4 HP and a 1v3. Doesn't feel like he's going to be able to get this done. And they do. Oh, God. Gizmi. That's crazy close. They do sort of suspect him here in the smoke somewhere on the site. There you go. There you go. Eventually connecting. Nutnut's antics put to bed. And a 7-5 half. The same as what we saw in that first map. ECSTATIC were able to run away with it on Dust 2.
Yeah, despite them having the good start as well, Josh. I mean, they had those 3 rounds in Monte, and I felt like, again, in some of these rounds, the individuals looked superb, but I feel like the one thing they were lacking is perhaps just some more team cohesion. It's just still needing some more time to understand, the communication of your teammates and what positions and what fights are they willing to take in some of these more difficult post-planned positions and whatnot. And yeah, I feel like that's just going to come down to them perhaps just needing more time to play together. But, wow, that's a big win. That is a big win for Nagmon.
That is a big skin. I'm a big fan of the York Cracker. I've been buying them up. I think they're a good investment. I've got a few now. They're super cool. I've got them on the cycle.
Cool stuff. 7-5. Oh no. Is it the dreaded tech? Is it the... yeah. Oh yeah. It might just be the dreaded technical pause. Oh man, that is... oh, that's frustrating. If Ryu's gonna drop out the server, then we know what's up.
Yeah. Brutal. Somebody in the chat said that they'd spoken to Ryu after map 1 and that he'd plugged the long Ethernet cable into the neighbor's router. And I wasn't sure if it was just like, like a Twitch chat troll, or if maybe that was a bit of insight from someone that actually knows Ryu. But I had my hopes up. I was like, oh yeah, maybe he's right. Maybe Ryu has sort of sorted this out, but it seems like it's a bit of a recurring thing, unfortunately. So,
I mean,
we are
I
back
feel
to
like
this.
it's worth it to have, I don't know, a 12-meter Ethernet cable lying around. Definitely useful. Back in the olden days, people would ask, they come to you as a neighbor and say, oh, could you give me some, I don't know, I'm out of sugar or I'm out of salt. Can I borrow your salt? Yeah, sure thing. Nowadays, of course, can I borrow your internet? Yeah. Go ahead. Knock yourself out.
If you like did a
Just
bit of selling it
try
and was
not to do
like, I'm a
anything
pro
fishy.
Counter-Strike player, you say, Google me. And you
Yeah.
show them, you say, look, this is me. I play for Monte. My name's Rio. I think if I'd be the cool neighbor. I'd be the cool neighbor. Say, yeah, no stress. Here's my Wi-Fi password if you ever need it.
That'd be sick. Again, not sure what are his alternatives. Um, from what I aware, I'm not sure where Ryu is living at, but if he's living in the capital city, it's not like you have computer clubs dotted around the place. I feel like I'm actually quite surprised that even something like Sweden still has, the culture of computer clubs. I feel like in Lithuania that doesn't really exist, to be fair, because it feels like everyone just had, I don't know, this is going to sound weird, but I feel like everyone, more or less, who's gaming, they do have an okay PC. Though I have seen some computer clubs crop up, but the problem is they usually go out of business in a year or so.
Yeah, we've
So
had a load of
if
those in the
Rio's got,
UK.
oh really?
Yeah, in the past sort of few years, a lot of people have, you know, for me, it's like one of those things. Like in the future, if I ended up being sort of like super financially successful, I think I'd open like a boot camp center, LAN cafe kind of thing, just for funsies, right? And even if it didn't
Hmm.
make any money, it'd be cool because pro players would come and play there, and like it would just be cool, right? But yeah, a
Hmm.
fair few people have tried to do that, like in the UK, as sort of profitable businesses, and they just fail. They just last like a year, and then it just fails, and they go out of business. And we lost quite a few of them during like the COVID time as well. They all went out of business.
Hmm.
So I was just said I can confirm. I'm Ro's neighbor. The dog just tripped over the Ethernet cable outside. We are plugging it back in. I think it might be trolled, Danny. I think I've been trolled.
I don't know. The dog tripped over the Ethernet outside. Tell me, how does an Ethernet look like? Huh? Tell me. Type it out.
What?
We got time. I don't know. I mean, I'm reading Twitch chat as well. Dog tripped over the
Okay.
Ethernet.
One of the funniest conversations, like me in like fifth grade. So I'm like 9 or 10, right? And I had like a group chat,
Okay.
a Facebook group chat, all my friends that played Xbox with in middle school, and one of my friends, and he was kind of thick, right? He was the one of probably the thickest in the group, and he we're like he's like troubleshooting his Xbox, right? And he puts it in the group
Right.
chat, like a screenshot, the Xbox website, and he goes, guys, like, haha, Xbox spelt the word internet wrong. Well, what do you mean they spelled internet wrong? He's like, yeah, on their website, look, they spelled internet wrong. And he sends a screenshot, and it's plug in the Ethernet cable, and he's like, it's meant to be internet cable, and we're like,
Uh-huh.
and we didn't let that one slip. He then continued to be a gamer, good Counter-Strike player all the way through high school and everything, and we never let him forget that one. That was
Good.
it was forever called an internet cable.
Good. I think you did the right job.
Good, thanks.
Ooh. Okay. Trade action again. Second half, pistol round. Here we go, Christo. Oh man. Despite them having two players, Gizmy is the first to go, and Lean, he is definitely expecting more players. The remaining forces are making their way out of Ivy, which is very unusual. In the case of Lean, he's going to try to make as much noise as possible in the B bomb site, and sure, one player has made the rotate. In fact, a few of them. The big problem is, though, I have no idea if the T's will aware how quickly the CTs are trailing right behind them. There we go. Syra is able to find the frag on Afro. TMB reveals his position. And now the remaining T's, they're not fighting for B-side control. They're trying to find Unlila, and that is a huge mistake. And that will be the end of the round as well. ECSTATIC will be happy to win that round, but Monte, yeah, I like the idea, but I feel like they should have been just a tad bit quicker. I feel like their biggest problem was the fact that they decided to slow it down instead of just fully committing on the B bomb side, and that's when we saw the rotations come in. Oop.
That is such an insane pistol round. The way in which Monte have gone about that, they found themselves in the CT spawn. And then, yeah, at that point, there's kind of no real way of going about it. Like, you're either pushing on to the B site, but then, you know, you have this constant risk of the flank, or you do double back and just try and take that 2-for-2 duel. If you win it, then you know, you've got a very winnable situation. It's a 3v2, and you can start to sort of play from there with a little bit of leg group. Still on the eco. Should be easy pickings for a static. That's exactly what we'll see. They pick up a decent chunk of kills with the SMGs as well, so reason why the money to come from that. So 9-5. Monte sort of back on that rear foot and looking very similar to Dust 2.
Even though the first half was, it feels like a lot more competitive. I'd still like to see some more action here out of Monte. Early on, though, the game plan has nothing to do with outside control. Instead, they're more content with fighting for B-halls, which, from what I can tell, is not being contested by a single ecstatic player. Though, because some of the ecstatic players have taken practical control of A-Maid, they're more than happy to split the bill. Have 2 players on the B-bomb site. A 3rd player might make the rotate if needed, and I feel like TMB, yeah, he's actually just going to go for it. He's going to walk on up. Might even consider to get a good flank in. Cristo, good positioning, though it is lean to pick up the early frag on TMB, so no flank will be possible now.
Man advantage. Powerful position to be in. Ryo is just waiting for some aggression. Kind of knows there's a decent chance they'll go for it with that deficit in players, that they'll try and, yeah, either press for a bit of space and make something work, or they will stack up a bomb site. It was the latter. They were all up on B. With 20 seconds left, Ryo's just completely fumbled his Molotov. That's going to delay them. And actually going to delay them valuable time. There's 15 seconds now, and they need to just full W because they've been stuck behind the fire. I don't actually think they've got time for this.
Oh man. God. Oh, no, no. Oh, no, there's no way. There's no way! Oh, actually,
what is happening, Danny?
Planted. No freaking way, Syra. He had the player right in front of him and still doesn't get that frag. Oh man, Monte, they win that round by the skin of their teeth. Jeez. Oh man, that was such a scary round. They could have very easily dropped the ball in that one. But man, oh man, do they recover. Great shots, great performance coming out there from Gizmy and Lean. But oh boy, was that scary.
Yeah, you could see he actually bumped into Sira in the smoke. I thought Sira was just going to pull the trigger and end the round, but my God, I cannot believe. I don't know if that was a ping moment from Ryu there as well. I'm not sure if he lagged when he threw that molly. It felt like he kind of jittered, but I think he actually just hit a little bit of like a snag on the wall. Either way, that would have been disaster.
Ooh. Another day, though. They keep on fighting. That's a deep nade. After losing a big chunk of his health, and Ryu completely unaware of the aggressive maneuvers out of Syra. Which, fair enough. In this round, Monte, they probably expect the CTs to be on a less than reasonable investment. But M4 still rocking. Good flashbang, though, and Lele completely forced out of position. Give it a chance for a player like Gizmy to maybe walk out, but TMB is up close alongside on Lele. if they're trying to just draw attention on the A bomb site, or let's say on A main, they're doing a fantastic job at it. But with 50 seconds left on the clock, they can still change it up very easily. Hit the B bomb site if needed. As of right now, despite them having quite a lackluster utility build, ECSTATIC, it's still 40 seconds. They still have one smoke remaining. Recently just deployed a smoke at A main. Like, their utility control here is fantastic.
"28 seconds. Monte have been no strangers to running down this clock. And we've seen what can come as a result of it. TMB here in the corner. Rotate's coming over from the B side. He takes a couple of ticks of damage from the molly. And Lean is crisp. Quick to the trigger. Smashing the headshot. Smoke there on the bomb planter because they don't actually have control of backside. And again, it feels very fragile there from Monte, right? They're planting the bomb with seconds to spare. And they actually have to smoke the planter because they don't know if anyone's backside. They haven't had time to clear it. And they've just got to pray that nobody spams, denies the plant, and ends the round. This feels risky. And on the edge of a cliff here for Monte. But they're still pulling rounds together. For ECSTATIC, it's a no-brainer on the save. They'll be on an eco in the next if not. Monte are still making things work, Kit.
Oh, this could be big, though. They might actually find all players here. Oh, Lean actually explodes. Oh, no.
God.
It is just loans him out for remaining. Oh, Nut stays alive. That's actually pretty huge. I mean, both teams struggling in terms of cash. I mean, obviously, ECSTATIC is worse off. But it's not like Monte is swimming in cash. After losing those players, that's a big dent.
Arguably, that's the right decision, though, because this is now the difference between them having a freebie against an eco or being against a potential buy. So even though they've lost a lot of rifles and their economy's back down to 0 and things are fragile again, they should be able to have a clean round here and sort of re-establish it a little bit. Everyone can have sort of 2-3k back in the bank. But, yeah, had they have allowed sort of 2 M4s and a scout carried across, this boost is crazy. I've never seen this before. Have you seen somebody do that before? That is nuts. I mean, it's only viable on a round like this, right? Let's be honest. But that is just not something. I really want to see what it looks like from the perspective of a T coming out of main.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we'll get to see it. Right, there we go. That's how the molly's supposed to go. You are supposed to sort of lag off of the pallet thing, whatever it's called. Oh yeah, see, there you go. Boost. Afro kind of knows what's up. Ooh. A lot of damage.
That USPS doing way more damage than it ever was supposed to. And if you're Monte, this is not the round you want to mess up. And obviously, you know, to fight for something like outside control is always such a difficult task. But on a map like Train, I mean, for the most part, what you're basically doing one round after another is not really fighting as much for map control as just really going for a hit on one of these bomb sites. And the problem is, though, was that actually, yeah, I think Unlila actually walked out of Ivy, noticed there's not a single player there. We're seeing the insta-rotate. There's a lot of players now entering the site from Monte, but they need to be super quick about the frags, and let alone there's a big flank. Cristo up close. Oh, the P2K doing so much good work. Not enough, though. Luckily, TMB. Oh, jeez. One more player left standing in the form of Unlele, and he will drop dead. 9-8. Oh, those 3 rounds have not been easy for Monte. Uh-oh. Nope. Not at all.
ECSTATIC haven't sort of found the solution to these very, very slow plays so far. But I just can't believe that Monte are continuing to run down the clock. You know, against the buys, fine. But against an eco round like that, the fact that they're planting with like 7-8 seconds to spare, and the P2K comes out of ramp, nearly denies the bomb, and that could have actually won them the round, is just insane to me. Chaos here in round number 18 as the buy comes out for ECSTATIC once again. They've got the man advantage, but Lean's got a bit of ground. As he walks into Christu, oh my god, he's going to walk into both of them. He hears them jumping. They're going for a boost. He might be able to take both here. Oh, the timing. Won't allow it. Should still be good for one. Or will he? Now they'll start to anticipate maybe he's up from Ivy. Oh, God, that's a messy fight. Still wins it. Back to a 2v2. And he knows that there's a second there as well. At least he should. He'll just smoke it off. Doesn't want to give Christo the opportunity.
Oh, did Afro see him, though? There's a teensy-weensy gap to work with. Maybe that was enough. But as that smoke is about to fade, Lean will back away. I think that's the right choice to make, but Nut is there. Good frag being found, and Afro now being left at 1v2. I mean, he's got the bomb to work with and a decent amount of time. Practically knows the positioning of both players. It's just going to come down to whether he can actually hit his shots. And he might even opt to go inside connector. Christo, yeah, seems to be aware of it. Right on his heels. So he should be... this is awkward. Yeah. This is awkward, to say the least. Afro not turning back. Oh, he gets that frag. I mean, he will not realize that Christo was right behind him.
Oh, no. Oh, why? Such an open plant. It's such an open plant. He definitely wouldn't have expected Christo to be that close to him, obviously. But, yeah, should have definitely been expecting Christo to be coming in from connector or CT. He leaves himself a bit exposed with that one there. It'll go 10-8 anyway, but a quick pause from SkyFury before going further into this, because that round comes so close. They lose 4 players. There actually isn't a lot of money, and if Monte decide to go for a buy back here, it could cause some problems.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that it is ECSTATIC to take the tactical pause. I thought it might actually be Monte in a situation like this that is pretty dire. Ryu does opt to go for the hero AK, which I do respect, but perhaps it's better that they're not going for a full-on investment. No, not now. Not when Monte's finally doing a good job at winning rounds on the T side. Oh. False alarm. False alarm, folks.
What is the plan here? Because they're kind of selling up a little bit. And it's now a very weird buy. Like, I support the decision. If they want to go for a proper investment here, I'm all for it. I think, you know, it's a risky move, but it's a move that kind of makes sense. Ryu has gone and... Look, he hasn't even left spawn yet, because he's just gone back to sell the AK and trade it out for a Deagle. This feels very undecisive out of Monte. Gonna group up towards B. Ryu's joining them super late. It's up from behind. Christo for 1. They will find space on B and at least get a plant out of this. Ryu. Oh, bad timing.
Yeah, lucky for him, but they still got a bomb plant out of it, which isn't too bad. TMB. Oh, there's a player right at the smoke. But no way Haji's gonna get anything out of it. No, he will be sprayed to oblivion. So 11-8, ECSTATIC. To get this round across, they absolutely needed it. Whereas for Monte, I feel like now, the fact that they actually do get that bomb plant, that extra money in their back pockets, in a world where they somehow, let's say, lose this upcoming round, they might have just enough to get another purchase going if need be. Because some players, you know, sitting above $5,000. But if you're Monte, you absolutely want to string a few rounds together. And it's not like ECSTATIC has an economy that's booming. I mean, lose a round here and there, and ECSTATIC might have to face a Deco. So a lot riding in this round. Great to see Afro on the sniper rifle. It's been a long time coming, I feel like.
Certainly has been. Needs to find impact here. Decent nade damage early on. It's another pretty expensive round from ECSTATIC in the last. So the weaponry weakened in certain areas. TMB and Sierra on those MP9s. It's a good early pick out of Afro, but it will be traded back. Smoke's in place. Haji desperate to take it the other way. Not going to happen. Analele's there for a second. Swaps out to the AWP as well. He's looked scary with it, especially on that first map. Posted on the angle. He's on the raised angle as well. So if Ryu does decide to jump up on the bin and go for the peak, That'll surely be his demise. Instead, goes for the lower option. It's the 50-50 that pays off. But Zera's back for another trade. Gizmy, I'm not sure he meant to shoot there, but that's now going to give up that there is at least one more here towards Ivy. I've got to try and create space here.
I can't believe they're still walking out of Ivy. This is such a precarious position. Syra, yeah, that's a good angle for him. Gizmy now being left at a 1v3. Surprised they still commit through Ivy. I thought that was over and done with. And so many angles to check. Not the most amount of time remaining as well as... Yeah, you saw how difficult it was. He was out there in the open. Such an easy target for TMB. Even if he misses, you got Syra right from behind. And right now, this is looking like ECSTATIC in a great position to get themselves perhaps even the win in this best of 3. Monte struggling in these last couple of rounds. We'll have to go for the force buy, and man, oh man, what a sad force buy it is.
Yeah, it is a sad force buy to try and stay alive here, but Ryu,
Hold up,
making the most out of a bad situation. He's found an early entry. He's done a lot of damage onto the other two as well. It does come down to whether or not they can overwhelm Chris2's AWP. The answer is yes, 1 for 1. Won't do it with the sniper. He's going to toss that over to the hands of Afro. Of course, he's more than happy to take that big green. Not sure Chris2's is green. I think it's rainbow coloured, but 3v3 nonetheless. Nanolele and TMB sort of limping here. They've taken a lot of damage in the early engagements. They've now got to be careful. Ooh,
oh, they spot him out as well. That's pretty huge for Monte. I mean, that gives them a chance to get the bomb planted, but instead they're... Oh, Afro, gotta hit that shot. No, he misses. That must have been such a painful shot to miss it on Lilith. Oh, keeping Haji barely alive. And right now you got TMB with the big flank, so if anything, they should be able to pull this one off, but Haji, huge frag on Anlele. And now the T's, I mean, this has become a lot more doable for them. Lean's position is still pretty awkward, and Haji not expecting of anyone coming out of A main, but if he just keeps on holding that held position, that could be enough, but Lean gets his. I feel like they've just about done it, but wait, hold on just a sec. TMB is still alive. He's got the Tech 9. He's getting close, but it will be Lean. The mean machine wins a huge round for the team.
That is huge. Lean, who was the one that had the major issues on Dust 2, just couldn't get the ball rolling at all. Finished the map with, I believe, 4 kills. It's kind of going above and beyond here on Train. I said one of the win conditions was him waking up. Certainly feels like he has. Definitely one more big hurdle to overcome. That's this ECSTATIC buy right here. If they can do so, then they break the CT economy at a crucial time. It'll only be a 1900 loss bonus, so ECSTATIC will have to eco, and we'll go the full 24 to settle the score and see if this one goes to OT.
Look at the purchase as well. Not the best for ECSTATIC. It's all right, though. It's still be doable, but they're strung for cash. And in a round like this, you might expect them to make some big plays. Look for opportunities. Pop Dog is one of them. Something tells me Monte might completely change up the pace in this one. Not good positioning. Oh, Lean barely gets alive. TMB now opting to go for the aggressive play. Guy gives me up close, dealing a good amount of damage. This is pretty awkward. I mean, Monte losing out a fair amount of HP without really inflicting any damage. Not the start they were looking for, but definitely the start ECSTATIC needed to make this competitive.
Minute left on this clock. And yeah, as you say, those initial gunfights really awkward. I mean, they're lucky that they get away with their lives, because 5v3 here would have been disastrous, but still, leaning Gizmi low on health is far from ideal. Analele's down to this 5-7. Christu's AWP still packs a nasty punch. The rest on the rifles, 40 seconds left, and there's Christu to bite down. Molly should flush out Zera here. He's going to be cooking. Smokes it because he knows that the timer's such that if he can just stay alive for a few seconds, it has a huge impact in itself. Great HE will trade out Lean and a Lele for 2. And a 4 versus 2. This is surely done right here. Trade back onto Afro. SkyFury make it 13. And Monte are just wiped out of the second map here. Their opponent's map picker train. They're swept under the rug in the series. And this new look roster is not getting off to a good start. But it does have to be said. They had their contingencies today. They had the technical issues on Ryu. Things were far from perfect.
Yeah, I feel like that definitely wasn't nice for Ryu. Notice this as well. I mean, despite the technical issues, he was still able to pull up some good numbers here in this best of 3. But all in all, yeah, I feel like perhaps if, let's say, Ryu would have somehow did not have to face off with those technical issues on the first map, maybe they win it, maybe sure they lose the second one, and we still have a pretty competitive series, which, I mean, at the end of the day, it was somewhat competitive. I mean, some of those rounds were incredibly close, and you cannot say that ECSTATIC had an easy win. I feel like this is one of those instances where the scoreline might be a bit more deceiving, but fair enough. You cannot deny ECSTATIC's performance today. They definitely showed up. They played some good Counter-Strike, and all in all, they didn't really even make a lot of mistakes. Sure, maybe a round here or there, but for the most part, they were pretty solid.
Yeah, they really were. ECSTATIC looked like the better team through and through. It was absolutely their game to lose. And, well, they didn't today. They came up hot and took advantage of some of those issues that Monte were having. But honestly, sometimes those issues go both ways. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that, like, it's better for ECSTATIC in any sense of the word. But, you know, when you have your momentum broken for ECSTATIC, who were, you know, winning rounds, and then, you know, technical pause, got to sit for 10 minutes, then you get off to a little bit of a momentum again, and then another technical pause because the enemies are having issues, you got to sit and wait again. It can kind of create this up and down of momentum and morale, and I don't think it does either teams any favors when there's tech issues like that. So overcoming those adversities from both sides. But yeah, definitely looking like a real strong contender, and going into the next stages here at Galaxy Battle, I think they're going to be looking to, you know, take one of the top spots because they're definitely one of the best teams here.
For sure. And of course, guys, this might be the end for us, but there's still going to be a lot more Counter-Strike remaining. In fact, there's going to be another best of 3 coming. That's going to be Sinners versus Iberian Soul. So definitely tune into that one. But for now, folks, that's going to be the end for us. Hope you enjoyed watching, and hope to see you all next time. Have a good one.
Welcome back, everybody, to Galaxy Battle Phase 1. We are with our third best of 3 of the day, and it's another change of face, right? I had Twist to OP at the start, then I had Danny, now we've got several sheep, we've had the full trifecta of co-commentators, and we have got another banging matchup, and I think that this one really should deliver. I think previously we were saying that that Monte SkyFury game should be the one to watch, but with all the tech issues and everything that came of that, and it being a bit of a 2-0 stomp, we'll brush that one under the rug. We'll pretend that didn't happen. This should be a banger. What are you thinking, Sheep?
Well, looking at the past matches, they both had quite an easy time. Sinners did get kind of stomped on Ancient versus Navi Juniors, but I think they'll take their chances versus Iberian Soul. Iberian Soul finished second of the losers for the MRQ, right below 9. Did not make that tournament, so they gotta be fighting for something. As we have the map veto coming up, Ancient will indeed be banned, so no more bad omens there. No surprises really. Going for Mirage for Sinners. Nuke is a decider. I mean, this is as expected, right?
Yeah, yeah, no major curveballs here, right? We saw in that game earlier on between Monte and ECSTATIC, actually a little bit of a weird veto, whereby Monte had picked into ECSTATIC's worst map rather than, like, their strong point, which was kind of interesting. It was like they went into Dust 2 on the basis that ECSTATIC were really good on everything else, but, you know, all we actually saw there was just Monte really struggling, so it kind of backfired a little bit. But right here, yeah, as expected, you know, get those permabans out the way. There's a parallel there. Neither team really like Dust 2, so once that's gone, we are into the action and ready to get things rolling with the pistol round. It's Inferno. It's Iberian Soul's map pick, but it's one that Sinners play a hell of a lot of. They have decent results with as well against some strong sides. Well, they actually haven't played it in a month, but the last time they did play it, they beat Navi Junior. So clearly a team that know what they're doing here on the little Italian town. I'm ready to get things started on their CT side.
Most recent head-to-head indeed as well, going the way of Iberian Soul. Also, one thing, just to highlight right before we get into this, the stakes for Sinners, this could be a 9-match winning streak. Yep. As they get sprinted on in the B-bomb site.
Pressure's really on here. Peppo alleviating that pressure quite nicely. But his teammates just not doing anything. Peppo's tapping heads and he's saying, guys, wake up. I need your help. Pressure still mounting. Zedko can't handle it any further. He does take one to the grave with him before he falls. But a 2 versus 1 for Shock as he'll creep up Banana. C4 will go down. And a tricky 2 versus 1 without a kit. Bomb beeping away and he has no idea where they reside.
He has had a bit of a gap. I haven't checked him coming out of Banana, but now the peek up and over, and it's the final bullet that lands the headshot. A bit of doubt there creeping in for Stadodo, but it will indeed be that T side. A successful B rush. 3 members stacking there. Not enough to hold them back, but that's usually the case on Banana, especially in these pistol rounds. Very often, or well, not very often, you actually see a decent hold on the CT side. Some magic shots need to be hit then. But we do see that force buy, of course, with the bomb plant. This is always a dangerous one for the CTs to maybe get a couple of dangerous shots. That was gonna get rushed up close. Somehow still alive.
It's definitely a little too early to tell, like, in its fullest. Oh, Peppo. But I love Peppo as a player. I think that he's super talented, but he has, like, major on and off days where sometimes he plays insane and he has mega confidence, and sometimes he goes really, really quiet. And, yeah, I just think, like, coming into the pistol round, hitting 2 crisp shots, and then going into the second, playing with the scout, going for these aggressive fights and whatnot, screams to me that perhaps it is one of those confident days where he's feeling himself and he's hitting his shots. They had a match against Preezy earlier on. They breezed through that one, so they are going to be sort of warmed up and fired up here to go into this game and get it going their way. But right here, they will just have to pull the plug. CT side of Inferno, it's one of the many occupational hazards. Retake's just a little too tricky, so once you do lose one of those bomb sites, you kind of have to call it off. Mopos. Sun's out, guns out, huh? It's getting a bit warm here in Europe. And I stay here in the Netherlands, right? I don't know about for you. I'm cooking here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been beautiful weather. Beautiful weather to sit inside and play Risk of Rain. As,
nice shot.
Marisco plucks the shirtless man out of the air to save his Mac 10. It's not the greatest trophy to take into round number 3, but we weren't expecting much in this round from Sinners anyways.
Yeah. Eco round, every little helps, right? Mac-10 is going to be something that they'll wield and they'll try and do some damage with. Interestingly, a little bit of Kevlar comes out here. So they do have that loss bonus. They can somewhat justify it, but it's not quite that full eco. It is one with a little bit of bite behind it. We'll see if that bite can take a chunk out of Iberian Soul, or if they miss the mark. They've stacked up the wrong bomb site for now, but Iberian Soul aren't committed just yet. They've just gone for the nade stack. No one close. Just Mopos drawing the attention away a little bit. Shock. Jiggle peek. Sees the shoulder. Now sees 3. And yeah, that's the alarm bells ringing. Guys, I think we made the wrong call.
And no real rush in the stack as they are slowly creeping up, expecting one to be lying and waiting with an AK somewhere. But, I do like we get the Iberian Tarek in the server now. Mopos going shirtless. But hey, that Mac-10 will get some money. That will... doing some quick calculations now. I'm pretty sure that will facilitate an AWP coming into the next round for Morisco and for Sinners as a whole. So it should be all right. Oh,
knife kill.
Okay.
He wants it. He wants it. Yeah, there you go. That's a whole lot more money. Beautiful stuff from Alex. Morisco's actually going in for this. He doesn't have a kit, so he's not, you know, he's not going for a ninja defuse, but I think he's hoping that maybe he can catch an exit. He's a little late to the party. Could... That's a shame. That's a shame. But Peppo will get out of there with the AK. The Mac-10 is not something they wanted to carry across into this next round anyway, so, yeah, kind of makes sense. But yeah, the whole shirtless vibe, it's a very North American thing. It is. When I was over in Frag, there was a team that, they were called Stand on Business, and they all had, like, wife beater vests, and they like had just written their names on the back in Sharpies. And then they had a match on stage against NRG, and on like round 4 they ripped them off. Like, didn't just take them off, they like ripped them off, like, threw them into the crowd, and then they were playing on stage shirtless. It was like a true American moment.
that is such magic. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, we should see that more often. Alexi B had like his shirt under it when he won the major. I mean, just go shirtless, man. Just rip it off. Let those pecs shine.
I know. It's like, it's kind of half-arse in it, isn't it? When you do the whole take the shirt off and swing it around, but you've got a vest on underneath. It's like, come on, grow up.
Oh, bummer.
Show us the pecs.
Must have been some disappointed girls there in the crowd or back home watching the live stream. As he's a hot dude. And a slow round here for Iberian Soul, as they now know the weapons are indeed there.
Yes, they do. And for Iberian Soul, you know, losing these Mac-10s has kind of been a bit of a blessing in disguise in a lot of these rounds. So they've come in for like round 2, they had a couple of Mac-10s, they took a little bit of damage, and it's allowed them, now that they're in the proper buy round, to have the rifles out without throwing anything away. You know, they've not had to make this conscious decision to say, oh, am I throwing this Mac-10 in the bin and reinvesting a rifle? No, it's just like, you know, the only really solution that makes any sense. Beastic will draw first blood though. Peppo lines up another. Damage dealt on the collapse, but no kill. He's there for the second either way. The 4v2, Iberian Soul falling apart here as they try and approach this A site.
Great pre-fire up onto quad there from Mopos. And put Shock back into the window. An awkwardly missed shot from Stadodo, and that will definitely secure the round with just 5 seconds left. It was dire straits anyways, but no more roads available for Iberian Soul.
He's just taking a nap. Yeah. I think we might be the same person, Chib.
We might.
We might be.
I would not be ashamed of it. I would be proud.
Realities collide. I had crazy dreams last night. I fell asleep watching YouTube videos about like quantum computing and the fact that we live in a simulation and stuff. It just like complete like yeah, just fried my brain. I've woken up today. I'm not sure what's real. I just spent an hour looking in the mirror this morning.
You're just brute forcing fever dreams. Ooh. Wow, that's more than a dream for Peppo. Ooh, and that's then awkward from Shock. Some aggressive moves from this AWP. Flying out is Stadodo. Op v op.
Oh.
Peppo's more than secure in the bomb site. And
I think it's
all
one
of a
of those
sudden, this
Peppo days.
explosive start does slow down.
Yeah. I think it's one of those Peppo days. I'm feeling it. He's feeling it. He's hitting every single shot that comes his way. He's yet to miss, and right here. Oh, that one doesn't count because he didn't actually pull the trigger. Morisco's there to take the first out of the apartments. Peppo follows up with his third of the round, and he knows that there's a fourth
Does he
in
get
somewhere.
this?
Shotgun mode on the sniper.
Oh.
No, won't hit the flick. And actually, his over-aggression there might cost his team a little bit, because that's going to give Mopaz a load of space. He'll go and grab that bomb. He is taking his sweet time with this. There we go. Allows a fair bit of room for Sinners to start to rotate over, but still, he'll tap in these digits. He'll play a 2 versus 1, and he's got a decent shot at this.
Gotta be a bit puzzling here, because there has been 0 sound cues for Mopaz to deal with,
Bad
but
idea.
he's in a correct position and just takes a bit of time to rest. And that's gonna cost him pretty dearly.
He didn't react there at all. I wasn't quite looking at his cam, but I do wonder if, yeah, he, like, scratched his head or, like, repositioned his arm or something, because,
Yeah,
he
I
did not
think
react
I
to that
did
swing
see
at all.
some movement.
Ah, it's such a shame. Hate it when that happens. Me, it happens all the time. I'm like a fidget spinner.
Do you play with a fidget spinner?
No, I just
on your mouse?
play with lots of like random things on my desk that distract me. It's like, Josh, why are you AFK? It's like I'm playing with a pen or something. Just completely lost.
When I'm
focus.
AFK, I'm usually eating. So I get yelled at by randoms. It's like, yo, Green, why are you AFK? It's like just me with my mouth full of pizza.
What?
Oh, yeah.
On the
right
calorie
there.
grind, bro.
Yeah.
That couldn't be me.
I mean, there's nothing better than clutching around and then just having a slice, you know?
Getting those greasy hands all over the mouse and keyboard. Yeah. Are you one of those gamers? You know,
Thank
whenever you
you.
go to LAN, you have some people that are like really particular about their hardware and like, you know, it's all pristine, and then you have some that like their keyboard's full of crumbs and looks like they've never cleaned
The
it.
mouse
and
mat
they-
of Matisse.
Yeah. Yeah, literally that. Literally that.
Yeah.
Which are you? Or are you somewhere in the middle? Because I think I'm somewhere in the middle.
I have recently, for the first time ever, replaced my mouse mat.
Oh, wow.
I had one since
achievement.
2018.
Anything special? It's got a fancy pattern on it? It's just a plain one.
No, it's the I am Cologne mouse mat from, what was it? 2019?
Ah, yeah,
2021?
that's cool. They're tough to replace. I had one of those for a long time. I was sad to put it out of commission. That was from 2017.
Has signatures on it as well.
Oh, sick. Getting me jelly.
Heroic, eh?
F Wee. Again, he's still not missed, is he? Well, he missed the no scope. I don't know. I'm gonna continue to just glaze Peppo and say that doesn't count. just keep rolling on the fact that he's just not
I'll
missed
give
a
you that
shot
one.
yet.
I'll give you that one.
Because it kind of doesn't, right? He has been remarkably consistent in all of these opening fights, and it looks like they're going to try and get this one done without dropping a man. Weirdly, they're rotating back to B, though. They don't really have a very good read on this, but it doesn't matter. Morisco doubling up. Beautiful transfer. And a third on the board. Sinners tie things up quite nicely.
And have not really been challenged thus far. I mean, we had that Mopaz 1v3 attempt there in round 5, but round 4 was quite clean, even winning it to the clock. Hasn't been that great of a start to the gun rounds for the Iberians. Was expecting slightly more, but maybe they're just finding their footing here halfway into the first half of Inferno. There's finally a bit more map control and looking like a bit more pace here towards top middle. And that seems to work out.
Yeah, we're still fairly early doors, so you can cut them a bit of slack. Pressure coming in. Good spam out of shot. Can't follow up onto that second. So Davig will get the better of him. A man advantage will go the way of Iberian Soul. And just as you say their name and that they're maybe a little bit weakened in these rifle rounds, they prove you wrong. Words eaten, fourth on the board. And The Sinners, again, I mean, they were even, you know, reasonably snappy on the rotations here, but if Shock gets a second, I think if Shock gets a second kill and then gets traded and it goes down to a 3v3, I'm pretty sure they have a crack at that. But yeah, without him doing so, Peppo on an AWP, and I mean, they've got util, they've got kits, they've got everything else going for them, but it just feels like you got to pull the plug on it. All those rifles into the next, yeah, more than enough money to buy.
What I like the most about that round, it wasn't just like an empty rush, because you see that sometimes, mostly stemming out of desperation. But as soon as that opening kill came through from Alex on the Mac-10, there were instantly 3 smokes landing. Right, just Arch, Arch Modo, or I think Arch Pit and Library. All 3 smokes landed pretty much simultaneously. So as soon as that opening kill happens, everything is instantly walled off. So even if the rotates are quick, you can't really challenge. And lovely round. Great stuff. As a response and aggression from the Sinners here, Zetko somehow winning that first fight.
I love the initiative out of it. I mean, it doesn't go much further, does it? But yeah, just pressing like that, saying, you know what? We kind of gave them a little bit too much leg room in that last round, so let's run it down. Exactly what they go for. Plays into the 4v4, but I like this from Sinners. So many of these rounds, they've actually waited for the contact before going for the rotation. Here, it's a little bit preemptive. It's instinctual. They say, let's get a third man over. I think this is going to be a late A hit. They're absolutely right. B-Sticks called it perfectly. Now they need to hit their shots. He'll go down first. But do they expect another 2? Ooh, team kill makes things complicated. Morisco just needs to stay alive. Instead, he's prioritizing an off angle. He's not able to win his fights. It's all onto Peppo.
You've been singing his praises, but it's an unlikely 1v2. I don't really see Iberian Soul feeling the need to even touch their keyboards here up until Peppo makes a move. Oh, thought he was going to go for the save there for a second. But I think yet he will. That AWP a bit too valuable. And Iberian Soul fighting back 2 in a row again. Money's still kind of okay for Sinners, right? It's not that bad yet, but it's starting to run out, that's for sure. So Iberian Soul might pick up a hefty round streak if they continue making sure 1 or less stays alive. Oh yeah, we got the pool again at the halftime.
Yeah. I always forget this. This is my 3rd best of 3 of the day, by the way, and I once again forgot that this is something that we do at halftime. I've stopped entering it because I used to like enter it for funsies, and then I thought, what do I do if I win? You know, what if it actually lands on me and I'm just sheepishly sat here going, sorry guys. So I was like, right, I'm not going to enter it anymore. But yeah, it's
all of the 20%
tip. Chance. Yeah, exactly. An exciting chance for viewers to win some stuff though. The last match, last map of it, someone got an AWP Krakow, which is pretty cool. It's FP sort of
okay, fast again.
Oh no, what? These sticks just lost.
Yeah, completely out of it by the flashbangs. Ears are ringing, eyes blinded, watery. Looked like they threw tear gas at him. He was that discombobulated, just nowhere to go in that up front position. And where these previous rounds were late round play, a bit of a push here and there, this one's over very quickly.
Yeah, this is where kind of my hatred for Inferno really starts to manifest a little bit as well, because like this is just Inferno in a nutshell. It's just, you know, first opening engagements, even if you go like 1 for 1 on your opening fight or 2 for 2, so much of the time retake's just not viable. It then just becomes this kind of save simulator, and games aren't necessarily determined off of, you know, anything more than just those opening gunfights. And I don't think that Sinners are playing particularly bad here at all, but yet they're 6-3 down because Iberian Soul have just cracked the code of kind of upping the tempo a little bit, winning the gunfight, and Sinners just have to back off and save. I mean, you've got two really structured and disciplined teams like this. That's what you're going to see. You go down to a lower level, you're playing with like mixed squads and whatnot, maybe they will throw themselves at some more of these clutches and whatnot, and you'll see a weaker economy, but maybe a couple of crazy clutch rounds. At this kind of level, that's just not going to be the case. Sure on Banana, P-Stick in the corner this time, looking to not get caught out by the flashbangs. Oh, I think they just saw his barrel. Doesn't matter. They're going to back it up. They're going to head back over towards 8.
Not the greatest angle to challenge through a smoke. That angle on Banana. I think there should be a re-smoke available. Yes, there's only a single one left on B-Stick, but there's 2 Molotovs. So hopefully slightly more secure on the defense for Sinners here as the B bomb site looking to come under attack again. This time it's even more spread out. And, information's there. And as expected, the smoke's not going to stop him. Shock does get away with one, and lovely play by Alex to get in there.
What?
Oh, what a trade. B-Stick does track one through the smoke, but Davy G trading quick and 3 versus 3 on the retake. Well, now it does look like it's going to be attempted.
Yeah, you do kind of need to go for this one, or at least have a little stab at it. Another 10 seconds pass and they haven't found a kill yet, then maybe they will pull the plug, but now, entertaining the idea. Mopos, oh wow, impeccable timing just to slip back around the coffin. Will take the contact. Timing's brilliant for him. Peppo able to get one trade back. Shotcut follows up for another, but someone needs to get on this bomb right now. And Shock's found the kill. I think he's on the defuse in the nick of time. It's going to come super close, but he's just about got it. That retake is beautiful, and it really is on the shoulders of Shock right there. B-Stick with that first through the smoke was pretty tidy as well, but yeah, everything falling on their shoulders, and finally, we see, you know, a bit of sauce, bit of substance there on the retakes.
Yeah, finally some spice added in there, and I mean, Iberian Soul, well, they haven't really had to play in a retake, so you don't really know what Sinners would like to go for, but it was a very direct approach, because sometimes you see teams trying to, like, all 3 go through church to be like, oh yeah, we'll trade because we're close together, but no, they did it really, really well. CT not guarded that heavily, and they wanted to continue on the momentum, but B-Stick gets halted. Only 10 kilometers an hour in this lane, but Navi G goes a lot faster. Peppo dropped. Zetko will be holding on through smoke again. Is this gonna happen?
I don't even think they're playing for this, especially with Zedko being tagged up the way he is. They're just going to try and walk away, and yeah, let a 7th go the way of the Iberians. But I was actually going to say, before this round even got started, what I'd really like to see out of Peppo is a little bit of versatility on that AWP, because he's been amazing at hitting all of his shots there on the A bomb site, but he's kind of acted as a bit of a deterrent, right? And now they've stopped going up short because Peppo's holding it. So getting a little bit mobile on that sniper, taking some of these newer angles, going for a peek towards B and whatnot, I think was really the answer. But he went for it this round. It didn't work out. He missed his shot, and unfortunately that doesn't materialize here. But I do like the fact that he's sort of exploring a little bit on that big green, because it's very easy to just sort of get stagnant. And on a map like Inferno, where rotations aren't viable, you do need your AWP to be a little bit more present than just, you know, one portion of the map.
Yeah, I'm never a fan of that position, though. Of course, he got kind of forced into it with B-Stick going down, but that open position where you have, like, the straight line of sight standing at the entrance of the B-bomb site, for an opper, I don't know, I see a lot of oppers play it. And of course, there are some advantages, but I mean, with losing B-Stick already, you wanted to get, like, a bit of an upfront kill, but it's just such a desperate angle, especially when you're alone on the bomb site. Very little you can do. Fireman Mopos needs to extinguish the heat. As the util battle now this time, a bit more comfortable for the Sinners.
The answer here, though. Trying to play a little bit more aggressive, a little closer here to Banana. Could perhaps be the solution. They put the pressure on early. They're just trying to deter them into this A site because Sinners haven't been too trigger happy on the rotations. You know, when the B contact, every single round, the Banana contact's made. Iberian Soul go for a bit of a Banana fight, and Sinners don't move a muscle. So it's all just about trying to deter them from going B, saying, you know, we're big and scary. We've got the util. Maybe we've got a third player here this time. And then Iberian Soul say, okay, we'll funnel into A then. And that's where the waiting arms of this double defense on short can crunch down. Peppo doesn't do a whole lot in that second gunfight. But still, even trades, puts it into a 3v3. Timing's great for B-Stick, expects that lurk out through the smoke. But they've still left Morisco by himself. He's a little vulnerable. He's definitely just heard that AWP. Now calling in for the reinforcements. Timing important. Zedko's fight means everything, and he knows that Southsole could be all the way up. Tech9 just creeping around the corner. Timing. Oh my god, here's him step. Zedko. That got a little awkward. Final round of the half should go the way of the Sinners, and timing's good from Morisco there as well. So, 5th on the board. Not bad, all things considered. One thing I will absolutely commend Sinners on is their economy management. They have managed to go an entire half, 7-5 down, and I don't think they had to eco once after round number 3.
No, they didn't have to. I mean, we didn't even see a FAMAS, I'm pretty sure. We did see a couple of MP9s here at the end, but, I mean, it's Inferno. MP9s aren't necessarily... I mean, same thing as on Nuke. MP9s aren't that much of a downgrade. Especially if you keep them in the right positions. Let's see where we're going to end up here. On the case pool. Better logos than the current cases.
Better logos?
Ooh,
Right.
I wish there. Ooh, but that food chain, that's a nice one. One of the more
Yeah,
colorful ones.
Yeah. Congratulations.
4.
Is he a card? I always kind of like, I always have to take a pause before I read someone's name in case I'm reading something bad, you know? Like, I just have to like process it for a second. Doesn't mean something else. I don't think so.
I haven't
Does it mean
seen
something
that
else
many
in
of
another
those.
language? I
Yeah.
wouldn't know.
Of those fun names, right? The names that they always try to get like radio hosts with.
Yeah.
Luckily, that isn't as big of a thing on Twitch anymore. Like, people don't fall for it as easily on Twitch.
I guess so. I've seen some absolutely cancelable ones in chat, but
Oh, yeah, for sure.
also didn't actually catch the timing there, and now he's going to make a bit of noise. B-Stick needs to be careful. USP, whiffs the opening. How is he still alive? How is he still alive? How is this happening? There we go. Morisco finally takes him out. The long fight was a complete mess as well. Southsole's now here in the bedroom. That's going to be a freebie. B-Stick doesn't know what's hit him there. An advantage here on the retake. I mean, for Sinners, at the very least, they've got the bomb plant. So a little bit of money going their way in the next round. Whatever happens here, they absolutely want to try and convert this. Shock. Yeah, just under too much pressure. This is just impossible for Zedko. This round has been a bit of a disaster, to be honest. And, yeah, Iberian Soul will take it. That was a bad round from Sinners.
That was, I think it was Zetko that moved through the smoke in top middle together with Stadodo. They switched places, but you see Stadodo get effectiveness out of that in the apartments, and it was Alex coming in from library that was getting a fight, unexpectedly so, with Zetko. But that fight, I don't think it ever happened, because Zetko was still alive for quite a long ways in the round, but so yeah, Alex didn't really have anything unexpected happen to him, and Stadodo completely destroyed the back lines.
Just felt like the timings were all off, right? And there's that chicken. There's that chicken. For anyone that's been watching since our second series of the day. Observer was zooming in on these missing chicken posters on train. There's a reward. I can't remember how much it was, but I think I just found one. That definitely looked like the chicken from the poster. Whoa. Observer's showing off now.
Oh yeah. I do get a bit of a flashback with the word chicken at this point, as I have been to the Minecraft movie last weekend. Yeah. There were 4 kids throwing popcorn. That was it. They also did
Oh.
not clean up, which was disappointing, but a friend of mine fell asleep during the movie.
Ah, I want to go see it, but I can't convince my girlfriend to come. And you know, what I've really wanted is a Minecraft movie meal, right, from McDonald's. And
yeah.
the other day, I went all the way to Rotterdam, right? Not because, you know, I tried the McDonald's in Amsterdam first, never sold out or anything, but I was going to Rotterdam anyway. But I did go massively out of my way to go to a McDonald's, right? It was not on the way. It was like a good 20, 25-minute detour. And they were sold out of the Minecraft movie meals. I did still get, like, normal McDonald's, but they were sold out. And I was absolutely heartbroken. So I will have to try
They were
again.
just completely sold out of anything. Like, just, nah, bro. Can't serve
No
you
more
anymore.
McDonald's.
No more
The
McDonald's.
Minecraft movie is just completely broken our supply chains.
No, I would have gotten the opportunity yesterday when we went past the McDonald's. We had a game all the way up north. We always go to McDonald's, or pretty much always go to McDonald's after my lacrosse games. But I decided to skip out because I was way more hungry than a Happy Meal would solve. As per
These
usual,
are adult
I'm a bit of a big
Minecraft
boy.
movie meals, man. These are adult ones. Not even kids meals. They do adult Minecraft movie meals.
Yeah,
Come with a toy.
that's still not enough.
Get
I'm a
two
big
of them
boy.
then, bro. Chilling.
Yeah, okay, could have worked. Imagine then
exactly.
getting the same toy. I would have crashed out.
That's it. I'd
Okay.
go and argue with the people at the
Ooh.
till. Hang on.
Jump shots.
Tense. Oh, this is
Tempted.
big. This is big. This is a round they have no business in winning. This will break the CTs if Sinners can convert here.
And this would be the way back in. For sure, WG needs to hold on over the top. Shock learning some lessons about the entries that Iberian Soul were doing towards the B-bomb site, but you might be correct here.
Safe plant. No way they touch this, especially with South Soul on that M4. Stadodo low, no kits on either. A single smoke is not going to do them very many favors. So they will pull the plug on this. They will have no money in the next round. This is where, as I say, it's a real opportunity for Sinners to just break them, because winning that CT pistol round and losing the follow-up hurts. It hurts big time. You don't get the bonus on the loss bonus. You don't start on 1900. So therefore, you then go back to 1400 after this one. So they'll be on double eco. They'll try and force around these saved weapons if they're allowed to save them. Pepe's in hot pursuit, and he's already found one. They'll have a decent idea that the second resides around here somewhere. We'll have a little poke at it. South Salt will deny, but yeah, just that one rifle. The rest will be on pistols around him. A good opportunity for Sinners to just make this 7, and then round number 16, it'll be an eco for Iberian Soul, and Sinners can tie things up at 8 apiece. It's just how fragile MR12 is at the moment. Iberian Soul are going to take a quick pause and talk things over before going into this next.
That position on the bicycle and pit has been a bit cursed. We've seen it be occupied 3 times, and all 3 of the times, not even a bullet hit the other way. So, players might want to consider not getting up onto that bike, but indeed timeout called in. What do you think of this buy? You have Stadodo coming in with a scout, which could do massive damage, but it needs to be very, very active. Right? You can't sit and wait with a scout. With an op, I'd say yeah, possibly, but with a scout, if you're hanging back, there needs to be at least a 4-man stack on the bomb site. Do you want to have it be effective? But
I think he probably goes for a
rounds,
mid pick here.
rare.
This is sort of similar to what we saw out of Peppo when he had the scout in round 2, right? You have got to get relevant either towards mid or brackets.
I like that smoke, taking away some info, scaring them for the push, but Southsalt isn't actually gonna be pushing in. Beefy.
Indeed. So, what do you think of lava chicken? You gonna try lava chicken? Use lava chicken.
Well,
I'd try it.
did look-
Looks good, man.
it did look quite hot.
Yeah. Well, no, you gotta wait for it to cool down.
Yeah, that's fair. I had the bomb sauce on a chicken pizza once. From
Oh, yeah.
Hot Ones. That stuff is whew. That's real lava chicken. Gotta be honest.
Oh, this is getting a little bit worrying. I mean, Southsalt has burnt down to 11 HP, to be fair, in pursuit of that damage, but he has returned the favor. Zedko's down on just single digits himself, 7 to work with. And what is this? Are Iberian Soul really just pulling the plug on this? Wow, they are. 5 versus 5. This is Inferno. Oh, guys. It drives me crazy. This is Inferno for you. 5v5. They've got decent money invested into it. They've actually done a lot of early damage as well. Nah, we're all right. We'll save.
Yeah.
Don't want it. Not hungry enough.
Missing a single opportunity, and well, as you portrayed already, it was going to be a full eco in the next round anyways. Like, it's going to be a thrown away round, any of these two. So they'll probably just make the decision that, well, then this will be our full eco round. We'll carry some weapons, but we won't do anything. So yeah, well, SkyFury at least on 2.7k. So an op quick out again. That's something that I've seen more and happening more and more often, and it is credit to these two teams. But I've recently been casting games where you're a CT side on Inferno, and the op comes out round 9.5 or something. It's like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? It's just not prioritized at all.
Yeah, it is something that, I mean, it's dependent on teams. And, you know, if you do have that hard AWP, I think, like, for a side like Sinners, it's very, very important to get that AWP out on Peppo as early as possible. I think the same could be said for SkyFury as well. I think, you know, he has that hard AWP role, but there are lots of teams at the moment that are just rocking without a primary AWP, and they just got a couple of people that are, like, fairly capable with it. I think, like, Passion UA are a good example of that, since recently losing Jambo to Fnatic. They don't really have an AWPer. They've got Ben that's been picking it up here and there, but they can kind of quite comfortably go without. And I think with the current economy, that's quite convenient, yeah, to just say, actually, we don't have anyone that really needs or wants an AWP, and we'll just take it out based on opportunity. But then there's certain maps in the pool where AWPs are really important, so that kind of goes both ways. Inferno, not necessarily one of them. It can be put to good use, that's for sure, but right here, B-bomb site, I don't think them having an AWP would do them any favours. Alex up on top of first oranges. Julies wiped out. South Souls Force right back with the M4. And they're doubled up here. They might not expect this. They won't.
This is going to matter as nades fly in to secure that position. And yeah, one thing I don't really... Okay, well, I do really like that one. It's not what I was going to talk about. No, but one thing I don't really like is in rounds like this, right? You've given up the previous already. With a full 5-man save, you know you are on the lesser weaponry, yet it is still just the regular 3-2 setup. I mean, if you're that kind of down on weaponry, right? Please position yourself actually in positions where, like, a dually is never gonna get kills there. Never. Like, that just annoys me. But I mean, there's a ton of teams doing it, even at the highest level. So yeah, they must know better, I guess.
Maybe. I don't think you can ever really predict the Julies. I'm a little bit of a Julies hater. I'll be honest. But it does feel like sometimes they're just magic. There'll be a pair on the floor in a pistol round, and as much as I'm a Julies hater, if I've got armor and I've just killed someone with my Glock or my USP and there's Julies on the floor, I'll pick them up. And it seems like they're just magic. Sometimes you spam and they just don't do anything, and sometimes you spam and it's like, oh, I've just got 3 headshots. They're a powerful force. I've not quite worked out how to wield them yet, but they can do crazy things. Navig. Oh my god, it's just been absolutely rolled. B-stick. That is disgusting. And the Moto smoke actually does him favors. They're trying to cut off the blood supply here to the A site. B-stick's just a fake. And this is just beautiful out of Sinners. Iberian Soul don't know what's hit them. They think it's an A split, and they've just been absolutely cooked.
What a round. We go from 3 of the slowest rounds that we've had to that. That peak from B-stick was ridiculous, by the way. Just crouching under the bullets.
That's filth. That was a proper, like Michael Jackson peak drive-by kind of, yeah. Did not let go. I mean, he's crouching, right? But he did not let go of W&A there. It's just scoots out around the corner, lands the head, follows it up the second there into the library as well. That was a mega round from Sinners. Remember, this is the Iberian Soul map pick too, so the fact that they're taking the lead at such a crucial time and really taking the reins in this game as well, hitting flow state when it really counts, is pretty important. So, Iberian Soul back to trailing. I say back to trailing. It's been a long time since they've been behind in this game. I don't
It all kind of started with losing that force buy.
Yeah.
Which puts them in a very similar position. Well, at least the AWP now. Southall feels like he's held on to that M4 since forever. He's been born with it, had it in his cradle, but hasn't been able to use it yet.
Someone in chat just called him Stadoo. It's like the most polite Twitch chat insult I've ever seen.
Oh,
Zedka.
God, that's oof. That's nasty, and that's Southall again. Just he's had that M4 for so many rounds.
Just banged him through the wall. See you later. Iberian Soul just not being given any room to breathe here. And they've actually stacked up on this B site. So if Sinners play into it, then, they've got a bit of equity here. If they realise that they're walking into a stack and they route elsewhere, then they're in trouble. But it seems like Sinners are fully committed. They're just going to walk into this stack. This could get messy.
And this could get very interesting. As those flashes go over now, it depends on Alex what he does, because he's the first point of contact. Well, and he just gets destroyed. Stadodo holding on. That 5-7 does nothing. 1 versus 3 on the side, but it's frantic aim and nothing connecting. Well, I say nothing. 2 shots in a row missed, but those were the 2 crucial ones.
Jeez. They deal with the first 2 so comfortably, and then Stadodo is just like... I could just see it. I could hear like Evanescence playing and him just lining up with the sickest 2015 frag movie I've ever seen. Just crazy ace from the back of B site, but it doesn't happen. He's only good for 3. We'll have to edit in the other 2. Don't worry. Done it before. I'm a fraud.
Oh, damn.
With my frag movies. Don't worry. I'm pretty...
Have you edited frag movies together?
Everything else. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
I just cherry pick them. I just make a frag movie and it's like people think it's like all recently because like change things. But it's like 1.5 years apart. It's just like, lucky highlights.
Yeah, it's like old train or something. It's hang on a minute. I mean, this clip doesn't fit. You just title it like June, not June, like April 2025. It's like, yeah, it's my this month frag movie. Like, that smoke grenade doesn't look right.
Yeah. It's CSGO with the old jumping animations still.
Old AK sound. Playing utility.
I actually like the new AK sound. I didn't get bothered much by the sound changes way back. This is dangerous.
Change.
Oh,
God.
Okay.
Real work being done. Stadodo again. Yeah, this is the off show. But he massively overdoes it there. That felt a little bit unnecessary. Now they're back into a 2-on-2.
WG on the site. It's a bit of a difficult time selecting the angles. Fighting one high, fighting one low. And is there actually going to be an attempt here? Well, yes, but Zetko is fully aware. 8-11. This CT side hasn't found its footing. 1 round, and then 6 in a row for Sinners.
Yeah, as you say, it feels like that force buy that they lost against was where it all started to go wrong, and now they go for a half investment of their own. They don't want to throw all their eggs into one basket here and just throw the game away, but You know, the half buy is to stop Sinners from hitting 12. If they can't get it done with the weaker weaponry, they'll need 4 in a row just to take us to overtime. That won't even secure them the win. Alex putting on the pressure. Oh. Peppo just connecting everything again. And through the clouds, they don't need to see. The spidey senses tingle when the crosshair's on the head. And they beat Iberian Soul whilst they're down. They kick him to the dirt. They say, well, I have 4 chances to finish this off. Yeah, he knows what's up. Yeah, he's just going to... I love the fact that he doesn't even spam or kind of give up his position. He just relays the info to Shock and says, I think there's one in bedroom. Just, you know, can you just deal with him for me? I'll hold it if he swings. Beautiful work.
A single nice shot to respond out of this FAMAS. He's going to need to do so much more, and Salsel just hasn't really had it in him. Not the multi-kills today for him. Or at least on this map. No one really on Iberian Soul on this CT side has been able to find more than one. At least not on... on the important opportunities. In a 1 versus 4 on the bomb site, yes, Stadodo hits 3, but in the previous round you get a fight in halls and just doesn't really get through.
No mercy. Davic's not even saving. It's just cruel, you know? It's actually just cruel. He's not even saving anything. Let the man have his MP9. No. The answer is no. E-Stick says, I want kills. Nom nom. Easy pickings. 12 on the board, and this has been pretty flawless from Sinner's T side of Inferno here. And things don't get easier. It's Mirage up next. It's the pick of the Sinners. It's only going to be uphill from this point forward. 4 in a row needed to take us to further rounds. It's not completely out of the question. We've already seen it once today. Not 4. I think it was 3 earlier, but still. It happens. It happens. It's going to be difficult. I think the hardest hurdle here... Oh, bad molly. Doesn't matter. Hardest hurdle here is overcoming that T economy. You know, it's so much easier to bring 4 rounds in a row back when you know that, like, you break it down into 2 buy rounds because your opponents haven't got cash. Right here, they've got money for days. They will buy out for the rest of regulation. Not only do Iberian Souls need to win 4 rounds, they need to win 4 rounds against full investments.
It's not like they have been... like, it has been won or lost in the mid rounds. No, it's been early rounds where Sinners just very quickly breach. And well, even sometimes with a delay, but every single time the entrying into a bomb set has been very, very quick. I mean, this could all turn on a dime against Iberian Soul. This could be the end within 20 seconds of this. But Sinners are leaving it a bit more late. I'm going to rub it in a bit. Playing with their food. A single flashbang to take control over top banana.
Well, it's going to be smoked off. Has to blow this one open. They're just putting the pressure here on A, keeping Iberian Soul where they want them to be. They can regroup, hit towards B. There is a boost up on CT, but Alex has been pulled off of it. We'll still find the first. Gonna spam away for more damage. M4A4 behind first oranges will have to be traded here. Oh, God. Oh, they don't have time, do they? Zcon might just about have this. My God. That is as close as it gets.
Oh, no. 3 versus 3 retake. You wanted some retakes. There is the defuse kit on Davi G. But Stadodo needs to hit the shot over. Flicks it as Shock will mop up 2. And, well, put Inferno in the bucket as well. They're carrying it home. Blood is spilled. Sinners take the map pick of Iberian Soul with a convincing T side. What was it? 7 in a row? 6 in a row? No.
Something like that. More. Something like that. What was it? 7-5, and then it went 8-5, and then they just went woo and just didn't lose from there. So yeah, 8 in a row. Tidy stuff. Tidy stuff. Yeah, Yeah, honestly, Sinners, just the second they got onto that T half, and that's where they're able to control the pace. I think this is where it becomes super applicable, what I was saying in the first half, where even though they were losing, they were not playing bad at all, right? It was just, they take those initial gunfights, they were going like 1-for-1, and then having to just give it up and playing for the save to prioritize the economy, right? The second that they're not forced to do that because they're on the T half, they just run away with it. They played beautiful CS. And yeah, an incredibly cool game there by B-Stick. Shock had an absolute shocker as well. In a good way. Normally that's a bad one, but it felt like it had to be used. He's 17 kills. He's up there as the MVP. Did mega damage, around about 90 ADR. And yeah, I think they're going to be super confident going into the rest of this series, having taken their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially on a map like Inferno where it can really spiral and that momentum really looked good. I do think it was slightly an advantage that it was on Inferno on that T side that Sinners got the streak. It's going to be a lot easier to reset if something like this does happen in the upcoming map. It's going to be a lot easier to reset on a map like Mirage than it will be on Inferno. So I don't think we're going to get these long round streaks. I think it's going to be more akin to the first half, but I'm excited, that's for sure.
Yeah, me too, me too. Before we get to that second map, though, of course, it's Mirage. And I think after the way that we saw the T side play out there for Sinners, them starting off on their T side of a map like Mirage, which has a lot of parallels to Inferno, could be really exciting. But before that, we're going to go to a 15-minute break, folks. So go grab yourself a drink and a snack, but don't go too far. You don't want to miss it. We'll be with you in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are almost ready to go with map number 2. We just saw a bit of a roller coaster there on map 1, to be honest, didn't we, Sheep? With Iberian Souls that are getting off to the right foot, looking very good on their T side. Getting off to the right start in the second half as well with a pistol round win, and then everything just falling apart. Whether or not they've maintained their composure in that 15-minute break, we'll have to wait and see. But looking at the cams, all we are seeing is more shirts off and a little bit more skin action here on the stream.
Maybe they're finding that to be the solution, you know? Less
Maybe it's
shirts.
just
I mean,
too
if this
hot.
goes to map 3, we'll probably see five shirtless. But yeah, you mentioned the roller coaster. Well, Iberian Soul were sent for a couple of loopings for sure in that final half, as Sinners all still got their shirts on, their jerseys, which I actually do really like with the stripes. Some nice jerseys. I like that the sort of tier 2 teams are trying to show off a bit more of their brand by actually making very nice jersey designs, something tier 1 can still do. But yeah, well, it's gonna be the jerseys versus the shirtless on Mirage coming up map 2. Any
I
predictions?
really noticed that at Astana, you know. I really noticed that. A lot of the tier 1 jerseys have just gone, like, way too simple, right? It's just like a plain jersey with a logo on it. Predictions. I'm leaning towards Sinners here. Absolutely leaning towards Sinners. I think that how powerful and potent their T side was, at least it comes before damage, so that's all right. We'll see a reset here. But yeah, with how potent their T side was on Inferno, being able to then start things off on your map pick on your T side, I think it's just going to be a mega superpower. Now, that might not be the case. We might see Iberian Soul get off to a good start here and maybe Sinners nerfed a little bit, but yeah, I am somewhat expecting them to come into this with some real sort of power. I'm just looking up. I'm looking up the artist in the Twitch chat, the guy who said his beats should be on stream. I was like, no way is this guy for realsies. But then I looked him up, and like he actually, you know, you Google it, he comes up on Google. It's like Demolish Beats, musical artist. I'm listening to some of his tunes.
Oh, what?
Bad stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
I messaged him already. I was like, yeah, join the Discord, you know? Maybe you can get it out there. I mean, there's people pay a lot of attention to like the break time music for tournaments for sure. I mean, every single time between breaks, I'm checking the Twitch chat.
oh yeah, sometimes on my own stream.
yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, yeah, no.
Sometimes on
I
my
was
own
done.
stream, I just tank the copyright strike, and I'm like, you know what? I'm fed up of like this NCS music, and then I just like start
Yep.
putting on some like wicked drum and bass, like UK garage. I'm like, right, let's just we'll just tank the copyright strike because we've got an extended break, and I'm gonna do a bit of DJing, right? Like,
Yeah, for me, it's like, oh no, they'll take my 50 cents ad revenue. I'll be
Boo-hoo.
fine.
I'll still eat tonight. Don't worry. I won't eat well. I'll eat pasta and cheese, but I'll eat. Oh, nice shots to Dodo.
Welcome to Mirage. Is that Cope? There's those doolies. I'm gonna get something, but hope as well give it up. Look at the bomb here. Your favorite player carrying it.
Oh yeah, I am a Peppo fan. I you know, it has to be said, and there's no bias here, but I think Peppo gets a lot of hate nowadays because he's sort of dropped off a little bit from when he had this like sort of honeymoon period on this Sinners roster. But I actually think he's like a really promising talent, and even though he's not some like sort of 16, 17-year-old, he's still at the very start of his Counter-Strike career, and yeah, I just think he's a really good player. I found a connector. Oh my god. Counter-Strike. Hello. I mean, Peppo's found one, but that is just so bizarre, that triple fight. Really awkward. They're still going to clear under, and Iberian Soul, from the early advantage, drop the ball, but South Soul brings it right back, and we're in a 2v2. Not for long.
Sharp shot by Marisco. And P250 getting his money's worth. And Staffy G on his own. Got that Molotov, but I don't think there's a defuse kit available near. Marisco's going to be forced out in the open. Peppo can't save him, can't trade. It's going to be an awkward 1v1. He's just going to stick this. Peppo will be fooled as Davy G sticks a 10-second defuse or not. Ooh, Peppo can count in his head and will be just in time.
Yeah, mega stuff there. Out of the Sinners, a very, very good pistol round, but almost went wrong towards the end. It's looking good. They go into round number 2. Iberian Soul without a lot of money. They are still going to force into this, and, you know, getting the ball rolling early, rather important. Just on jump spots, Mach 10 sees him. Are they going to clear this boost position? They might not, but as soon as that shot's fired, yeah, I feel like Alex blows his cover a little too early there.
Yeah. Pulling off the cloak of invisibility a bit too soon, and then all the magic fades, of course. As that is going to be this round over already. Not the 5-man save that we saw previously. Sinners will not allow it. But yeah, that shot comes in a bit too early. I'm thinking probably if that first player, I think it was Alex, if Alex stays alive there, for, like, if he does get around the corner, I don't think Sauso will pull the trigger there on the Deagle. Because then you still have someone to play off, you still have that distraction, and he probably thought, well, if I'm going to get a kill at any point in this round, might as well be as quick as possible to make something happen. But that said, you need to get the kill first. Whoopsie. So, still the scout available, but it's going to be 3, I reckon, for the Sinners squad.
Should be. And yeah, exactly what I was saying before, you know, starting things off on your T side and keeping that momentum up. It's now been not just 8 in a row, but now 10 in a row in the context of the series. Not going to see a whole lot out of the CT side here. Over the top, Davik. Shot stick.
Right through the smoke. Spots him up as his head pop over, and I like this thus far from Sinners. Of course, we need to see how they will do these side takes in the full gun rounds, but in CS2, I'm quite a big fan of having these full 5-man side takes, get everyone close together, get everyone huddled up, but you need to get some space, though. 2 kills out of the Deegs, and all of a sudden there is that man advantage. Purple smoke dropped on the bomb, and Sauso's looking to tap defuse. Catching reactions, nothing traded upon it just yet, but Sauso on this side. Time is ticking. Sauso now on his own as he needs to do it. Does get one more. Oh, where's Shock looking? Sauso does get everything, but not enough. Still, as that bomb will go off, but what a force buy round. That's surely going to give some confidence heading into the gun rounds, heading into these retake setups, that Iberian Soul do have what it takes to at least put some pressure on.
It should do. I mean, you have got to, like, it's a little bit strange that Sinners give up as many fights as that. You know, they take a lot of casualties. It's an expensive reinvestment here. But you have got to remember that, you know, that fight towards the end, in fact, those kind of last couple of fights that were given, the bomb was a little too far gone, and you do have that sort of breakdown in communication, but mentally you already regard the round as won. Now into the meat of things, though, as you say, the buy round, and one that might come with a bit of confidence here for Iberian Soul after the damage that was dealt in that last. Dodo here with the AWP. Got the AK on South Soul that was safe from that last as well. Contact made. Stad's still alive. A lot of stuff.
Getting a bit scared there on the staircase, but at least the information's there. Do like this passive mid setup from Iberian. Alex looking to challenge. It's a free kill. Beastic not even considering it, but 2 kills in response from Sinners. That's surely going to set up a possible round arrow over towards A. Full empty now. Rotate's going to be coming in slowly across short. Nice one there by Davy G. He does take down Zetko. Shock will respond, and Stadodo still in a good position here to throw a bit of a wrench at this. Flash goes high. Salso behind 1. This round from Sinners might still unravel. It will.
God. That's the bomb denied. Yeah, this gets really awkward now. Shock has to just go for these gunfights and has a major disadvantage in them. Salso is so patient in that round. He's just sat short. He doesn't pull the trigger throughout its entirety. And then right at the end, when he can, have that real impact, that's when he rocks up to the party. That's smoke being blown open. That plant being denied does just about everything. And, yeah, good work being done. Good work. That's going to put the first on the board for Iberian. So, quite an integral time.
Yeah, the slowdown may have come at a bit of a wrong moment there for Sinners. Got 2 opening kills, the full A bomb site open, but they just didn't really dare rush into things. Understandably so, but it did cost them this time. That's so much damage through the wall bang.
The jump spots. Ooh, contact taken. South Salt. Tagged down. Start to dial it back. In the meantime, coming to join his teammate. So. Comes through the wood.
Very slow. That's fine.
Yeah, real slow.
Looking like an A side finished at least. Well, I say that. Bomb's now rotating back. Getting window control. This is actually a pretty good plan. I don't know if Zetko has the means to stop him here. 20 seconds. Late again.
Gunfight's all getting a little bit sloppy, but yeah. I think there's just no world that they can wriggle their way into this with such little time, especially with Alex arriving. Pistol's actually doing a reasonable amount of damage there. The problem is Morisco staying alive here. That doesn't do them any favors at all. And just look at how quickly this spins around, right? A round that was almost chalked up to just be a Sinners round in number 4, not going their way. And now we're in a position where we almost inevitably tie up at 3 apiece. Morisco's money's broken, and Iberian Soul have got their foot in the door again.
I still don't really see them running away with this CT half, but Sinners have absolutely been slowed down here at the start. And I also don't really see, well, it's not going to be a full buy at all unless they manage to somehow win this round for Sinners, which, if that would happen, that's got to be a lot going wrong for Iberian Soul to see full Glocks get that W, but I think they'll be safe for now. Maybe a meat grinder and connector? And there you go. It's the Dodo with that AWP looking to find the final one, Morisco. Ooh, this time, well, I was thinking about it. He wouldn't want to save again, would he?
No, definitely not. Dying is actually bizarrely the priority there, even though he'd like to take sort of 1 or 2 down with him. I mean, less of a priority than it would have been in the round prior. Because, yeah, right here, he can only just afford that Galil. So yeah, it wouldn't have made like a huge amount of difference if he'd survived. But yeah, you run the risk of dying after time, and then that's a whole another can of worms. But 3-3. Goodbye back out of Sinners. Obviously, that one contingency is the Morisco Gal. Little boost over the top. Leg shot hit by Peppo. It's Beastick to draw first blood. Catching out Stadodo, getting aggressive by himself there in the Palace position. A good start here for Sinners. They've punched in sort of 183 damage in the first few seconds of the round. And now they kind of do what they want. Plenty of time to work with.
It's been a pause exactly like this that did cost them previously, as the nades won't really make Shock squirm. Sinners have just got to be careful to not give up an unfavorable 1v1 fight. Is Morisco just going to waltz through here? Maybe he's just going to sit inside.
Timing.
Yeah.
It feels really unnecessary for him to do so, because they've got a man advantage and they know Davik's legged, so him taking like any crazy risk like this is, it does feel really unnecessary, but I don't hate it, I'll be honest. That is going to give the information though. Now they're stacked up on the A site. This could all start to unravel and go wrong here for Sinners. Nice entry from Shock though.
And Mopos needs to do so much now here. Well,
chance.
sitting low at his desk. Well, he'll be even lower in the game. Dropped by Beastick. Peppo finding one on the trade. And Beastick just sitting out in the open. That's showing some confidence. Sinners right back at you. With another round on that T side. That looked very clean from the start already. Stadodo getting dropped on that apartments push. Solo apartments push with the AWP. It's a risky play, that's for sure. Because an op, well, you see how important they think the AWP is, as they get 2. That's something you don't see that often anymore.
Yeah, double op setups. That was very close. Yeah, not as active nowadays, especially on the CT side when you don't have tons of money. Really difficult to manage. What was that? Alex just...
Oh.
I don't even think that was a 4x3 moment, because he was in the middle of the screen, right? He just was asleep at the wheel. Autopilot, Zedco punishes. And now that double AWP setup is all that's left in play for the 2v4. They might want to opt to just hold on to it. Whether or not they'll have the opportunity is another question. Stadodo. Go for a deadly cross, not being held at the moment. In fact, won't be held at all. He will be allowed to escape. But I do sometimes feel that the double up setup can be a bit of a hindrance, because, if
you play it like this, yeah.
Yeah, if you play it like this, because then you're not viable on the retakes at all. Like even if there was more damage dealt in the initial entries, and this was a 2v3 or even a 2v2, right? If they're playing in for this retake and there are no available rifles, and when you look at the positions in which the CTs have died, that is very relevant, right? The only player that's died anywhere recoverable is there in connector. So the other rifles are like close ramp, close palace. They wouldn't be able to swap out to anything automatic. So even in like a 2v2 retake, for example, you're playing it with 2 AWPs, and you got no chance of that. So yeah, I do sometimes think it can be a bit of a hindrance, but I'd like to see what they can do, try and mobilize those snipers a little bit. In this next round, that's going to be real tough because they're on an eco. But if they can try and hold on to them, that next gun round, come with some weight. And even here, to be honest, if they can get those AWPs activated, maybe one aggressive on short, one trying to get aggressive towards the A ramp or palace or something like that, and initiate those early fights, then maybe we could even see a bit of an upset. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned those crosses, the death positions in the last round. If you look at them where they were, they paint a pretty horrible picture where the sort of solo push, quite dry. I think there was one flashbang, but it didn't touch Peppo. That's the opening kill onto ramp. Then Alex just goes down by a walk through smoke. Last player alive on the A bomb site, can't do anything. I mean, you get the op on South, so to hold on towards B, to make sure that he can hold on his own, yada yada yada. That was the idea at least. But if you then play such a risky sort of non-full committal play over towards the A bomb site, it's not going to be worth anything mean, it was such a half play that they went for there. Then, like, what's the value of having that single op? Stadodo is going to be a very awkward angle here, but Orishko assumes he's up high.
Now, this is where these orcs could carve a path, but
What? Lol.
path into a round win, maybe not. Stadodo, that was bizarre. Running through the flames to take that fight was bold in itself, but yeah, Stad just wasn't expecting that gunfight at all, apparently. And a little wake-up call, a little reminder that a Molotov on the floor is not a brick wall. Someone can run through it. You've got to be listening out for those sound cues. Accordingly. Right now, though, they will allow one orb across. So, Salsol bringing this into the next is actually quite impactful. And I am a little bit surprised that they don't try and hunt more for him here, considering the Iberian soul economy is such that they wouldn't be able to afford another orb if one was taken out of play. They let him have it. So, there you go. 6-3, Sinners. Throughout this entire series have prioritized their own economy over anything else, so I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, their money more than good enough. It's been Beastic, of course, in that entry fragger role, who has been caught a couple of times, but that's a sacrifice he's very much willing to make.
Things start to heat up here, because this is another one of those key swing rounds. Iberian Soul lose this, Sinners hit 8, and you really start to lose all hope in this series. If they win it, then it does feel plausible once again. Now, that string of 3 that they found was off of the back of a big old mistake out of Sinners, and then running out of cash. I think that's why they're so scrutinous when it comes to the money, because they know how quickly that can happen. Right here, this execution, perfect. They're going to force Iberian Soul into a 5v5 retake. That's even if they want to go for this. It looks like they will. They're all going to group up towards CT. All of them.
Big rush. It's going to be Sausal on his own, hoping to offer some sort of distraction. This is usually how you play these retakes, and it is going to go quite well with 3 kills in the favor. Peppo fighting back. It's going to be unfavorable for the Sinners, but the Lynxes, they're looking to bite into this prey. Peppo holding on. It needs to be a magic shot through a smoke if they want to stop this. Shock's being covered, and I don't think Peppo will really go for the wide swing. Well, it's covered anyways. Diffuse comes through, and that's a lovely retake. Everyone through CT. The way to go
I'm
here.
really not sure why Peppo goes for that peak. I mean, it's not going to have a huge amount of bearing because they've got enough money to buy anyway, but I'm not sure why he goes for that peak, because they've already called at that point, by the fact that they're not fighting anymore, and they've not just gone for like a desperate swing through the smoke or something. It's obvious, right? The bomb smoke, it's a 4 versus 2, they're obviously sticking the bomb. It's not a fake, right? So they've already called, like, let's not play for this. We've got the bomb plant. There's no way we can win this round. Just sort of save the weapons. And him going for that last-minute peak just throws away like $6,000 for no real reason. But as I say, money's fine, so it's not really going to matter all too much. Unless they lose this round, then it could be a little bit of a problem. Alex, fire at his feet. Has to back up. Won't do any damage, though. Oh, bad molly.
For a second, I thought it was meant for balcony.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, that's great. The second one. Sausal's there to help. Oh, he's been waiting on B as the anchor for so much time. Waiting for some action to come his way. Some proper action. Something that he's actually prepared for. Now finally, he's able to get a double. Sinners being stopped here. Well, you talked about the money. It's still going to be okay with weapons possible to be dropped. Yeah, it wouldn't be too unlikely if we do indeed find that 6-6 scoreline at the half.
Shock. Moving up. It looks like that. I mean, they're going to have a go at this, I guess, but there's no chance. Zedco will find that trade. He's got the bomb. He'll try and... Is he going to try and find his way up short? He's got 15 seconds. He either needs to do this now and find success with it, or he needs to just tuck into ladder room and stay alive. He's taking contact with Stadodo. He now definitely doesn't have time to do this, so he just sort of throws himself into the blender, says, I don't mind dying, but I have enough money to buy in the next. Is that money the same for everybody? No, it isn't. So, yeah, finances do become a little bit of an issue here towards the end. This is why the Peppo peak surprised me the way it did, because Zedko can buy an AWP, you can drop it over to Peppo. Beastick will be the only one that can't afford an AK. He'll go down to a Mac 10. Thought we'd see a Galil, but no, Mac 10 comes out. Everybody else is doing all right. So not as bad as I thought it would be, but yeah, not ideal.
We've seen the Mac 10 be hugely effective on the side of Sinners, and it's going to be a bit of a fake thrown. Yeah, straight in from Marisco. Southsol to hold on again, but they just push smokes.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, nice stops there, though. Southsol, Alex, Stadodo, the trio holding on as that AWP close range. Southsol finds success with that, and the aforementioned Mac 10 gonna be all alone in the half. That 6-6 will indeed be completed. A nice hold from within the bomb site. We didn't see that much from Iberian Soul, just as we didn't see Mopos get many kills. 1 in 9 for him.
Yikes. I know that it's a round that they ultimately end up losing, but I actually really like that approach from Sinners to just, push the smokes, take those gunfights. I feel like in so many of these rounds, I've overcomplicated things a little bit and been punished by their own structure. And we saw a couple of moments on Inferno where, you remember when Beastic just walked up long and found those entry kills. And yeah, anytime they kind of go for some of those high initiative plays, it does seem to work quite nicely. So, an in living color, not too bad. Congratulations, Fnatic Robloxer. Enjoy your new M4 skin. Post your trade link either in the chat or DM it to the, like Twitch whisper it to the Galaxy Battle account, and we'll get that sent over. Tied up at 6 apiece at the halfway point, though, and it's kind of funny. It follows a bit of a pattern. Streaks of 3 there from both sides in that half. Will that pattern continue? Because that means overtime.
Ooh. That'd be exciting. That'd excite me. An overtime.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be fine seeing that. I don't think either of these teams would be quite happy to play it. I think Iberian Soul would just want to get over to that third map, and Sinners would just want to finish this. And you can see Shock, his desire to finish it, already pushing up forward. That's an opening kill, and that's taken some of the gas out of this Iberian Soul attack.
Has a little bit. This would be a pretty big pistol round to win. Shock just around this corner with the Julies. Ready for the fight if it comes. Bombs there outside a ramp. They've got the one pincer, that one sort of lurk. That's going to be Davig down into the lower tunnels. He could be on a late burner here, but minute on this clock. Surely they pulled the trigger in the next few moments.
Walking out. It's going to be those dualies trying to look for more. It's going to be Salso close range, though. Still finding the frag moving in, but the progression is slow, as that will be changed now by Stadodo. The Opera doing just fine with the Glock in his hands. 2v2. As they're just going to fight. Marisco tries to be ahead of the play. A 1v1. Mopos had a horrible first half, but he starts the second off with a clutch. 1v2. Triples his kill count, and that will surely bring a bit of a smile to the shirtless man, who will get a 7th.
He's not even the only one.
No.
But yeah, honestly, it comes down to those early whiff gunfights there, doesn't it? It gets so sloppy. Close fight from Shock on Palace with the Julies. See him miss that initial headshot, and then he just starts sort of frantically spamming. The Glock gets the better of him. Right here, boosting up into the ladder room. What's she going to put? That MP9, the 5.7 in place. The CT4 spy. Seen plenty of times this work out. This would be a kick in the nuts for Iberian Soul if they lose another round like this again. This is where things went really wrong in the second half of Inferno. They won the pistol, lost that following round. I'll make sure they don't make the same mistake again.
Slightly bigger advantage, though, having the sides be flipped. CT force buy is usually not as powerful, and at least the first space gets taken.
He's going to keep working his way up. He's shotless man number 2. Skalel should have a major advantage in this gunfight. Seemed to spot something there of Peppo, an elbow, or something of the likes. Will allow him to get that opening kill. B-stick, too low sensitivity to do anything with that MP9. And now it's on to Zed. Goes 5-7 in the back of the site to do the heavy lifting. Does take 2. But nobody else can match his freak. Morisco goes down without a whole lot of anything. And Shock will by himself. On the other side of the map, Desert Eagle has to give this up. He's overclothed. He's got a hat on. Accessorizing.
I assume some sighs of relief there for Iberian Soul that they
For sure.
just do get that win. Even though it did look quite easy, it's getting those 2 5-7 frags. Do those happen slightly earlier, then yeah, you know, something can really quite go wrong. But Iberian Soul will continue that lead. It's going to be a bit of a freebie in the upcoming. And it will be a 9th. Are we going to trade maps? Iberian Soul will be far from the first time that it happens in their best of 3s. As it's happened a lot to them in the recent couple of months in their hunt for the MRQ. Played a ton of Counter-Strike and pretty much always exciting, always close games. Very little stomps either way. Win or lose, usually it goes the distance.
There's an Eagle. Really the only weapon in play. 3 players wield them. Always can be a little bit scary when boys like this with the Eagles in hand, but shouldn't merit all too much hit. I think with Mopos, we haven't seen anything out of him like since the pistol round, so I don't want to jump the gun, but you know, it has just been like these easy rounds against pistol Nikos and whatnot. But I'm hoping it's the start of better things to come out of him, right? He had a real stinker in that first half. He's found that 1v2 in the pistol, and if he can sort of pick it up a little bit here, because everyone's pretty consistent on Sinners, and over on the other side of things, he's been like a major hindrance. It's a very top-heavy scoreboard, right? Like Salsolstad and Davig right up at the top, and then it's like him and Alex that are just having no bearing whatsoever. So if they can wake up a little bit and give us more, then I think Iberian Soul would collectively be the better team on the server. And we're sort of seeing that right now as things will go 9-6.
I mean, that score, yeah, that kill score that they are rocking, it is slightly inflated by the positions, of course, that they were playing on that CT side. Alex was playing in connector, which was being pressured a lot. Mopus was also pretty much always playing that sort of second player in the A bomb site, which means as soon as he gets attacked, usually that means there has already been an opening kill and he's stuck under wood or in dark or on triple. Somewhere on the A-bomb side, getting hounded by 3 T-side players. So, I mean, he hasn't been given the greatest amount of opportunities, but very little responses out of him. Stodo is looking to hunt a bit. There's still an AK on B-stick, which will be taken out, I think. Or did he drop it? No, that AK is going to be taken away. Just in time.
All right. Well, I think we'll see a little bonus in play here for Iberian Soul. It's not going to be anything crazy. It's not like we've got Mac 10s out or a Scout or anything like that. But a couple of Galils just to sort of weaken this attack a little bit. Peppo with that AWP in hand. He was a real force to be reckoned with in that first map of Inferno. It's not to say that he's been bad here, but he certainly hasn't had as much of an impact with it. Right here. Trying to mobilize. Lots of smokes in mid, putting on the pressure. Looks like the hit will actually be towards A here for Iberian Soul. Timing's good. Shock with a big pick, but out in the open. Peppo's now going to be tested as they all barrel his way. I love this. Just drop that smoke. Buy himself a little bit of room. Still will be traded. This bomb will go down. Doesn't look like it can be denied. Oh, a bit of damage. Yeah, planted without too much resistance.
Attempt to deny made.
Ooh.
That's just going to be the dink.
One
SkyFury with the
HP.
Galil holding on.
Wow.
That
That was an important round for Sinners.
And some very, very tight 1v1 duels won by Iberian Soul. Couple of dinks coming through. You can see it on the health bars. Last two remaining players. It's, well, now it's even less.
Oh, wow.
5
that's
HP in total.
ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Landing the tag there on the last as well. Not even finishing him is just insult to injury. That is
What
pretty
is this,
brutal,
Dink
to be
City?
honest. Yeah. Ay. Got sheep cracking bag jokes. We've got Iberian Soul hitting double digits. Crazy scenes here. The Sinners, yeah, they actually hit a point where they can force up and still have a buy in the next, so they can have a little bit of relevance in this round. But honestly, they've been largely irrelevant in rounds like this, haven't they? When they don't have all the bells and whistles. Even when they do, they struggle, but it at least comes a little bit closer. Right here, Shock's just wiped out, doesn't do a single point of damage.
I feel like for Sinners, there's just very little opportunity that is going to be opening up. There might be a crossfire here able to be set up on short with a long-range Deagle on, or long-range Scout actually, on Zetko there in the back lines. Got my numbers mixed up. But, boosted up. That's a very quick headshot from Davi G. Molotov to the corner.
Well,
Will facilitate the hold. Iberian Soul will easily just keep the round to themselves. That's what I was trying to say. It's 11th there, and now Sinners really need to step it up because, well, this second half has been even worse from them than Iberian's second half was on Inferno. No rounds yet.
a couple that have come real close, but no cigar. Right here has to be that turning point, as you say. This is their map pick. They're supposed to know how to play the CT side of Mirage. So far, they are folding under all pressure. I love the movement. That was very quick into the ladder room. Didn't waste a tick there, but a double up setup in play. You saw it from the CT side of Iberian Soul. We'll see it again here on the other flip side of the coin. Peppo posted. Has the right idea. There is one behind the boxes. He's watching for feet. Seeing if there's anyone behind. Not because he's got a foot fetish, because he's hungry for this kill. He has to come off the angle. No more foot watch.
Iberian Soul just poking and prodding. Middle has been decently weak, so it's going to be Zetko going for the challenge, but previous gun round as well. Gunfights not going the way of Sinners. Had the win been different, Zetko would have probably connected with that kill. Or maybe if he had his shirt off, he would have had a bit of a better chance. Double ops for the CTs. Again, so many double op rounds thus far. It's going to delay Iberian Soul by quite some margin. 30 seconds. Very lightly defended A-bomb site.
Yeah, they've completely got the wrong idea here. Zedko, at least it's a big kill. Shock's going to follow up with that second AWP as well. Now they can start to initiate these rotations. The Shock picks up another. Davik. The information will be relayed that he's crossed, but yeah, 10 seconds on this clock. Shock just needs to find one more, and that will seal the deal. Davik will survive after time. He's got plenty of money. In fact, B-Stick will shut him down before that, so it doesn't even matter. 7-11, a must-win round from Sinners does convert. It'll take a whole lot more from here. Breaking the bank of a team that have not only won 5 in a row, but won 5 in a row convincingly is a tough task. But it's the start of something. It's the first foot on the ladder, perhaps. And even though there were vulnerabilities in that round, you know, Zedko's peek into mid should have found that opening kill. He kind of whiffed it. And then, you know, very under-defended A site that could have been abused. They do go about it quite nicely and still hit all their shots. Shock second AWP there. Really quite powerful. And it's a shame that he can't get it out again. Right? You do all of that with the secondary AWP and then, you know, you die and it's, all right, back to an MP9.
Well, maybe a price he was willing to pay. That last round, I'll just trot it down to ambition for Iberian Soul to slow walk in towards the A bomb site from connector in a 5v5. I don't really know what the call there was, but they took a risk trying to get some cheap advantage, but sometimes the cheapest things will cost you the most. But 2 opening kills, Iberian Soul, complete mirror. Well, complete opposite of what they did in the previous round. Beastic not finally with a response. As we do slow down at 1 minute 30. I say that. Everyone goes straight in. Mopos and Davigi. This round's pretty much... What? This round's over already. Last round. Full time needed. This time within 30 seconds we're done already.
Yeah, this has been a really chaotic round, actually.
I could barely follow.
Yeah, it's a real mess. Alpha's just trying to hold on to this AWP, but they'll need 5 in a row to take us to OT. They throw away their margin for error hit. And there's 0 chance he's going to be able to survive. I mean, that is one hell of a shot to hit, but they are all pursuing him. They've got enough money that it just doesn't matter. And yeah, that's an impossible way to escape. There's no options there. So, have to give that one up. It'll be 12-7 on Iberian Soul. We're about to trade maps, which is kind of crazy. If it does come down to the third and final of the series, it's going to be Nuke as well. It's one that both teams play to a higher level. One that both teams are on a little bit of a streak with too, but knife for the sides, remember? Could get a little bit nasty, you know. One in that CT start. Oh, Mariska already tagged down here. To escape.
Beastic gonna go forward. A play that reeks of desperation, or at least has the aroma of it. 1-man advantage, and there's gonna be very little available to respond with from Sinners. I mean, you got a single smoke left. It's only 2 rifles, one of which is already on below 15 HP. He has the beeping in his ear. His health bar is red. Looks entry towards A. Shock, that single smoke will be effective. You see the walk up. Over towards the other side. Mopos.
The problem is, yeah, you've got Mopos just sat here in the B apartment. So Zedko will win that fight. There's nobody on B. Peppo's going to start to come back up short. But they've completely pulled the plug on this. They are heading towards that side of the map. Sinners have guessed completely wrong. We've seen this a few times so far in this series where they stack up on a site and they're just guessing correctly with 30 seconds left. Someone needs to start working their way to B or Peppo is going to be in a whole lot of trouble and we're going to need to see some crazy heroics out of his FAMAS. For any kind of lifeline to stay here for Sinners. Util starts to reign over. He's going to be relaying this information. But this will definitely be cleared. Wants to play for a little bit of trigger discipline. No. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. I don't think it would have made a whole lot of difference anyway. But yeah, any hope just gets thrown away when Peppo whiffs that. We're going to the third map, folks.
Nuke. Surely the next. A Shock in a 1 versus 4. It would be magic. But it's going to be Mopos to finish it off, and he should be quite glad with his personal recovery there, as apparently ECSTATIC won that final round. That is, that's how good Iberian Soul have been playing. But looking for the 2-0 as well. Maybe it is a sign that Iberian Soul will go for that 2-0 in the group stage as well. A 13-7. Similarly played out as Inferno.
Yes, yeah, to be honest, almost a carbon copy. And it makes it very difficult to predict this third map, doesn't it?
Yes.
Because, you know, with what we saw on Inferno, I really expected Sinners to just snatch away map 2. They got off to a very good start on map 2, so it felt like that was going to be the case. And then, yeah, they just went completely absent. Their CT side of Mirage looked pretty weak, to be honest. In fact, beyond that, it looked terrible. And, yeah, now I don't know what's in store for us at all. Both teams trade map hits consistently, convincingly. And Nuke is going to be a coin toss, I feel.
Yeah, one thing that is most concerning for me. I mean, right, you pick into Mirage, it's Puckstar Heaven, whatever. Everything that's been talked about before. Two of the very crucial or like closer gun rounds that we've seen in that second half, Sinners just kind of didn't hit their shots. The one round they won started with a complete Zetko whiff. If you throw a smoke there to Con into CT, that's a free open A bomb site with full control over middle. That's super difficult to retake. I mean, they survived that one, but all the other rounds, well, we mentioned it, so many dinks. The gunfights just didn't get won, and then a very shining example of Peppo in that final round, just missing that FAMAS spray. But it, like, positionally, they weren't playing, like, there weren't any giant mistakes. They just lost so many gunfights. That's concerning going into Nuke.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Nuke is one of those maps where that actually becomes a really big issue, especially when you're fighting for outside control and things like that. You've got to be crisp. You've got to be crispy. I think Peppo's AWP's going to be a really big factor. Stadodo on that sniper as well. All depends who gets that CT start too, but we'll have to wait and see, folks. We're going to go to another 15-minute break. When we return, we'll be back with our third and final map of the series and our final map of the day. So come and join us, because it should be an absolute blast. We'll see you all in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are almost ready to go with our third and final map of this best of three, and our third and final map of our third series of the day. It's been a really, really lengthy one, but we are here on Nuke to see who can edge ahead between Sinners and Iberian Soul. And everybody's looking a little bit tired. Yeah, this has been a lengthy one, a difficult one, and for both teams, it's been quite a bizarre series, isn't it? Trading each other's map picks, having these, like, crazy streaks, yeah? We saw the first half of Inferno super contentious, then Sinners just run away with it in the second half. We saw the first half of Mirage super contentious, then Iberian Soul run away with it in the second half. So, there's been, like, this weird lack of consistency, but then there has been consistency in the inconsistency, if that makes sense. And, yeah, we sort of find ourselves in this weird position as we move into Nuke. And I think both teams are going to be feeling that in the air a little bit.
Weighted dice for those first two maps indeed, but Nuke will most likely give us a bit of a different story as we match up in the knife round. Firstly, no sides picked this time, sides fought for as for a loop strategy. Shepherd's Dogs, as the stabbing happens, you see, ooh, it's going to be a 1 versus 2 Zetko with that butterfly. Hoping to be able to fly away, but one click for each.
I saw it was in the Gen 1 game. I can't remember who they were against. I think it was against 9 or someone. And the CT side, it was Gen 1. They all stacked up at the back of Garage. See where those, like, 2 red boxes are? And all 5 of them just went in a line. And they were waiting for, like, 2-3 minutes. This yeah, Iberian Soul just won that. Yeah, they were waiting for like 2-3 minutes because they were just so, you know, dead set on getting that CT start. And honestly, it is one of the only maps in the pool where it really, really does count. It actually really does matter. So Iberian Soul getting that that defensive start could certainly go a long way. I don't think either team have had particularly good CT sides here throughout this series, but Nuke would certainly be where you expect that to change.
And it's still going to be that economy game. We talked about it so much, and Iberian Soul haven't been the greatest at holding on to their cash. That could be, maybe is, one of the biggest entry points of Sinners. Could make some wounds there. Could make it hurt. They will kick it off with not a lot of util for a T-side pistol start. Usually you see some more smokes, but it's going to be a single Molotov for B-Stick and a P250 bot for Shock. Interesting to see what they're going to do with that. They're going to ramp.
All grouped up. I just want to try and barrel this as a 5, and sometimes that is the way to go on a T-side pistol. Throw yourself at it with the Glocks, and, you know, that movement accuracy, you can jump around, you can duck and weave. Avic! I'm not sure how he's just found 2 headshots there, but that does a lot for them. Things boil down into a 2v2. Peppo runs a risk as he continues to peek there. Opos is already down on the lower site, so they've got a decision to make. I think they know that Alex is here somewhere towards Hell. Do they group up and try and take him out? Do they just go back through lobby onto A? Oh, felt like they were entertaining the former. Now go for not even the latter. They're going to go back down to B. Mopos has gone back up, so they've actually called this correctly and found themselves a little bit of space, as long as they're reasonably quick with it.
And those steps should be heard by Mopos. I think so, right? Well, now, especially with that bomb being tapped, now they know. But before the bomb even gets planted, the fight's already starting. Alex doesn't like to wait around, and that's a great headshot. Shock on his own now. P250, it's the weapon you want. It's the weapon you need. Alex sharp enough. Ooh, even some BM. Oh, no, Alex, don't do it. He's not going to shake your hand after the game. No. As he gets the defuse. First on the board for Iberian.
That, honestly, for me, comes down to the shoulders of Davik. The fact that he's found 2 kills there is just insane. If he doesn't get those 2 kills, he goes down 1 for 1. They're at a disadvantage. If he goes down without a whole lot of anything, then it's Sinners round all day long. But yeah, getting 2 there just goes such a long way. With the bomb plant, Sinners are going to go for a decent force here. They'll have some reasonable firepower behind this. Tech 9's on 2. Mac 10's out on Shock and Zedko. Morisco jumps into bed with a Galil. Looks to try and do some decent damage with it, as they kind of need to. Don't want to be giving up too many rounds early on here on Nuke. Decent early util damage. Mopoz up
Double
top.
Molly in there. Oh, forcing him back. Mopoz holding on for one. Just the first trade now as Zedko is going to move in as the second line of attack.
Ooh.
Davig. So sharp again as
What?
the Tech 9s. Stereo frags. Peppo and Beastic make some music for the Czechs. And that's not a force buy win.
Oh my. That is what we saw in the second half of Inferno, and we all know what happened after that. I'm not sure history will repeat itself all too much here, but we are going to have to see a force buy back out of Iberian Soul. There on double eco, I said it's disaster to lose that CT pistol round. Sorry, to win the CT pistol round, to lose the follow-up. They don't even have any kind of reserve cash in the sense of, you know, like convincingly winning the CT pistol or anything. They literally kept one player alive. That was Alex. So, $100 extra for the defuse, yes, but very little to work with here. 3 Desert Eagles. Stododo on that scout. Davig with an MP9, and they're against the rifles. Just that one SMG on B-stick. Stab. It's the contact. Flashbang won't blind him. Won't connect the shot either, though. Maybe third time's the charm. There will be a connection into the body of Peppo. And they've still not fired a shot back into him. I mean, he's doing so much damage. Zedko's just team-killed B-stick. And they've not actually fired a shot at Stododo here. They just keep jiggling him and giving him opportunities.
That team kill off the back of a collateral, hitting both Beastic and Zedko with one shot. Apparently stressing him out so much there as a team kill coming through. They gotta be happy with that result thus far. But still this pressure mounting on that B-bomb side. Stododo's timing will be offered up another kill. He finishes off Zedko. That's another. Stododo. We've seen glimmers of this sniper play on Inferno, but now it's a lot more influential. 2v4. Should be able to get through here. Nice spray through the smoke. Peppo out in the open, thought he was covered. And the force buy round right back from Iberian Soul.
What a miserable round from Sinners. That was poor. That was really poor. Taking that ramp contact, you group up as 5. You've got to just commit to it. You take contact with Stododo on a scout, and he misses his first 2 shots. Why you're not just running him down and sending that Mac 10 a B-stick in, it's just beyond me. Just continuing to jiggle that scout, continuing to give him opportunities to tag damage, and then just slowly walking down ramp as if, you know, you've forgotten that the scout's there and you're all half HP, and just feeding him more. It's just insane. Not only has he found 2 kills, but he's done mega damage. He's effectively found 3 because he tagged 1 and then Zedko team killed him. So, yeah, that was a really bad round from Sinners. And, yeah, sort of their own slow pace plaguing them.
Let's slow walk the tightest angle in the map.
Yeah, literally.
Not the greatest results. Also finding 2 again. Sinners have had quite a monotone approach to this T side thus far.
It's feeling very two-dimensional. I wonder if there's anything else in the strat book other than push ramp. We'll find out soon enough, maybe.
It's another plant. B-stick.
B-stick thinks he's cooking, but no one's there. He's actually got a flank behind him.
This timer is ticking quite low. Alex does find the Mag 10 of B-stick. 2 rifles now remaining. Good positions. Peekaboo, it's there. The smoke on the bomb should cover.
How is it? Yay. Well,
and it will.
Yeah, that's another to go to Iberian Soul. There wasn't even any spams. They put the smoke on the bomb. They just started holding it. That was Davig with the defuse. And there wasn't even an attempt, right? You know, there's a player on double doors. I know you haven't got, like, the best shot at it. It's a very wide angle when you're planting on that left-hand side. That smoke covering the entire bomb, you know, he can be diffusing from any sort of radius, like 180 degrees around that bomb. So, yeah, quite difficult to spam, but still didn't even really attempt it. it's going to be Iberian Soul onto 3. Morisco fancied his chances at going for that early door fight, but didn't want to just fly out and isolate himself. Let's back off of it. Surely should be 4 here, though, for Iberian Soul. Zedko has just sapped the Deagle on the angle. Alex, if he pokes his head over, could be in for a nasty surprise. Staying patient. StyDodo will draw first blood. That's the cue to peek, but a nice shot back from Shock.
That was from Silo. All the way from the top. Very long range. Looking to adjust the angle that they face the Opera at. But just going to step wide. StyDodo sharpening up here at the start of map 3. We've seen him take his dues, do what he needs to do, but a lot of influence starting to seep through out of StyDodo, and that might really be a nice feather in the helmet there for Iberian Soul heading into the rest of this CT half.
Yeah, finding 4 rounds as early on as this actually puts them in a pretty good position. It's not like a great half just yet, but they're in a decent spot to say, you know what? We've got a bit of a margin for error now. Sort of 2 more and we can call this a good half. Be up against the buy again. This needs to be something better from Sinners because we've seen very little out of them, honestly, on this map so far. And it doesn't fill me with confidence that the 1 round that they won is like a complete tempo change with Tech 9s, because that just sort of screams, actually, we don't really have any structure. We're just, we'll just win if we run at you. That's not all too repeatable. Beast expand a little bit, not too much damage. He'll be okay. Brush it off. Might will creep down the vents. Much slower around here. Confirmation that there is a little bit more in the strat book than just pushing ramp, though. Outside controls on the menu.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Still struggling to see where the opportunities lie. It's going to be basic with this upfront position. Having at least some control that's going to be added on to by the Sinners. So much information. This backline, Alex, there's no trouble finding one. Zetko has gone past the angle. At some point, Alex must suspect it, right? Well,
I'm going to go and fight him with it. I mean, if Alex walks up, then I think he will. But this has been relayed to Peppo, who will take the fight instead. That means that the Heaven player doesn't even need to blow his cover. So he can play for the trigger discipline, finds one, knows that the second will be behind that second vent. What a reaction out of StyDodo. That is remarkable. It's good trades from Shock, so at least should be able to keep a lid on things. 7 seconds left. Mopos. Ay. I don't think there was any way of him getting out of that without being traded, but yeah, there was a world there that he denies that plant and it maybe makes things complicated. I'm not sure what he was checking for, but it's a good trade out of Sinners. It's a good round back as well. It kind of hurts that CT economy, even though they've been consistently winning rounds. They've taken damage in them and been quite keen to hunt as well. Remember that round where Sinners were just on pistols? Peppo was behind the red box. He only had a deagle and they were all running at him and he was able to swap to an AK and find another kill and just make things expensive for that CT side. It is something that throughout this series, at least, Sinners have done better. It's managing that economy. Right now, Iberian Soul. Sort of a little bit of a pause, talk things over. What are we going to buy here?
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Alex in that previous round, not really relaying the information properly. That there might have been a timing. It was a minimal timing, yes, but he wasn't completely sure that he held over that cross because he did leave the angle for a good couple of seconds. It just goes completely ignored. That flashbang will prevent StyDodo from hitting anything, and Peppo's reaction time, although awesome, not good enough for the adjusted angle. Gonna be a single from Moss on South, so the rest is just kind of background vocals. Together with, of course, the lead singer.
Look at Shock's angle. This is brilliant. StyDodo will not expect this at all, and Shock He's gonna try and cook something a little bit better up here as well. Go for the trigger discipline. Work his way up heaven. Try to create a bit of space for his team. That AWP is realistically the only real threat here. They shouldn't expect someone up in heaven, but Shock... No, don't pull a molly out. I'm not sure what his plan is with this now. I thought he'd have emerged out of heaven by now, because not knowing what their setup outside is, he doesn't know whether they think that it's possible that someone could be heaven. So, either way, he'll pull the trigger, he'll get it done. There is a third on the site. That's a good trade out of Morisco. He'll know that that ramp player's coming in with the AWP as well, but... Yeah, that was a little bit dangerous from Shock.
Yeah.
You get what I mean there? Where, like, they have no idea of the outside setup. So, he doesn't know that the A players might not be holding heaven because they have no info on what's going on outside.
Yeah, if there's a deagle outside heaven, like at the E box, then
yeah,
could have been dangerous. But one thing that they also kind of knew was the two positions of the two weapons brought in, right? Shock spots the AWP. Sauce already had gotten a kill, so they were like, okay, well, we know that they're there now. So if Hamas is on outside, Ops on ramp, it's got to be pistols on the A bomb site. We'll count ourselves lucky in there. They will lose everyone, or potentially everyone. Labored.
Alright, it'll be a third round for Sinners. SkyFury allowed to hold on to that AWP though, and that's sort of, again, obviously prioritizing winning the round over getting the AWP out of the way, but Shock had a free kill onto that AWP, right? So it's gonna be really quite, it's gonna feel rough if SkyFury's AWP has a big impact in this round. You're gonna be thinking, I could have just shot him in the back of the head, right? I did sort of let him get away with that. We'll see though. Fire up from the other side again. AKs, 4 of them in place. SkyFury trying to get super aggressive with this sniper. Doesn't seem like they're anticipating it for now, but that's smoke. That's another layer to this one. Alex outside in the
very
open.
awkward mid fighting. Very awkward outside fight gonna happen here.
I can't believe SkyFury's still posted on this. Surely not expecting them to just walk through the smoke. Yeah, B-Stick knows with that smoke in place that like someone's going to be there. It just jiggles it, waits for that contact. It's a good trade back from Davig, but Zedko's there to pull the numbers back to evens into a 4-on-4. Walk out of hut shot. And didn't get the timing that I think he was hoping for. I'll put things into a 4-on-3.
Iberian Soul somehow leaving that with an
just heard him.
advantage is...
Yeah, Zedko's just heard him.
Okay.
He'd have called this. Care silo. There is one up here somewhere. I'm going to have to take a really awkward angle to walk all the way back. And yeah, there you go. Can't even shoot him in the back of the head. I have to go even further back to... Oh my god. Oh, this is so awkward. Oi, oi, oi. And Mopos has just got a kill as well. Oh, that is so bad. Why is B-Stick exposing himself to that? What is... That's just such a mistake.
Don't know how they let that happen. Well, Sinners do get the bomb plant out of it. As everyone had posted up on the bottom bomb side, Alex is already here waiting on his troops to arrive. Zetko's going to go for the long wrap around. I don't exactly know if this is going to be the greatest idea. Very passive setup from the Sinners. They will just let Iberian Soul take over this entire bomb site. Smoke on that bomb. It's going to be difficult for Zetko to even get a good spray onto this. The angle's not for him. Nade blows it open. Alex is such low HP, they just can't seem to find him.
God.
The defuse gets through. Maybe, had B-Stick been alive, that would have been easier to deal with. But Iberian Soul get the retake.
That is such an awkward plant spot as well. You know,
Yep, I don't know.
Your post plants are, yeah, you planted it in the hard, like, corner. Your post plants are a hut and eventually main, and neither actually had a sightline onto it. That was just, yeah, that was just another weird round out of Sinners. A major mistake with B-Stick fighting the silo player. You know, I don't know if there's just a breakdown of communication there, or if there's overconfidence from B-Stick saying, you know, I'll just take the fight with him and win it. But that was really bizarre.
Saying, what's taking you so long?
Yeah, that was strange. That was strange. Havoc shotgun. Okay. 1 for 1 on the early fights. But honestly, this should be 4-4 right now. Or at least it should have been a much better chance at 4-4.
Given away a bit too easily there, indeed, from the Sinners. But now, a good chance at least with the position all the way down in secret. Morisco, can they connect to him? They're unable to move into the B bomb site from secret without making a noise. Either have to open a door or a window. So there is always a limit until how far your flank can go, unless you do the little glass break trick. Oh. That's not the trick.
If anyone wondering, that is just shooting the glass, making yourself known loud and proud into this B site, hoping that pulls a rotation off. Mopos still on top of Hut. They should really anticipate this, and yeah, it's a decent trade, quick enough. Peppo follows up as they try and waterfall out of heaven. They're both there, and that molly will pull them back. It will give Morisco a bit of time and space to get this plant down. 2v2. They've not been great in these post-plant positions. Now's a chance to change that.
I really thought that full rotate towards main was going to come in. Maybe catch one off guard, but they decide to stick together. This time, Sinners at least playing closer to this bomb. It's going to be an aggressive peek from Peppo. And that will take down Sao Sol. Now a difficult one for Alex. The defuse kit is there, and there is low HP on Peppo. The lowest of HP. A single point, yet he challenges Alex. Wow. Barely survives it, and he just scratches his ear, thinking about what could have gone wrong there. But 6 on the board is confirmed for Iberian. So that was eerily close. Peppo nearly winning that on 1 HP.
It's just another example of Sinners being poor in those post plants as well, especially after Peppo found that first kill and it went into the 2v1. There's absolutely no need to be exposed on door there. There's just no need. No need. Play for the bomb tap and you know, you've got a huge advantage. Tuck behind the vents, do whatever you want with it, but playing on a timing, playing hoping that that last man's in main and not walking towards you from the site is a surefire way to end up throwing around like that, and that's sort of what we see right there. Salsol, oh my god, how? It's way too long to finish him. Able to get away with a lot more than he bargained for. 3 kills. Shock and Zedko. Obviously, they haven't really invested anything into this round, but kind of ask him for maybe another kill or a bomb plot.
Another bomb plant probably will be stopped by Mopos, as he's looking to complete the full house if they will both attack him. 7-3 with a lot of opportunity to increase that scoreline. Might be the most one-sided scoreline we have seen thus far in the series. Oop. Oh, a bit awkward. There's the final 2. Full house for Mopos and Sausol. And Sausol pretty much did all the work there.
Time to wake up, Sinners. Final 2 rounds of this half are absolutely crucial. If they don't win them, then there is some serious concern going into this second half. 1 would do. If they could take 1, make this 8-4. It is not the worst T-side nuke, but yeah, I don't know. Expect their CT half to be better than this. Does just seem like the issues have come from, you know, breakdowns of communication or coordination out of them. Just one by one, kind of feeding the beast. Shock has managed to find 2 early. Peppo, the big kill there as well. It's individuals that are making this round happen. It looks like it will be that 4th we were asking for.
a solution if all tactical play doesn't work. Change of pace. Rush at them. Make it quick. Make it fast. And they're able to catch off guard the defenders. Alex in a 1v4. Don't really see him doing this unless he gets Peppo quick here. That usually works, especially when you feel stuck on a T side. On Nuke, usually it doesn't always work, but Iberian Soul had been playing so passive, not really crossfire heavy, mostly positional play on this defense. No real pairs, but it's been working out for them quite nicely up until you put Shock forward as the spearhead and puncture wounds indeed. Another XM here for Davig. See if it's more bark than or more bite than bark now.
Yeah, last time he actually fired it off from about half a meter away, right into the stomach, and did about 60 points of damage, and he just took an AK bullet to the head. So there may be a chance for it to bring a little bit more to this one. Spams continue to come. They have already found that early man advantage. That's Morisco going down. He's been a little bit quiet this map as well, but obviously the most quiet player has been B-Stick. He's sat there 3 and 8. A hard time here. Got to try and breach onto A minute on this clock. Maybe they start to pull the plug on it. They walk towards ramp, but as the smoke fades, this shotgun might start to clock this. South Soul with the FAMAS. He's been a real menace here on this ramp position. Ready again to deal the damage. Tags one up, falls right back. He's happy with that. Just play the timer here. Unless they try and wrap.
Well, that timer certainly in the favor of Iberian Soul. Looking to be a 6v4 now. As Father Time indeed here. Close range. That XM again not finding something. Shock and Zetko both are there. Now Alex needs to recover this, as it was a man-up situation, but it all falls apart. Sinners, this final round of the half, they clawed back. No widest margin on this half. Sinners close it right up. 7-5. Maybe not as accurate of a portrayal of how this half really went.
Yeah, it really isn't, is it? Yeah. It doesn't do this justice. And considering... Mopos, yeah, surely not. There we go. Nice little headshot from B-Stick to finish. 2-piece from him after a very quiet half. Almost doubling his kill count there at the end. It sounds a bit toxic, but it is what it is. But yeah, as you say, really doesn't paint the full picture, does it? But with 5 rounds, if Sinners can recover in this, you know, if B-Stick can give a bit of a pep talk, say I'm fired up after getting a couple of kills there, and, you know, let's bring this back. CT side nuke is exactly the place you want to be to do so. We are ready to give away another skin. It looks like the prize wheel is locked and loaded. Look at this. Pinks galore. It starts to spin. We don't see so many of them. But, oh, USB whiteout would have been nice. Leaded glass is still pretty good. Congrats, Zone. Zanaya, whatever. I don't know how to say that. New info on S skin. Cheeky stuff.
It's a pretty nice one.
Yeah,
you don't see it that often.
Yeah, you don't. Kind of OG.
Having a bit of a look at the rest of the group stage. Teams are fighting for a spot to join either ECSTATIC or CYBERSHOKE. As that ECSTATIC match was earlier today. It was the CYBERSHOKE match as well.
Yep,
yes.
I did both of them. It's been a long day for me, Sheep.
It has been a long day. I'd love to join you more for some long days. I'd be fine with that.
Oh, yeah.
I think my record on one-day streaming is 14 hours. So.
Oh, man.
Great openers.
Oh, okay.
Man, we talked about B-Stick with 2 headshots, one through the glass. They're both fighting from hell, and B-Stick is giving it to him. Alex.
Wow.
Pulled to the depths, and Stadodo and Mopos now need to recover a pretty unwinnable round.
Yeah, when Morisco whiffed all of his early shots on this one, I thought, oh man, this is, this is just like the sad sight from Sinners again. But B-Stick has come into a new element here in this one. He's hit 3 class shots. 4v2 does boil down to a 2v3. You do have to be a little bit careful here because Iberian Soul will run circles around you. These glocks can be quite potent. The Dodo being low HP doesn't even really matter as well. The USPs aren't going for the body shots. They're going to be tapping for the head. They've tripled up here in heaven. They should be able to deal with this. They've made the right call. They'll hear the stomping around. They're both going to go up on top of Hut to get a sight line. And they need to swing together. The whole point of this triple heaven peak is to swing together and take these fights as a unit. They somehow let the plant go down, so it will be a decent force for the next out of Iberian Soul. But nonetheless, a good round there for Sinners, and an important one to pick up.
Don't really saw that going wrong. As soon as the play was called to move on top of Hut, it's kind of Iberian Soul kind of putting themselves offside there with taking an unfavorable fight, not escaping anymore. And also revealing the idea, right? Right ahead of it. I think if the bomb plan had gone in first, Sinners might have not been inclined to rush out as quickly. Maybe it could have been just a clean 2v3. But it's all if, buts, and maybes. If my grandma had wheels, she would have been a bike. All that type of stuff. We got 3 Tech 9s and 2 Galils. Ready to rush outside and ready to wreck. Morisco gets dropped. And there's no stopping for Davig.
Yep. Does not let go. B-Stick. Oh, well. Thinks that they're trying to play around this smoke. They're actually all grouped up in main. Now know his position. He needs a bit of support. So he'll call in for those reinforcements. He tries to cross. He's at least pulled it back into a 4-on-4. But Davig's going to be coming up from heavens. Dodo's there with him. Shock's way too aware of this. Yeah, you're not going to catch him off guard here, but you might catch him in the fair gunfight if he gives you the opportunity. I'm surprised he takes that duel. Wants to catch him on a timing. Doesn't quite work out, but Zedko's there to recover the sinking ship. A man advantage. As Alex starts to pull it back. Looks like they want to try and get down B. Stadodo's here with the Galil in ramp. And they've got a lot of space. They've got a lot of space and a lot of map control, all things considered. Peppo's next fight here is going to be crucial.
Yeah, how's this timing going to be? Alex not looking for it. Was expecting to be earlier. Stadodo having his sixth sense to make sure he plants safe. But a very long-range MP9. Enough to distract. And Peppo will calmly get that defuse. Leaning back. Stretching his neck a bit. You know? Nice and calm. They managed to survive.
They're teeing themselves up for a comeback, man. I mean, they've given up a bomb plant, which might actually mean another force out of Iberian Soul, perhaps. The problem is with it, you kind of go for those force buys when you have a really close round, and you fancy your chances at it again with the Galils. But that round wasn't, I don't know, it felt close, didn't it? It felt close. On paper, it wasn't close, because 3 players survived for the CTs, but on paper, that felt very winnable. They're going to go for a little bit different here. Stadodo with a hero AK. This could work. This could definitely work, especially with it being able to be passed down the bus. Everyone's got Kevlar. But I'm not the biggest fan of it, purely on the basis that he's now going to be really late to get that AWP out. Oh, what a shot.
There will be a sacrifice made. Well, Stadodo is going to be the sacrifice towards Peppo. The AWP now revealed. And what do you do now? Like, where does the rest of the plan go?
You panic. You go, that wasn't part of the plan. What do we do now?
Just rush it everywhere.
Run at ramp.
Go back to spawn. Oh, no, that's Inferno.
They are going to try and group up ramp. And, it's so funny that they take the contact with the AWP outside, and they're like, okay, so the AWP's outside, let's group up ramp. Surprise, surprise. Guess who's ramp? It's the AWP again. He has legs, and he's moved. He's moved quite quickly. Nice trade from Davig, at least. Shock is down on the lower bomb site to be ready to try and cause them problems if they drop. That is super messy from Morisco. He has not looked like himself this map so far. And it might cost them here if he doesn't start to pick this up. Are they going to be ready for Shock, though?
He's in a great position for a double.
Need to peek though.
Can isolate these fights. That's one. Still holding on nicely. That's a second. And Alex still posted up. Shock.
Oh, wow.
He'll just wide swing. Fully expecting the angle, and he will make sure Sinners survive a bit of a scare caused by Davig. And they take the lead. So
Wow.
the CT side now starting off well.
This has been a really bizarre game. It's been a real roller coaster, you know. We saw both teams convincingly taking each other's map picks. We come down to the third and final of the series. It was Iberian Soul taking the reins in the first half, but then things sort of even out. Now it's Sinners with their little burst, and things are super close, contentious. Sinners, yeah, as you say, have taken the lead. I wasn't really expecting it. Hands outside. Through the smoke. I said before, Morisco has been scarily quiet, to be honest. He's normally a real powerful player here for Sinners. He's completely absent out of this map. Every gunfight he seems to take just leads to a whiff. I'm going to try and cross down Secret here. They know he's there because he was spamming through the smoke early in Garage, but might still be able to catch a bit of an angle or a timing. Looking for it. There's one on top of main. Ooh! Wow, look at the reaction. You can't even really, you know, criticize him all too much there. He's hit the dink and he's just been returned to sender.
On the cam, you instantly see Morisco type, nice shot, and then hear the chat bleep. So, Morisco recognizing his better half, better opponent. Sousal with a sick response. And that's Morisco now on the sidelines. Still though, only 30 seconds left. It's been a very slow one.
Yeah, Iberian
Another
Soul
fireworks.
putting a lot of pressure on themselves here. There's the timing from Zedco, and that's the bomb drop. That now adds a real spanner to things. Alex and Mopos win their fights, so the advantage is definitely here for Iberian Soul, but if this bomb's delayed any further, it could be an issue. The problem is Shock can't stay alive. And it's the ramp... Sorry, it's the vent player going down there that's the big issue, right? Shock delaying that plant. You know, he's expected to be traded, but if it's delayed long enough, then yeah, maybe there's a world if there's another player alive that isn't met with any kind of threat. Doesn't end up being the case, and the money now kind of broken here for Sinners, so Iberian Soul back in the driver's seat again. And it just comes down to individual gunfights. We were talking about, yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, hit the nail on the head. Sinners weren't looking great in those gunfights. They're on Mirage, and it's kind of causing them problems here on Nuke. Had they just won their jewels in that round, it would have made all the difference in the world. Ooh. Lucky Peppo.
And do you have enough time to change that? That is also one of the things, well, at this point, sort of beaten to death story about MR12. But this deep into a best of 3, can you recover? You either need the toppest of calling, the best possible positions to make these shots unmissable, but you just need to connect with them. In these 50-50 fights, of course, with these pistols, you don't expect much.
Oh, shot B-stick.
These B-stick will be able to bite off. At least an AK.
Yeah, I don't know whether he'll be able to hold on to this. I mean, there's not tons of money on the T side, so it wouldn't, you know, make sense for them to go crazy hunting for it. But Davik, whilst he has the info on where he is, says, yeah, you know what? I'm feeling it. Got my shirt off. I'm going to take that fight. He does. And, yeah, 9-8. Back onto a bye, though, are the Sinners, but this feels like a little bit of a must-win. You know, you said before, MR12, 2400 lost to come in the next. If they lose this, so it'll be another hard eco. Iberian Soul would be straight onto 11 before Sinners can pull out another bye. So it really is all or nothing here. They're trying to get that AWP activated. He's going to go super aggressive early. Oh, yeah, that is bold. Doesn't pay off, but doesn't lose his life either.
Oh, and that information will dissipate in its relevancy quite quickly. I mean, you did hear the footsteps close, but I mean, you don't know if it would have been the AWP, or you know, where it is at now. So they don't give up that much, these Sinners. They still Peppo being aggressive here. Feigning the A play.
Still wants it. Go down, so we'll reel it in. They are very heavy on this A bomb site. As a result, they completely give up outside control. They leave ramp super vulnerable. South Salt is playing the full timing play onto Shot Kit. In fact, he's actually going to go up heaven. Who's ready for this? Is there one watching? Because there's three about to emerge. Yeah, Morisco's down on the site. He's kind of the last person I want in this position. Had a hard time so far, but this could be his chance to turn it around, build up a bit of confidence. 3 coming his way.
No flashbangs.
Oh, that's big.
Morisco
What?
to Sauso. What the response that is. Peppo only spots him for a millisecond before he takes him out. It's Morisco that had that open sight line, but Stadodo and Mopos, they had set up the crossfires before. Sauso finding the triple. That shot on Peppo was insanely quick. And
It doesn't
Sauso
even matter.
on that
Why
rifle.
is Peppo not reacting? Morisco's just taken the double contact. I kind of get that Peppo's expecting there to be someone from Hut, but he doesn't turn around at all. He doesn't even move. He's still posted after Morisco's found 2 kills there in heaven, and then he gets traded by the 3rd. Peppo hasn't moved a muscle. They were just back turned
It's
with
not
the
like Morisco was safe as well behind the silo. Like he could have Peppo could have moved away there without sort of risking Morisco's positioning.
Yeah, that's a strange
So
one.
yeah, that was it's details, but those details start to matter now, as it is a 10th. And Deagle does fight back. Nearly the 3rd.
Go.
Danger again.
Yeah, Beastic in the corner with this 5-7 could go unchecked. This is a really awkward angle to clear. Davig, well, he does. He does clear it. Back into a 3v3. It's not that awkward when Beastic's like playing wide like that. If he's tucked, then that's difficult to clear. But oh, yeah, they've recovered this really well. Zedco's like incredible efforts to give them a 2-man advantage are just kind of falling on deaf ears now.
Yeah, really wanting to force the issue is Sinners there with those digs. Staying in positions to fight, pushing up forwards again in the lobby. Something that you might judge as not completely necessary. And they will leave it very late. There are weapons to be picked up on outside. I don't know if that is the goal of this travel. It would be certainly a long road for the Sinners.
I think that is the idea, probably, to try and wrap outside and get those guns, right? I think Southsol starts to realize that a little bit, so he's going to try and go through in towards Secret. Oh, did Davik spot something? I think he did. That's going to be his cue to walk forward. He'll take contact. Yeah, he'll confirm that they're not going for it, so they can start to exit a little bit, but yeah, it is just pursuit of those rifles, and Southsol is on damage control, so picks up both the kills, gets that AWP as well. Monte actually goes down with a bomb. That's okay. They got more than enough money. They won't be too bothered. 11-8, Iberian Salt right on the edge of victory here.
And, well, there appears to be a trend that continues with the advantage remaining on this T side in the second half. As it's just the economy, which has been such a good facet of Sinners' game in these previous 2 maps. Now, kind of biting him. I do think the return to default is going to open up some opportunities for Sinners here. Like, the return to default from Iberian Soul. That's should allow them to have a bit more freedom as a CT side. Oh, what a move out. B-Stick will get dropped. Davik burning out one more.
This is over.
Yeah, this feels troublesome.
Oh.
An opportunity maybe opening up here. Zetko, another double kill. But they're going to need so much work out of him. Shock can help. 2 versus 5 to win this. There's a defuse kit on Zetko, but that might be dropped. No. He gets one more. Davig, he's going to be the only one left standing here. 2 versus 2. Shock, he needs to be more aggressive. Zetko's moving into this all alone. And they're fighting one by one. There needs to be a defuse. There needs to be a headshot. And a heroic attempt at the 2v5 will end in bittersweet misery as there is the kill, but Shock gets thrown to the wall, and Sinners will possibly get thrown to the 1-1 bracket here in Galaxy Battle Phase 1.
It just feels like there's no urgency on that at all. They just don't want it.
Nope.
Like, Zedko is doing everything here. He's trying his best to take this their way or take this to further rounds or whatever. It's just nothing. It's a 2 versus 1. He's the only one with a kit. He needs Shock to get the hell off of Heaven. They've already cleared out the site, right? They know he's not on site. He's got to be towards main. He's got to be, you know, after they've cleared the second vent, that's, you know, like your only real option there. And he just doesn't. It just takes too long with it. Able to support his teammate as he crosses out onto the site, and it all falls down to this scrappy buy to try and keep things alive and go to OT. He's gone.
As ready as possible, Marisco. The man we hounded a bit about his performance now could deliver. But that's only the one. It's Zetko that we ask it from. Once more, 4 rounds in a row needed. 3 versus 3. These just haven't been going the way of Sinners much. Have they?
They haven't. They haven't. These situations, you know, this... Any other time you say, oh, yeah, you know, this is super winnable. These situations have not been going their way at all. And, yeah, right now, Stad, Davig, and Alex working their way down to this lower site. They are aware that there could be a flank, sort of periodically checking it. Stadodo knows that can't just be perma-locked to behind, so timing does come into play. It's a factor here. B-Stick won't pull the trigger straight away. He does need to be looking for the left. Has he been seen? Oh my god, B-Stick. I thought he'd overcooked it there, but he does take both. That is big. And now another 2v1. Alex has got to try and pull this off. Doesn't have the bomb. 37 HP.
Could have been some burned chicken there from B-Stick. But with 7 seconds left, Alex will find nothing to do. It's going to be B-Stick stepping up as the hero for Sinners. Zetko as well with that aggression into lobby. Sinners fighting forwards. As they close the gap down to 3. Money. Still not the best, but at least we'll have an op again. I was holding my breath there on that B-Stick flank. Oof. That could have gone so wrong.
Honestly, yeah. The second event player comes back out. It isn't even necessarily like bearing in mind that we could see like through our X-ray as well that they were periodically checking the flank. There was no saying that kind of re-emerging out of those vents that wasn't going to happen, and B-Stick so nearly got caught by it. It's going to be a reinvestment, but contingencies on both sides. Maris goes down to a FAMAS. We've seen that out of him the last couple of rounds. Alex down to this Galil. Peppo is here with a sniper, though. They're going to try and get aggressive into Hut. Shock. Early doors. Big kill. Brilliant trade. But it boils down into a 3v3. Peppo takes another back. And trying to get up in Iberian Soul's faces, bring the fights to them. Leads to a man advantage here. Morisco should be teed up for another. Does he realize he's been timinged? Definitely not. Oh, no, he's not going to relay this to his teammate either here in ramp. Shock's going to be dead. Oh, no. Morisco doesn't see it. And I don't know if his teammates have spotted that either. So, surely if someone's watching Morisco, they've seen that on the side of his screen. No, they're not aware. They're not aware at all. So, that's going to bring things back to a 2v2. That is ridiculous.
That is mental. What a play. Finally some coin for Peppo, but getting dropped by a flank he could do nothing about. It's going to be Shock, 24 HP, an unfavorable angle to fight. What a shot from Morisco there, bringing it back to possible. StatOdo looking to take these fights early on, and that is going to be danger. Shock has the full kit of util. But low HP, needs to hit the headshot. StatOdo can win it here in the 1v2.
He doesn't realize
it's
he's
there. The glass will be broken, and through those windows, it will be the death shown of sinners. They will lose nuke. Iberian Soul take it with a beautiful second half again, and they will move on to the 2-0 bracket.
They will indeed, yeah. Brilliant stuff out of Iberian Soul. A series that I wasn't expecting them to take after they opened it up with a loss on their map pick, but they showed a lot of grit, a lot of determination. They pulled it back very nicely. Salso had a great game there in that third map as well.
For sure.
And Morisco going real quiet. It has to be said. He had a couple of good moments there towards the end, but in general, just a major absence from him in that third and final map when he was really needed. And Sinner's making some real questionable decisions, right? A lot of key rounds lost off of very awkward moments, but 22 kills, 110.6 ADR. That is a lights out performance from the Spaniard.
Yeah, those were some beauties. Salso on that ramp on the CT side already, really farming some kills in those eco rounds. Of course, we got that scout round coming in. I mean, very, like, just too much, like, overflowing a handful of moments of Sinners where they just kind of, like, miss timings, don't relay that information, just simply miss gunfights or just get out fragged. In some way, there were not a lot of great moments in terms of that microing, in terms of covering each other's back in those mid rounds, and that just led to some awkwardly lost rounds, and I think it's fitting to have that happen in the final round as well.
Yeah, me too. I mean, ultimately, it's another 2 versus 1 that, even though obviously they're coming in from very different positions, it's super disjointed. You're giving him those 2 1-for-1 fights, and yeah, it seems to happen way too much from Sinners there on that second and third map. They didn't look like themselves. They really, really didn't look like themselves. There's no other way of really putting it. But yeah, and unfortunately,
they did look tired as well.
Yeah, they did. They did. Every time we saw them on the cams, they're sort of head in hands, rubbing their eyes and whatnot. It is a late game. And they've had a busy day. They had that match against Preezy earlier. I thought that was going to sort of do a lot for them in terms of having that confident 2-0 and coming in sort of fairly warmed up. But they had a bit of a break between. I think they maybe cooled off a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into things too much. But unfortunate stuff from Sinners. Because as I say, they just really didn't look like themselves there in that series.
Well, it would be somewhat unlike Sinners to go through a Swiss group stage 3-0, right? That would be very unlike Sinners. They're always right down the middle in those graphics. So I still have good hope that they will make the playoffs, as their form usually, and looking at the opponents that are in here and the teams that they recently beat, right? Sinners, they have been, I think, on an 8-match winning streak that will now end, of course, but doesn't mean that the overall form declines. Yeah, still looking great. So I do still think Sinners will make it through. If Iberian Soul will get the 3-0, that's going to be another question, but we got a lot of great games coming up, that's for sure.
We certainly do. That's going to wrap things up for us today, though, folks. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us and sticking around. If you've been here since the first game, then you're an absolute beast. But yeah, we will see you same time, same place tomorrow. Thanks, bro. But yeah, we'll join you same time, same place tomorrow for more Galaxy Battle Phase 1 action. You definitely don't want to miss it, folks, so come and tune in. And yeah, from me and Sheep, have a wonderful rest of your evenings. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.